The Zohar 1. Hakdamat Sfer ha-Zohar. Rabbi eyes ki opened, like a rose among thorns, so is my beloved among the maidens who is a rose assembly of Israel. For there is a rose, and then there is a rose just as a rose among thorns is colored red and white, so assembly of Israel includes judgment and compassion. Just as a rose has 13 petals, so assembly of Israel has 13 qualities of compassion surrounding her on every side. Similarly, from the moment Elohim, God, is mentioned, it generates 13 words to surround assembly of Israel and protect her. Then it is mentioned again. Why again to produce 5 sturdy leaves surrounding the rose? These 5 are called salvation, they are 5 gates. Concerning this mystery it is written, I raise the cup of salvation, this is the cup of blessing, which should rest on 5 fingers and no more like the rose, sitting on 5 sturdy leaves, paradigm of 5 fingers. This rose is the cup of blessing. From the second Elohim till the third, 5 words appear. From here on light created, concealed, contained in the covenant, entering the rose, emitting seed into her. This is the tree bearing fruit with its seed in it. That seed endures in the actual sign of covenant. Just as the image of the covenant is sewn in 42 couplings of that seed, so the engraved, explicit name is sewn in 42 letters of the act of creation. Bereshit, in the beginning. Rabbi Shimon opened, the blossoms have appeared on the earth, the time of pruning has arrived, the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land. The blossoms are the act of creation, which appeared on the earth. When on the 3rd day, as is written, the earth brought forth vegetation, then they appeared on the earth. The time of pruning has arrived, the 4th day, on which the pruning of tyrants took place. Meorit, lights, spelled deficiently. The voice of the turtle dove is the 5th day, as is written, let the waters swarm with a swarm of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth, across the expanse of the sky, generating offspring. Is heard is the 6th day, as is written, let us make a human being, who was destined to declare acting before hearing, for here is written Naaseh, let us make, a human being, and there is written Naaseh, we will do, and we will listen. In our land is the Sabbath day, paradigm of the land of eternal life. The blossoms are the patriarchs, who entered the divine mind before creation and entered the world that is coming, where they were treasured away. From there, they emerged secretly and were concealed within prophets of truth. When Joseph was born, they were concealed within him. When Joseph entered the Holy Land, he planted them there. Then they appeared on earth, were revealed there. When are they visible? When the rainbow is revealed in the world. When the rainbow appears, they are revealed. Then, the time of pruning has arrived, time to excise the wicked from the world. Why are they spared? Because the blossoms have appeared on the earth. Had they not appeared, they would not remain in the world, nor would the world endure. Who sustains the world, enabling the patriarchs to be revealed? The voice of children engaging in Torah. For the sake of those children, the world is saved. Corresponding to them, we will make you wreaths of gold. These are little children, youngsters, as is written, make 2 cherubim of gold. Rabbi Elazar opened, lift. Bereshit, in the beginning. Your eyes on high and see who created these. Lift your eyes on high. To which sight? The sight toward which all eyes gaze. Which is that opening of the eyes. There you will discover that the concealed Ancient One, susceptible to questioning, created these. Who is that who? The one called End of Heaven above, whose domain extends over everything. Since it can be questioned, yet remains concealed and unrevealed, it is called Who. Beyond, there is no question. This end of heaven is called Who. There is another below, called What. What distinguishes the two? The first, concealed one called Who can be questioned. Once a human being questions and searches, contemplating and knowing rung after rung to the very last rung. Once one reaches there, what do you know? What have you contemplated? For what have you searched? All is concealed, as before. Concerning this mystery it is written, what can I take as a witness to you? What can I compare to you? When the holy temple was destroyed, a voice cried out, what can I take as a witness to you? What can I compare to you? I take what as a witness to you? Every single day I have called witnesses against you, since days of old, as is written, I call heaven and earth to witness against you. This day I compare you to what, precisely I crowned you with holy crowns, gave you dominion over the world, as is written, is this the city that was called perfect, crown of beauty, joy of all the earth? I called you Jerusalem, built up, a city bound together. Now, what can I liken to you, to console you? Just as you sit desolate, so it is above, as it were. Just as now, the holy people do not enter you in holy array, so I swear to you that I myself will not enter above until your inhabitants enter you below. This is your consolation. I compare this rung to you completely. But now that you are here, your ruin is vast as the ocean. Yet if you say you cannot endure or be healed, then who will heal you? Really that concealed, high rung in which all exists will heal you and raise you up. Who is end of heaven above? What is end of heaven below? Jacob inherited this, running from end to end, from first end, who, to last end, what, for he stands in the middle. So, who created these? Rabbi Shimon said, Elazar, my son, cease your words, so that the concealed mystery on high, unknown to any human, may be revealed. Rabbi Elazar was silent. Rabbi Shimon wept and paused for a moment. Then he said, Elazar, what is these? If you answer, stars and constellations, they are always visible there and were created by what, as is said by the word of Jehovah, the heavens were made as for things concealed. Such would not be referred to as these, for that word indicates something revealed. This mystery was only revealed one day when I was at the seashore. Elijah came and asked me, Rabbi, do you know the meaning of who created these? I answered, these are the heavens and their array, the work of the blessed Holy One. Human beings should contemplate them and bless him, as is written, when I behold your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and stars that you set in place, Jehovah. Our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. Elijah said to me, Rabbi, the word was concealed with the blessed Holy One, and he revealed it in the academy on high. Here it is, when concealed of all concealed verged on being revealed, it produced at first a single point, which ascended to become thought. Within, it drew all drawings, graved all engravings, carving within the concealed holy lamp a graving of one hidden design, holy of holies, a deep structure emerging from thought, called me, who, origin of structure. Existent and non-existent, deep and hidden, called by no name but who. Seeking to be revealed, to be named, it garbed itself in a splendid, radiant garment and created Ele, these. Ele attained the name, these letters joined with those, culminating in the name Elohim. Until it created Ele, it did not attain the name Elohim. Based on this mystery, those who sinned with the golden calf said, Ele, these are your gods, O Israel. Just as me is combined with Ele, so the name Elohim is constantly polysemous. Through this mystery, the universe exists. Then Elijah flew off. I did not see him. From him I discovered the word, whose mysterious secret I have demonstrated. Rabbi Elazar and all the companions came and bowed down in front of him. Weeping, they said, if we have come into the world only to hear this, it is enough. Rabbi Shimon said, so the heavens and their array were created by me, what, as is written, when I behold your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and stars that you set in place, me, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. Your splendor is celebrated above heaven. Above heaven, to attain the name. For it created a Light for its light, one enclosed in the other, and it attained a high name. So, in the beginning Elohim created, Elohim above. Former was not so, is not composed until these letters Ella are drawn from above to below, and mother lends daughter her garments, though not adorning her with her adornments. When does she adorn her fittingly? When all males appear before her, as is written, all your males shall appear before the sovereign, Jehovah. This one is called sovereign, as is said, behold, the ark of the covenant, sovereign of all the earth. Joshua. Then the letter he departs and Yod enters, and she adorns herself in masculine clothing in the presence of every male in Israel. Other letters Israel draws from above to this site Alet. These, I remember, with my mouth I mentioned them, in my yearning I poured out my tears, drawing forth these letters. Then I conduct them from above to the house of Elohim, to be Elohim, like him. With what? With joyous shouts of praise, the festive throng. Rabbi Elazar said, my silence assembled a temple above, a temple below. Indeed, a word is worth one coin silence, too a word is worth one coin. What I said, the meaning I aroused. Silence, too, by holding my silence, two worlds were created, erected as one. Rabbi Shimon said, from here on, the completion of the verse, as is written, the one who brings forth their array by number. These are two rungs, each of which should be inscribed. One is what? The other, who? This is above, that is below. The one above is inscribed by the words, the one who brings forth their array by number, the one who is known, beyond compare. Similarly, the one who brings forth bread from the earth, the one who is known, the lower rung, and all is one. By number, standing together, generating forces according to their kind, beyond number. And calls them each by name, both the, and their forces. What does this mean by name? If you say they were called individually by name, not so, for then the verse should read each by its name. Rather, as long as this rung had not ascended and was still called me, who, it did not give birth nor bring forth what was hidden, each according to its kind, though all of them were hidden within. Once it created Elet, these, and attained its name, Elohim, then by the power of this name, it yielded them perfectly. This is the meaning of calls them each by name. By its very name, it called forth each and every kind to exist perfectly. Similarly, see, I have called by name Bezalel. I mentioned my name so that Bezalel would attain perfect existence. His great might. What is this? First of rungs, to which all desires ascend, ascending there secretly. And vast power, mystery of the upper world, which attained the name Elohim, as we have said. Not one is missing, not one of those, generated by the power of the name. Because not one is missing, whenever any of the children of Israel died as punishment for their sins, the people were counted, and not even one of the was lacking, so that everything accorded with the paradigm. Just as not one is missing above, so not one is missing below. Rav Hamnuna Sava said, we find the letters backward: Bet first, followed by Bet Bereshit, in the beginning, followed by Bara, created. Then Aleph first, followed by Aleph Elohim, followed by it. The reason is when the Blessed Holy One wished to fashion the world, all the letters were hidden away. For 2,000 years before creating the world, the Blessed Holy One contemplated them and played Bereshit, in the beginning, with them. As he verged on creating the world, all the letters presented themselves before him, from last to first. The letter Tav entered first of all. She said, Master of the worlds, may it please you to create the world by me, for I complete your limit, truth, and you are called truth. It is fitting for the King of Truth to begin with a letter of truth and to create the world by me. The Blessed Holy One replied, you are seemly and worthy, but not deserving to initiate creation, since you are destined to be marked on the foreheads of the faithful who fulfilled the Torah from Aleph to Tav, and by your mark they will die. Furthermore, you are the seal of Mavit, death, So you do not deserve to serve as the instrument of creation. She immediately departed. The letter Shin came before him. She said, Master of the worlds, may it please you to create the world by me, for by me you are named Shaddai, and it is fitting to create the world by a holy name. He replied, You are seemly, you are good, and you are true, but since letters of deceit take you as their accomplice, I do not wish to create the world by you. For a lie cannot exist unless Kofresh take you. So whoever wants to tell a lie will first lay a foundation of truth and then construct the lie. For Shin is a letter of truth, a true letter of the patriarchs, who were united in it. Kofresh are letters that appear on the evil side. In order to survive, they entangle the letter Shin, forming Kesha, conspiracy. Seeing this, she left his presence. The letter Sadie entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for Sadiqim, the righteous, are sealed by me, and you, who are called Sadiq, righteous, are signified by me, as is written, for Jehovah is Sadiq, loving righteousness. It is fitting to create the world by me. He replied, Sadie, you are Sadiq, but you should remain hidden, not so revealed so as not to provide the world a pretext. How so? She is none. Yod from the name of the Holy Covenant comes and rides on her, is united with her. This is the mystery. When the Blessed Holy One created Adam, he created him with two faces. So the Yod faces backward, like this. They were not turned face to face, like this. It looked downward like this. It looked upward like this. The Blessed Holy One said to her, Turn back, for I intend to split you and transfigure you face to face, but you will arise elsewhere. She left his presence and departed. The letter Pei entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for I signify Perkina, the redemption, that you will someday bring to the world, also called Pejut, deliverance. It is fitting to create the world by me. He replied, You are seemly, but you signify hidden transgression, like a serpent striking, then tucking its head into its body. So one who sins bows his head, stretching out his hands. Similarly Ayin stands for Avon, iniquity. Although she said, I imply Anava, humility, the Blessed Holy One replied, I will not create the world by you. She left his presence. The letter Samak entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for by me Semikha, support, exists for those who fall, as is written Samak. Jehovah supports all who fall. He replied, So you are needed where you are. Do not move. If you leave, what would happen to the fallen, who depend on you? She immediately left his presence. The letter Nun entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for by me you are called Nora, awesome, in praises. By me, the praise of the righteous is called Nava, comely. He replied, Nun, return to your place, for because of you Samak returned to her place. Depend on her. She returned immediately, leaving his presence. The letter Mem entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for by me you are called Malik, king. He replied, Certainly so, but I will not create the world by you, since the world needs a king. Return to your place, you along with Lamed and Kath, for the world should not be without a king. At that moment the letter Kaf descended from his throne of glory and said, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for I am your Kavod, glory. When Kaf descended from the throne of glory, worlds trembled, the throne trembled, and all the worlds verged on collapse. The Blessed Holy One said to her, Kaf, Kaf, what are you doing here? I will not create the world by you. Return to your place, for you imply Kile, destruction, a decree of destruction. Return to your throne and stay there. She thereupon left his presence and returned to her place. The letter Yod entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for I am the beginning of the holy name. It is fitting for you to create the world by me, he replied. It is enough for you to be engraved in me, to be inscribed in me. My desire culminates in you. You should not be uprooted from my name. The letter Tet entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for by me you are called Toph. Ve'yashar, good and upright. He replied, I will not create the world by you, for your goodness is concealed and hidden within you, as is written, how abundant is your goodness that you have hidden away for those in awe of you. Since it is hidden within you, it plays no part in this world that I am about to create, but rather in the world to come. Furthermore, because your goodness is hidden within you, the gates of my temple will sink, as is written, her gates have sunk into the earth. Further, facing you is it, and when you join together you spell it, sin. So these two letters are not inscribed in the holy tribes. She immediately left his presence. The letter Zin entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for by me your children observe the Sabbath, as is written, Zakhor, remember, the Sabbath day, to hallow it. He replied, I will not create the world by you, for you imply wear a sharp sword and a spear for battle, like a nun. She immediately left his presence. The letter Vav entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for I am a letter of your name. He replied, Vav, it is enough for you and he to be letters of my name, included in the mystery of my name, engraved and carved in my name. I will not create the world by either of you. The letters Dele and Gimel entered and made the same request. He replied to them as well, it is enough for you to be with each other, since the poor will never cease from the world and need to be treated kindly. Dele is poor, Gimel Gomel renders goodness to her. Do not separate from one another, it is enough for one of you to sustain the other. The letter Bet entered. She said to him, Master of the world, may it please you to create the world by me, for by me you are blessed above and below. The Blessed Holy One replied, Indeed, by you I will create the world. You will be the beginning of creation. The letter Aleph stood and did not enter. The Blessed Holy One said to her, Aleph. Aleph. Why do you not enter my presence like all the other letters? She replied, Master of the world, because I saw all the letters leaving your presence fruitlessly. What could I do there? Furthermore, look, you have given this enormous gift to the letter Bet, and it is not fitting for the exalted king to take back a gift he has given to his servant and give it to another. The Blessed Holy One said, Aleph, Aleph, although I will create the world with the letter Bet, you will be the first of all the letters. Only through you do I become one. With you all counting begins and every deed in the world. No union is actualized except by Aleph. The Blessed Holy One fashioned high, large letters and low, small letters. So, Bet, Bet Bereshit Bara, Aleph, Aleph. Elohimit. Letters above and letters below. They were all as one, from the upper world and the lower world. Rabbi Yehudai said, what is Bereshit with? Bereshit, in the beginning. Wisdom. This is the wisdom on which the world stands, through which one enters hidden, high mysteries. Here were engraved 6 vast, supernal dimensions, from which everything emerges, from which issued 6 springs and streams, flowing into the immense ocean. This is Bereshit, created 6, created from here. Who created them? The unmentioned, the hidden unknown. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. As they reached the site of a certain field, Rabbi Ea said to Rabbi Yos, "What you have said Barashit is certainly true, for there are 6 supernal days in the Torah, not more, the others are concealed. But in the secrets of creation we have discovered this, the holy hidden one, engraved, an engraving in the innards of a recess, punctuated by a thrust point. He engraved that engraving, hiding it away, like one who locks up everything under a single key, which locks everything within a single palace. Although everything is hidden away within that palace, the essence of everything lies in that key, which closes and opens. Within that palace lie hidden treasures, one greater than the other. Within that palace stand gates built cryptically, 50 of them. Carved into 4 sides, they were 49. One gate has no side. No one knows whether it is above or below, it is shut. In those gates is one lock and one precise place for inserting the key, marked only by the impress of the key, known only to the key. Concerning this mystery it is written, Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning God created. Bereshit is the key enclosing all, closing and opening. 6 gates are contained in that key that closes and opens. When it closes those gates, enclosing them within itself, then indeed Bereshit, a revealed word combined with a concealed word. Bara, created, is always concealed, closing, not opening. Rabbi Yos said, "Certainly so, I heard the Holy Lamp say so, that bara is a concealed word, closing, not opening. As long as the world was locked within the word bara, it was not, did not exist. Enveloping everything was tohu, chaos, and as long as tohu reigned, the world was not, did not exist. When did that key open gates? When was it fit to be fruitful, to generate offspring? When Abraham arrived, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth behiberim, when they were created, and we have learned be Avraham, through Abraham. Whereas everything was concealed in the word bara, now the letters were transposed and rendered fruitful. A pillar emerged, generating offspring ever, organ holy foundation on which the world stands. Whenever was inscribed in the word bara, the supernal concealed one inscribed another inscription for its glorious name. This is me vara elet, who created these, the holy blessed name me, what, was also inscribed. Out of bara it generated ever, inscribing ele at one end and ever at the other. Holy concealed one ele exists, ever exists. As one was completed, so was the other. In ever it engraved he in ele, yod. Letters were aroused to complete one side and the other. It produced 2 mems, moving one to this side, one to that. The holy name was completed, becoming Elohim, and the name Avraham as well. As one was completed, so was the other. Then life was generated and the complete name emerged, unlike before, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth behiberim, when they were created. All remained suspended until the name of Abraham was created. Once that name was completed, the holy name was completed, as the verse concludes, on the day that Yehovah Elohim made earth and heaven, Rabbi Ea prostrated himself on the ground, kissing the dust and weeping. He cried out, "Dust, dust, how stubborn you are, how impudent, all delights of the eye decay in you. All pillars of light in the world you consume and pulverize. How insolent you are, the holy lamp who has illumined the world, majestic ruler, prince whose merit sustains the world, decays in you. O Rabbi Shimon, radiance of the lamp, radiance of the worlds, you decompose in the dust, yet you subsist and guide the world." For a moment he was shocked, and then exclaimed, "Dust, dust, do not boast, the pillars of the world will not be surrendered to you. Rabbi Shimon has not decayed in you." Still weeping, Rabbi Ea arose and walked on together with Rabbi Yos. From that day on, he fasted 40 days to envision Rabbi Shimon. He was told, "You are not entitled to see him." He wept and fasted another 40 days. In a vision he was shown Rabbi Shimon and his son Rabbi Elazar, studying the word that Rabbi Yos had spoken, with thousands listening. Meanwhile he noticed many huge celestial wings, which Rabbi Shimon and his son Rabbi Elazar mounted, and they soared to the academy of heaven. All those wings waited for them. He saw them returning, their splendor renewed, and they shone more brilliantly than the dazzle of the sun. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, "Let Rabbi Ea enter and see how the blessed Holy One intends to rejuvenate the faces of the righteous in the time to come. Happy is one who enters here without shame. Happy is one who stands in that world as a sturdy pillar." Rabbi Ea saw himself entering. Rabbi Elazar rose together with the other pillars sitting there. Embarrassed, he drew back, then entered and sat at the feet of Rabbi Shimon. A voice issued, "Lower your eyes, do not raise your head, do not gaze." Lowering his eyes, he saw a light shining in the distance. The voice returned, "O high, hidden, concealed ones, open-eyed, roaming the entire world, gaze and see. O low, sleeping ones, close-eyed, awake. Who among you turns darkness into light, bitter into sweet before arriving here? Who among you awaits each day the light that shines when the king visits the door and is glorified, declared King of all kings of the world? Whoever does not await this each day in that world has no portion here." Meanwhile he noticed many of the companions surrounding him, all those erect pillars, and he saw them being raised to the academy of heaven, some ascending, some descending. Above them all, he saw the Master of Wings approaching. When he arrived, he solemnly swore that he had heard from behind the curtain that the king remembers the doe who lies in the dust and visits her every day. At that moment he kicks the firmaments, which all tremble and quake before him. He sheds tears over this, and those tears of bubbling fire fall into the vast ocean. From those tears the prince of the ocean emerges, by them he is sustained. And he hallows the name of the Holy King, agreeing to swallow up all the waters of creation and absorb them when all the nations gather against the holy people, so that the waters will dry up and they will pass through on dry land. Meanwhile he heard a voice proclaiming, make way, for King Messiah is coming to the academy of Rabbi Shimon." For all the righteous present there are heads of academies, and those academies are designated there, and all members of each academy ascend from the academy here to the academy of heaven. The Messiah visits all those academies, setting his seal on the Torah issuing from the mouths of the rabbis. At that moment the Messiah arrived, adorned by the heads of the academies with celestial crowns. At that moment all the companions rose and Rabbi Shimon rose, his light radiating to the vault of heaven. He said to him, "Happy are you, Rabbi, for your Torah ascends in lights, each and every light refracting into senses, ascending and bathing in rivers of pure balsam. The blessed Holy One sets his seal on the Torah of your academy, and of the academy of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and of the academy of Ahi of Shiloh. I have not come to set my seal on what issues from your academy. Rather, the Master of Wings has entered here, for I know he enters no academy but yours." Then Rabbi Shimon told him the oath that the Master of Wings had sworn. The Messiah began trembling and cried aloud. The heavens trembled, the vast ocean trembled, Leviathan trembled, and the world verged on overturning. At that moment, he noticed Rabbi Ea sitting at the feet of Rabbi Shimon. He said, "Who placed a human here, clothed in the garb of that world?" Rabbi Shimon answered, "This is Rabbi Ea, radiance of the lamp of Torah." The Messiah said, "Let him be gathered in, together with his sons, so that they become members of your academy." Rabbi Shimon said, "Let him be granted time." Time was granted to him. He emerged trembling, his eyes streaming with tears. Quivering, he cried, "Happy is the share of the righteous in that world, happy is the share of the son of Yoari who has attained this of him." is written so that I may endow those who love me with substance and fill their treasuries. Rabbi Shimon opened, I have put my words in your Bereshit, in the beginning. Mouth. How vital it is for a human being to engage in Torah day and night, for the blessed Holy One listens to the voice of those who occupy themselves with Torah, and every word innovated in Torah by one engaged in Torah fashions one heaven. We have learned the moment a new word of Torah originates from the mouth of a human being, that word ascends and presents herself before the blessed Holy One, who lifts that word, kisses her, and adorns her with 70 crowns engraved and inscribed. But an innovated word of wisdom ascends and settles on the head of Tzaddik, righteous one, vitality of the worlds. From there, it flies and soars through worlds, ascending to the Ancient of Days. All the words of the Ancient of Days are words of wisdom, conveying supernal, concealed mysteries. When that secret word of wisdom, innovated here, ascends, it joins those words of the Ancient of Days. Along with them, it ascends and descends, entering 18 hidden worlds, which no eye has seen, O God, but you. Emerging from there, they roam until they arrive, full and complete, presenting themselves before the Ancient of Days. At that moment, the Ancient of Days inhales the aroma of that word, and it pleases him more than anything. Lifting that word, he adorns her with crowns. The word flies, ascending and descending, and is transformed into a heaven. So each and every word of wisdom is transformed into a heaven, existing enduringly in the presence of the Ancient of Days. He calls them new heavens, newly created heavens, hidden mysteries of supernal wisdom. As for all other innovated words of Torah, they stand before the blessed Holy One, then ascend and are transformed into earths of the living, then they descend, crowning themselves upon one earth, which is renewed and transformed into a new earth through that renewed word of Torah. Concerning this is written as the new heavens and the new earth that I am making endure before me. The verse does not read I have made, but rather I am making, for he makes them continually out of those innovations and mysteries of Torah. Of this is written I have put my words in your mouth and covered you with the shadow of my hand, to plant heavens and establish earth. The verse does not read the heavens, but rather heavens. Rabbi Elazar asked, what is the meaning of I have covered you with the shadow of my hand? He replied, when Torah was transmitted to Moses, myriads of celestial angels came to scorch him with flames from their mouths, but the blessed Holy One sheltered him. Now when this word ascends, is aroused, and stands before the blessed Holy One, he shelters that word and covers that person so that he will not be discovered by them, arousing their jealousy before that word is transformed into new heavens and a new earth, as is written I have covered you with the shadow of my hand, to plant heavens and establish earth. From this we learn that every word concealed from the eyes attains supernal value, as is written I have covered you with the shadow of my hand. Why was it covered and hidden from view? For the sake of supernal value, as is written to plant heavens and establish earth, as already explained. To say to Zion you are Ami, my people, to say to those gates, those distinguished words, these above those you are Ami. Do not read you are Ami, my people, but rather you are Ami, with me, becoming my partner, just as I made heaven and earth by speaking, as is said by the word of Yehovah. The heavens were made. So do you. Happy are those engaged in Torah. Now if you say that the word of any ignorant person has the same effect, one who is unaccustomed to the mysteries of Torah and innovates words he does not fully understand, when that word ascends, a man of perversity, tongue of falsehood, bursts forth from the chasm of the immense abyss, leaping parazings to obtain that word. Grabbing her, he takes that word back to his chasm and transmogrifies her into a distorted heaven called chaos. The man of perversity flies through that heaven, parazings in one glide. As soon as the distorted heaven is established, a woman of whoredom Hosea emerges, clinging to it, joining with it. From there she sets out, killing thousands, myriads. For as long as she endures in that heaven, she is empowered to swoop through the entire world in a single moment. Concerning this is written, woe unto them who haul iniquity with cords of falsehood, and sinners with a cart rope. Iniquity is the male. Who is sin the female? He hauls the one called iniquity with those cords of falsehood, and then sinners with a cart rope, that female called sin, who is empowered there to fly and kill human beings. So, many are those she has struck dead, who has struck them dead, this sin who slays human beings. Who causes this? A disciple unqualified to teach, who teaches. May the compassionate one save us. Rabbi Shimon said to the companions, I beg of you not to utter a word of Torah that you do not know and have not heard properly from a lofty tree, lest you enable sin to slay multitudes without cause. They all opened, saying, May the compassionate one save us. May the compassionate one save us with Torah. The blessed Holy One created the world. This has been established, as is written, I was with him as a nursling, I was a daily delight. He gazed upon her once, twice, 3 and 4 times, then spoke, creating through her. To teach human beings not to err in her, as is written, then he saw and declared her, arranged her and probed her. He told humanity Job. The blessed Holy One created what he created corresponding to those 4 times he saw and declared her, arranged her and probed her. Before generating his work, he introduced 4 words: Bereshit, Bara Elohimit. In the beginning God created. First, these 4, then, Ha-Shemayim, the heavens. These correspond to the 4 times that the blessed Holy One contemplated Torah before actualizing his work of art. Rabbi Elazar was going to see Rabbi Yos, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lekaniah, his father-in-law. Rabbi Abba accompanied him, and a man was goading the donkeys behind them. Rabbi Abba said, Let us open openings of Torah, for the time is ripe to adorn ourselves on our way. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, My Sabbaths you are to observe in 6 days. The blessed Holy One created the world. Every single day revealed its work, transmitting its power through that day. When did it reveal its work and transmit its power? On the 4th day, for those first 3 days were all concealed, not revealed. When the 4th day arrived, it generated the work and power of them all, since fire, water, and air, although they are 3 ethereal elements, were all suspended, their work unrevealed until earth revealed them. Then the skill of each one of them was made known. Now you might say this happened on the 3rd day, concerning which is written, Let the earth sprout vegetation, and the earth brought forth vegetation. But although written of the 3rd day, it was really the 4th, included in the 3rd to be one without division. From the 4th day on, its work was revealed, yielding an artisan for each and every skill, for the 4th day constitutes the 4th leg of the celestial throne. All the work of all of them, both earlier and later days, was dependent on the Sabbath day, as is written, God included in the 7th day his work that he had made. This is Sabbath, 4th leg of the throne. Now you might ask, if so, why my Sabbaths you are to observe? The answer is the Sabbath of Sabbath eve and the Sabbath of the day itself, which are indivisible. That rambling donkey driver goading behind them said, And what is my sanctuary you are to hold in awe? He replied, This is the holiness of the Sabbath. He said, What is the holiness of the Sabbath? He replied, This is the holiness drawn down from above. He said, If so, you have turned the Sabbath into something not holy except for the holiness that rests upon it from above. Rabbi Abba said, So it is called the Sabbath, a delight, the holy of Yehovah, honored Sabbath, and holy of Yehovah are each mentioned separately. He said, If so, who is holy of Yehovah? He replied, Holiness that descends from above, resting upon it. He said, If holiness drawn down from above is called honored, then it appears that the Sabbath is not honored. Yet it is written, And honor it. Rabbi Elazar said to Rabbi Abba, "Let this man be, within him lies a new word we do not know." They said to him, "Speak." He opened, saying, "It's Shabbatotei, my Sabbaths." It amplifies the meaning to include the range of Sabbath, which is cubits in every direction. So the meaning is expanded it. Shabbatotei. My Sabbaths, one is the higher Sabbath, the other, the lower Sabbath, both included as one, concealed as one. Another Sabbath was left unmentioned and felt ashamed. She said before him, "Master of the universe, since the day you created me, I have been called Sabbath, and there can be no day without night." He replied, "My daughter, you are Sabbath, I call you Sabbath, but I am about to crown you with a higher crown." He issued a proclamation, "My sanctuary you are to hold in awe." This is the Sabbath of Sabbath Eve. Who is Or and in whom Or dwells? Who is that? The one included by the Blessed Holy One when he said, "I am Jehovah." I heard my father say so precisely. It includes the range of Sabbath. My Sabbaths are a circle with a square inscribed within. They are two, corresponding to which are two hallowings we should recite. One is Vekhalu, and they heaven and earth were completed. The other, Chiddush, hallowing. Vekhalu contains 35 words, and in the Chiddush that we recite there are 35 words. Altogether amounting to 70 names of the Blessed Holy One, with which Assembly of Israel is adorned. Since this circle and square are my Sabbaths, they are both included in Shema, observe, as is written Tishmoru, you are to observe, whereas the higher Sabbath is not included here in Shema, observe, but rather in Zakhor, remember, for the Supreme King is completed by Zakhor. So he is called the King who possesses peace, and his peace is Zakhor. That is why there is no strife above, because of the two pieces below, one, Jacob, the other, Joseph. So it is written twice, peace, peace to the far, and the near to the far refers to Jacob, and the near refers to Joseph. To the far, as is said, from afar, Jehovah appeared to me, his sister stood far off, and the near, as is said, new gods who came from nearby. From afar is the highest point, standing in its palace. So it is written Tishmoru, you are to observe, included in Shema, observe. My sanctuary you are to hold in awe is the point standing in the center, which one should fear more than anything, for its punishment is death, as is written Mi'ulaha, those who profane it, shall surely be put to death. Who are Mi'ulaha, those who profane it. Whoever enters the alal, hollow, of the circle and the square, the site where that point rests, and damages it shall surely be put to death. So it is written you are to hold in awe. That point is called I, and on it rests that high concealed one, Unrevi Aled. This is Jehovah, and all is one. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba dismounted and kissed him. They said, "All this wisdom in your hand, and you are goading our donkeys behind us." "Who are you?" he replied. "Do not ask who I am, rather, let us go together, engaging in Torah. Let each one speak words of wisdom to illumine the way." They said to him, "Who appointed you to go here, goading donkeys?" He replied, "Yod waged war with two letters, Kaf and Samek, to be bound together with me." Kaf did not want to depart and be bound, since it cannot survive for a moment anywhere else. Samek did not want to depart, so it could support those who fall, for without Samek they cannot survive. Alone, Yod came to me, kissing and embracing me. She wept with me, saying, "My son, what can I do for you? But look, I will ascend and fill myself with goodness, with hidden, celestial, splendid letters. Then I will come to you, serving as your support. I will endow you with two letters, higher than those that departed, namely, Yesh, substance celestial, Yod, and Shin as your treasuries filled with everything. So, my son, go and goad donkeys. That is why I go like this." Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba rejoiced and wept. They said, "Go right, we will goad the donkeys behind you." He said to them, "Didn't I tell you it is the command of the king, until the one driving donkeys arrives?" They said to him, "But you haven't told us your name." "The site you inhabit, what is it?" he replied. "The site I inhabit is fine and lofty, for me a certain tower soaring in the air, grand and splendid. Those dwelling in this tower are the blessed Holy One and a certain poor person. This is where I reside, but I have gone into exile, goading donkeys." Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Elazar gazed at him. He had flavored his words for them as sweet as manna and honey. They said to him, "If you tell us the name of your father, we will kiss the dust of your feet." He said, "Why, it is not my habit to boast of Torah. But my father's dwelling was in the great ocean. He was a fish, circumnavigating the vast ocean from one end to the other. So grand and splendid, ancient of days, he would swallow all the other fish in the ocean, then spew them out alive, thriving, filled with all goodness of the world. So strong, he could swim the ocean in one moment. He shot me out like an arrow from the hand of a mighty warrior, secreting me in that site I described." Then he returned to his site, disappearing into the ocean. Rabbi Elazar contemplated his words. He said, "You are the son of the Holy Lamp, you are the son of Rav Hamnuna Sava, son of the radiance of Torah, and you are goading donkeys behind us." They both wept together, kissed him, and went on. They said to him, "If it pleases our master, let him reveal his name to us." He opened, saying, "Benaiah, son of Jehoiada Samuel." This verse has been established, which is fine, but this verse alludes to supernal mysteries of Torah. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, appears on behalf of a mystery of wisdom, a concealed word, and the name prevails. Son of a living man, Tzaddik, righteous one, vitality of the worlds. Master of deeds, master of all action, of all celestial powers, for all emerge from him. He is Yehovah Sivaot, Lord of hosts, insignia of all his hosts. Distinguished and supreme, he is called Master of Deeds. From Kafzel, this grand and dignified tree, supreme above all, from which site did it emerge, from which rung did it come? The verse goes on to say, from Kafzel high, concealed rung that no eye has seen, a rung containing all, gathered in from upper light, and from which all emerges. It is the holy, hidden palace, in which all rungs are gathered and concealed. In the trunk of this tree all worlds exist, from it, all holy powers are nourished and deployed. He smote the two Ariel of Moab Samuel, two sanctuaries existed because of him, were nourished by him, first temple and second temple. As soon as he departed, the flow flowing from above ceased. He, as it were, smote them, destroying and obliterating them, and the holy throne fell, as is written, and I was in the midst of the exile. Ezekiel, that rung called, I was in the midst of the exile. Why? By the river Kiva, river of already, on account of the river gushing and flowing, whose waters and springs ceased, so that it did not flow as before, as is written, a river dries up and is parched. Job dries up in the first temple, is parched in the second. So he smote the two Ariel of Moab. Moav, Moab, for they originated Meav, from Father, in heaven, and were destroyed and obliterated because of him. All the lights illumining Israel darkened. Further, he went down and slew the lion Samuel. In former times, when this river gushed its waters below, the people of Israel were fulfilled, offering offerings and sacrifices to atone for their souls. Then from above would descend the image of a lion, whom they could see on the altar, crouching over its prey, consuming sacrifices like a fierce warrior, while all dogs hid themselves away, not venturing out. When sins prevailed, he descended to the rungs below, and he killed that lion, no longer willing to provide its prey. He, as it were, killed it. He slew the lion, really within the pit, in plain sight of the evil other side. Seeing this, that other side was emboldened to send a dog to eat the offerings. What is the name of that lion Uriel, for his face is the face of Aria, a lion? What is the name of that dog Baladan is its name, for it is excluded from the category of Adam, human, but is rather a dog its face a dog. On a snowy day, a day when sins prevailed, and judgment was decreed above by the celestial court. Of this is written, she is not afraid of snow for her household judgment on high. Why? Because her whole household is clothed in crimson and can endure the fierce fire. Until here, mystery of the verse. What is written next? He slew an Egyptian, a man of good appearance Samuel. Here the mystery of the verse discloses that whenever Israel sinned he departed, withholding from them all the goodness, all the light illumining them. He slew an Egyptian man, the light of that light illumining Israel. Who is it? Moses, as is written, they said, an Egyptian man rescued us, there he was born, there he was raised, there he rose to the highest light. A man of my good appearance, as is said my. In appearance, not in riddles man, as is said Elohim man of husband, as it were, of that Jehovah, my appearance, of the presence of, for he was worthy of conducting this rung on earth in any way he wished, something no other human attained. The Egyptian had a spear in his hand Samuel, this is the staff of God, handed down to him, as is said, with the staff of God in my hand, this is the staff created on the eve of Sabbath at twilight, engraved with the holy name, a holy graving. With this he sinned at the rock, as is said, he struck the rock with his staff twice. The blessed Holy One said to him, Moses, I did not give you my staff for this. By your life from now on, it will no longer be in your hand. Immediately he went down to him with a club Samuel, with severe judgment, and wrenched the spear out of the Egyptian's hand, for from that moment it was withheld from him and was never again in his hand, and killed him with his own spear. Because of the sin of striking with that staff, he died and did not enter the Holy Land, and this light was withheld from Israel. From the 30, he was most honored Samuel, these are the 30 celestial years, on which he drew, conveying them below. Drawing on them, he drew near. But the 3 he did not attain. They approached him, giving to him wholeheartedly, but he did not approach them. Still, although he was not counted as one of them, David set him over his bodyguard, for he never faded from the tablet of his heart. They are never separated. David set him close, not conversely, for with the praises, songs, and love that the moon offers to the sun, she draws him toward her, so that he dwell with her. This is David set him over his bodyguard. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba fell before him. Meanwhile they did not see him. They rose, looking in every direction, but could not see him. They sat down and wept, and could not speak to one another. After a while Rabbi Abba said, This is precisely what we learned on whatever path the righteous walk, with words of Torah between them, virtuous ones of that world come to them. This was indeed Rav Hamnuna Sava, coming to us from that world to reveal these words to us. Before we could recognize him, he vanished. They rose and tried to go at the donkeys, but they would not move. They tried to go at them, but they would not move. Frightened, they left the donkeys behind. Still today that spot is called Donkey's Sight. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, How immense is your goodness that you have hidden away for those in awe of you. How great is the precious, supernal goodness the blessed Holy One intends to lavish upon humanity for the supremely righteous, dreading sin, engaging in Torah when they enter that world. The verse does not read your goodness, but rather your immense goodness. Who is that the memory of your immense goodness? They express joy of life flowing from the world that is coming to vitality of the worlds. Who is the memory of your immense goodness for the house of Israel? Further, how immense is your goodness? Here is engraved a mystery of wisdom, all mysteries intimated here. How, as has been explained. Immense the immense and mighty tree, for there is another, smaller tree, but this one is immense, penetrating the vault of heaven. Your goodness the light created on the first day. That you have hidden away for those in awe of you, for he concealed it for the righteous in that world. That you made the upper garden of Eden, as is written the place you have made to dwell in, O Jehovah, this is that you made for those who take refuge in you. In the presence of human beings the lower garden of Eden, where all the righteous abide in spirit clothed in a splendid garment resembling the image of this world. This is naked, in the presence of human beings in the image of human beings of this world. There they stand, then fly through the air, ascending to the academy of heaven in that upper garden of Eden. They soar and bathe in the dew of rivers of pure balsam, then descend and dwell below. Sometimes they appear in the presence of human beings, enacting miracles for them like celestial angels. We just saw the radiance of the high lamp, though we were not privileged to contemplate and discover further mysteries of wisdom. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, Manoah said to his wife, we will surely die, for we have seen God judges. Even though Manoah did not know its nature, he said, since it is written no human shall see me and live, and we certainly have seen, so we will surely die. As for us, we have seen and attained this light moving with us, yet we are still alive, for the blessed Holy One sent him to us to reveal mysteries of wisdom. Happy is our share. They went on. They reached a certain mountain, as the sun was inclining. The branches of the tree on the mountain began lashing one another, emitting a song. As they were walking, they heard a resounding voice proclaim, Holy sons of God, dispersed among the living of this world, luminous lamps, initiates of the academy, assemble at your places to delight with your Lord in Torah. They were frightened, stood in place, then sat down. Meanwhile a voice called out as before, proclaiming, mighty boulders, towering hammers, behold the master of colors, embroidered in figures, standing on a dais. Enter and assemble. That moment, they heard the branches of the trees resounding intensely, proclaiming the voice of Jehovah breaks cedars. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba fell on their faces, immense fear falling upon them. They rose hastily, went on, and heard nothing. Leaving the mountain, they walked on. Upon reaching the house of Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Shimon son of Lekaniah, they saw Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari and rejoiced. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, saying to them, indeed you have traversed a path of heavenly miracles and signs. For I was just now sleeping, and I saw you and Benaiah son of Jehoiada, who was sending you 2 crowns by the hand of a certain old man to crown you. This was certainly a path of the blessed Holy One. Further, I see your faces transfigured. Rabbi Yos said, well have you said, a sage is preferable to a prophet. Rabbi Elazar approached, placed his head between the knees of his father, and told him what happened. Rabbi Shimon was frightened and wept. He said, Jehovah, I heard what you made heard. I am Od Habakkuk. This verse was spoken by Habakkuk when he saw his death and was restored to life by Elisha. Why was he named Habakkuk? Because it is written, at this time next year, you will be Ovakit, embracing, a son kings. He was the son of the Shunammite. Furthermore there were 2 embracings, one by his mother, one by Elishas. Is written, he placed his mouth on his mouth. I have discovered in the book of King Solomon he inscribed on him in words the engraved name of 72 names. For the letters of the alphabet that his father had originally inscribed on him flew away from him when he died. Now that Elisha embraced him, he inscribed on him all those letters of the 72 names. The letters of these 72 engraved names are letters, all of which Elisha inscribed with his breath to restore him to life through the letters of the 72 names. He called him Avakuk, a name fulfilling all sides, fulfilling embracings, as explained, and fulfilling the mystery of the letters of the holy name. He was revived with words, restoring his spirit, and with letters, reviving his entire body enduringly. So he was called Habakkuk. It was he who said, Jehovah, I heard what you made heard. I am awed. I heard what happened to me, my tasting of that world, and I am frightened. He began begging for compassion for his soul, exclaiming, Jehovah, your action that you did for me, in the midst of years Aihu, may its life be Habakkuk, Aihu, like Ai of its life. Whoever is bound to those primordial years, life is bound to him. Convey it in the midst of years, convey it to that level that has no life at all. Rabbi Shimon wept and said, from what I have heard, I, too, am afraid of the blessed Holy One. Raising his hands above his head, he exclaimed, what a privilege that you saw Rav Hamnuna Sava, radiance of Torah, face to face. I was not so privileged. He fell on his face and saw him uprooting mountains, kindling lights in the palace of King Messiah. He said to him, Rabbi, in that world you will be neighbors, empowered masters in the presence of the blessed Holy One. From that day on, he called Rabbi Elazar, his son, and Rabbi Abba Peniel, face of God, as is said, for I have seen God face to face. Rabbi ear opened, the beginning of wisdom is awe of Jehovah, all who actualize it. Bereshit, in the beginning. Gain good insight. His praise endures forever, the beginning of wisdom. This verse should read, the end of wisdom is awe of Jehovah, because awe of Jehovah is really the end of wisdom. However, it enables one to enter the level of supernal wisdom, as is written, open for me gates of righteousness. This is the gate to Jehovah truly, for unless one enters this gate, one will never enter. This can be compared to an exalted king, high, concealed, and hidden away, who built gates for himself, one above the other. At the end of all the gates, he fashioned one gate with many locks, openings, palaces one above the other. He said, whoever wishes to enter my presence, this gate will be first. Whoever enters, will enter through this gate. Similarly, the first gate to supernal wisdom is awe of Jehovah. This is Reshit, beginning bet, two joined together as one. These are 2 points, one hidden and concealed, one existing overtly. Since they are inseparable, they are called Reshit, beginning one, not two. Whoever attains one attains the other. All is one, for he and his name are one, as is written, they will know that you. Why is it called awe of Jehovah? Jehovah alone are your name. Because it is the tree of good and evil. If a person is deserving, it is good; if not, evil. So awe abides at this site, gateway to all goodness of the world. Good insight, 2 gates as one. Rabbi Yos said, good insight is the tree of life, good insight with no evil at all. Since no evil abides there, it is good insight without evil. All who actualize it, David's loyal acts of love, supporters of Torah. Those supporting Torah, as it were, actualize. All those studying Torah attain no actualization while they study, while those supporting them do. Through this power, his praise endures forever, and the throne stands fittingly firm. Rabbi Shimon was sitting engaged in Torah on the night when the bride is joined with her husband. For we have learned all those companions initiated into the bridal palace need on that night when the bride is destined the next day to be under the canopy with her husband, to be with her all night, delighting with her in her adornments in which she is arrayed, engaging in Torah, from Torah to prophets, from prophets to writings, midrashic renderings of verses and mysteries of wisdom. These are her adornments and finery. She enters, escorted by her maidens, standing above their heads. Adorned by them, she rejoices with them the whole night. The next day she enters the canopy only with them, and they are called members of the canopy. As soon as she enters the canopy, the blessed Holy One inquires about them, blesses them, and crowns them with bridal crowns. Happy is their share. Rabbi Shimon and all the companions were singing the song of Torah, innovating words of Torah, each one of them. Rabbi Shimon and all the other companions rejoiced. Rabbi Shimon said, "My children, happy is your share, for tomorrow the bride will enter the canopy only with you. For all those arranging her adornments tonight, rejoicing with her, will be recorded and inscribed in the book of memory. The blessed Holy One blesses them with 70 blessings and crowns of the supernal world." Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, "Heaven declares the glory of God. We have already established this verse, but at this time, when the bride is aroused to enter the canopy the next day, she is arrayed and illumined with her adornments, together with the companions rejoicing with her that whole night, while she rejoices with them. The following day, countless troops, soldiers, and camps assemble with her, and she waits together with all of them for each and every one who adorned her this night. As soon as they join together, and she sees her husband, what is written, heaven declares the glory of God. Heaven, the groom entering the canopy. Mesoperim, declares sparkles with the radiance of sapphire, sparkling and radiating from one end of the universe to the other. The glory of God, glory of the bride, who is called God, as is written, God rages every day of the year, she is called God, but now that she has entered the canopy, she is called glory as well as God, glory upon glory, radiance upon radiance, dominion upon dominion. Then, at the moment when heaven enters the canopy, coming to illumine her, all those companions who adorned her are designated there by name. As is written, the sky proclaims the work of his hands, the work of his hands, masters of the covenant with the bride, her partners. Those masters of the covenant are called the work of his hands. As is said, the work of our hands, establish it, this is the covenant sealed in a man's flesh. Rav Hamnuna Sava said as follows: do not let your mouth induce your flesh to sin. One should not let his mouth reach evil fantasies, causing that holy flesh in which the holy covenant is sealed to sin. If he does, he is dragged into hell. The one appointed over hell is named Duma, who is escorted by many myriads of angels of destruction. He stands at the door of hell, but he is not permitted to approach any of those who guarded the holy covenant in this world. King David, when that incident befell him, was frightened. That moment, Duma rose in the presence of the blessed Holy One and said to him, Master of the universe, it is written in the Torah, a man who commits adultery with a man's wife, and to your neighbor's wife David, who ruined the covenant by lewdness, what shall be done to him? The blessed Holy One said to him, David is innocent, and the holy covenant stands arrayed, for it is revealed before me that Bathsheba was destined for him since the day the world was created. He replied, even if it is revealed before you, before him it was not. He said, further, what happened with permission, for of all those entering battle, no one would enter until he legally divorced his wife. He replied, if so, he should have waited 3 months, and he didn't. He said, concerning which case was that rule established where we fear she might be pregnant. But it is revealed before me that Uriah never approached her, for look, my name is sealed within him, as evidence it is spelled both Uriah and Uriahu. My name is sealed in him, proving he never cohabited with her. He replied, Master of the universe, as I already said, even if before you it is revealed that Uriah did not lie with her, was it revealed to him he should have waited 3 months for her. Furthermore, if he knew that he never lay with her, why did David send for him and order him to have intercourse with his wife, as is written, go down to your house and bathe your feet? Samuel, he said, he certainly did not know. But he waited longer than 3 months actually, for so have we learned. On the 25th of Nisan David issued a proclamation throughout Israel, and by the 7th of Sivan, they had assembled under Job. Then they set out and destroyed the land of the children of Ammon. They lingered there for Sivan, Tammuz, Av, and Elul, and on the 24th of Elul happened what happened with Bathsheba. On Yom Kippur the Blessed Holy One forgave him that sin. Some say he issued the proclamation on the 7th of Adar. They assembled on the 15th of Iyar. On the 15th of Elul happened what happened with Bathsheba, and on Yom Kippur he was assured, Jehovah has removed your sin, you will not die. Samuel. What does you will not die mean? You will not die at the hand of Duma. Duma replied, Master of the universe, I still have one thing against him. He opened his mouth and said, as Jehovah lives, the man who did this deserves to die. He condemned himself. I claim him, he said. You are not entitled. He confessed to me, saying, I have sinned against Jehovah, even though he did not sin, but as for his sin against Uriah, I sentenced him to punishment, which he received. Immediately Duma returned in despair to his sight. Concerning this, David said, unless Jehovah had been my help, my soul would soon have dwelt with Duma. Unless Jehovah had been my help, my guardian, my soul would soon have dwelt. What does would soon have mean? By a thread as fine as a filament of hair, separating me from the other side. By that measure my soul did not dwell with Duma. So a person should be on guard not to speak as David did, since one will not be able to plead with Duma that it was an error, as happened with David, when the Blessed Holy One defeated him legally. Why should God be angry at your voice, at the voice in which one speaks, and destroy the work of your hands? Holy flesh, holy covenant that he damages, and he is dragged into hell by Duma. So the sky proclaims the work of his hands. The companions who join this bride, masters of her covenant, her partners, proclaims inscribing every single one. Who is the sky? The sky embracing sun, moon, stars, and constellations, the book of memory. He proclaims and inscribes them, recording them as initiates of the palace, constantly fulfilling their desires. Day to day pours forth speech, holy day of those supernal days of the king. They praise the companions and repeat the word each one told his companion. Day to day expresses that speech and praises it. Night to night every rung ruling the night extols to one another each companion's knowledge, ecstatically becoming their companions and lovers. There is no speech, there are no words, any other, mundane words, not heard in the presence of the Holy King, nor does he wish to hear them. But as for these words, their line extends throughout the earth. These words extend a cord, measuring above and below. From some of them skies are made, from others, earth, through that praise. Do not suppose that those words stay in one place, they roam the world. Their words extend to the end of the world, once transformed into skies. Who dwells in them? The verse goes on to say, in them he set a tent for the sun, that sacred sun abides in them, is crowned by them. Dwelling in those skies, crowned in them, he is like a groom coming forth from his chamber, running joyously through those skies. Emerging from them, he enters and runs through a certain other tower at another site. His going forth is at one end of the heaven, indeed he emerges from the upper world, the end of heaven above. And his circuit, who is his circuit? The end of heaven below, who is the circuit of the year, encircling all endings, linking heaven with this sky. Nothing is hidden from his heat, from the heat of this circuit and the circuit of the sun, encircling all sides. Nothing is hidden, not one of the supernal rungs is concealed from him, for they all come encircling him, not one of them hides from him, from his heat, when he arouses himself, desiring them totally. All this praise and exaltation stems from Torah, as is written, the Torah of to the Torah of Bara Yehovah is pure. 6 times Yehovah is written here, and there are 6 verses from heaven declares is pure. Concerning this mystery, it God created the is written Bereshit, in the beginning. Look, 6 letters. Elohim it ha-shem ve it ha-ares. Heavens and the earth. Look, 6 more words, corresponding to the 6 times Yehovah appears. 6 verses for 6 letters here, 6 names for 6 words here. While they were sitting, Rabbi Elazar, his son, and Rabbi Abba entered. He said to them, "The face of Shekinah has indeed arrived, that is why I called you Peniel, face of God, for you have seen the face of Shekinah face to face. Now that you know, and he has revealed to you." The verse Benaiah son of Jehoiada, it is certainly a word of the Holy Ancient One, and the following verse as well. The concealed one of all spoke it, and this verse appears similarly elsewhere. He opened, saying, "He slew the Egyptian, a man of measure, 5 cubits high." Chronicles all one mystery. What does the Egyptian mean? That well-known one, very great in the land of Egypt, grand and splendid, as revealed by that old man. This verse was discussed in the Academy on high. A man of measure. All is one. A man of good appearance Samuel. Why measure? All is one, for it is the Sabbath and her range, as is written, you are to measure outside the city, and similarly you are not to commit corruption, injustice in measure. So he is a man of measure, really a man of measure, his length extending from one end of the universe to the other, as with Adam. Now if you say, look at what is written 5 cubits high, those 5 cubits extended from one end of the universe to the other. In the Egyptian's hand was a spear, as he said. Like a weaver's beam. Chronicles, the staff of God in his hand, engraved with the graven, explicit name, with the radiance of permutations of letters engraved by Bezalel, called weaver, together with his academy, as is written, the engraver, the designer, the embroiderer. That staff was radiating the engraved name in every direction with radiance of the wise who engraved the explicit name in 42 colors. From here on, the verse accords with what he said. Happy is his share. Sit, dear ones, sit, let us renew the adornment of the bride tonight. For everyone joining her on this night will be protected, above and below, that entire year, and will live through the year in peace. Of them is written, the angel of Jehovah encamps around those in awe of him and delivers them. Taste and see that Jehovah is good. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, in the beginning God created. This verse calls for contemplation, for anyone claiming that there is another God is extirpated from worlds, as is said, thus shall you say to them, the gods who did not make heaven and earth shall perish from earth and from under these heavens, for there is no God other than the blessed Holy One alone. Now this verse is in Aramaic, except for the word ending the verse. If you suppose that this is because holy angels do not attend to Aramaic nor recognize it, then this word should have been spoken in the holy tongue, so that holy angels will listen and be obliged to acknowledge it. But indeed, precisely because of this it is written in Aramaic, for since holy angels do not attend to it, they will not become jealous of a human and harm him. For those holy angels are included in this verse, since they are called Elohim, gods. They are included in the category of gods, though they did not make heaven and earth. Arka, and earth. The verse should read Vea, but Arka is one of those 7 earths below, site of descendants of Cain. After he was banished from the face of the earth, he descended there, generating offspring. He blundered there, knowing nothing. It is a dual earth, dualized by darkness and light. 2 officials rule there, one ruling darkness, the other light, inciting one another. When Cain descended there, they joined together, were completed as one, entirely befitting the offspring of Cain. So they have 2 heads like 2 snakes, but the one of light rules, prevailing, defeating the other. So those of darkness merged in those of light, and they became one. Those 2 officials are Aphraira and Castimon, who resemble 6-winged holy angels. One resembles an ox, the other an eagle, but when they join they are transformed into the image of a human being. In darkness they turn into the image of a 2-headed serpent, moving like a serpent, then swooping into the abyss, bathing in the vast ocean. Reaching the chains of Uzzah and Azael, they agitate and arouse them. These then leap into the dark mountains, thinking the Blessed Holy One is about to call them to judgment. Those two officials swim the vast ocean and fly through the night to Naama, mother of demons, after whom the primordial deities strayed. They intend to approach her, but she leaps, parazings, transmogrifying herself into countless figures confronting human beings, so that they stray after her. These two officials fly and roam throughout the world, then return to their abode, arousing those descendants of Cain to generate offspring by the spirit of evil impulses. The heavens ruling there do not resemble these, nor does the earth bear seed and harvest through their power as does this, and they only cycle once in many years of seasons. These gods who did not make heaven and earth shall perish from the higher earth of the world, so that they will not rule over it nor roam through it, causing humans to defile themselves through a nocturnal mishap. So, they shall perish from the earth and from under the heavens fashioned by the name Ele, these, as explained. That is why this verse is written in Aramaic, so that the celestial angels will not think it is being said about them and denounce us. So the mystery of Ele accords with what has been said. It constitutes a sacred word, not to be exchanged for Aramaic. Rabbi Elazar said to him, "This verse that is written, who would not be in awe of you, O King of the nations, for it befits you. What kind of praise is that?" He replied, "Elazar, my son, this verse has been discussed in various places, but it is certainly not so, for it is written, since among all the wise of the nations and among all their kingdoms there is none like you, providing a pretext for sinners who think that the Blessed Holy One does not know their thoughts and fantasies. So their stupidity must be exposed. Once a Gentile philosopher came to me and said, "You claim that your God rules all the heights of heaven, that all the hosts and camps cannot grasp or know his sight. Well, this verse does not exalt him very well, since among all the wise of the nations and among all their kingdoms there is none like you. What kind of comparison is this to human beings who do not endure? Furthermore, you say, never again did there arise in Israel a prophet like Moses. In Israel none arose, but among the nations of the world one did. Similarly I can say, among all the wise of nations there is none like him, but among the wise of Israel there is. If so, a God who has an equal among the wise of Israel is not a God who reigns supreme. Look closely at the verse, and you will find I have been fittingly precise." I replied, "You have certainly spoken well. Who revives the dead? The Blessed Holy One alone. Along came Elijah and Elisha, and they revived the dead. Who makes the rain fall? The Blessed Holy One alone. Along came Elijah and withheld it and then brought it down through his prayer. Who created heaven and earth? The Blessed Holy One alone. Abraham came, and they were firmly established because of him. Who controls the sun? The Blessed Holy One. Joshua came and calmed it down, commanding it to stand in place, and it stood still, as is written, the sun stood still, and the moon halted Joshua. The Blessed Holy One issues decrees. Similarly Moses issued decrees, which were fulfilled. Further, the Blessed Holy One issues decrees, and the righteous of Israel abolish them, as is written, the righteous one rules the awe of God. Samuel. Further, he commanded them to walk in his ways, literally, imitating him consummately. That philosopher went and converted in the village of Shalaim. They called him Yos the Small. He studied Torah intensively and is considered one of the righteous sages of that place. Now we should contemplate the verse. Isn't it already written, all the nations are as nothing before him? What amplification appears here? But, who would not be in awe of you, O King of the nations? Is he then King of the nations and not King of Israel? The Blessed Holy One always desires to be glorified through Israel and is named for Israel alone, as is written, God of Israel, God of the Hebrews, and similarly thus says Jehovah, King of Israel, King of Israel. Indeed the nations of the world said, we have another patron in heaven, since your King rules only over you, not over us. So the verse comes and says, who would not be in awe of you, O King of the nations, supreme King, ruling them, punishing them, implementing his will upon them. For it befits you to be in awe of you, above and below. Since among all the wise of the nations the mighty rulers appointed over them. And among all their kingdoms in that kingdom on high, for there are 4 kingdoms reigning above, reigning by his will over all other nations, nevertheless, none of them does even the slightest thing unless he commands them, as is written, he does as he wishes with the host of heaven and with the inhabitants of earth. Daniel, the wise of the nations, princes appointed on high, whose wisdom issues from his mouth. And among all their kingdoms the reigning kingdom, as explained. This is the simple meaning of the verse. But among all the wise of the nations and among all their kingdoms in the books of the ancients I have found as follows: although those camps and hosts have been empowered over affairs of the world, and he has commanded each and every one to enact his action, me I in Kamoka, who is I in like you, who else is the holy concealed one? It is not his will that any of them act like you. For you are distinguished in esteem, distinguished from all of them in action and speech. This is me I in Kamoka, Jehovah, who is I in like you, Jehovah, who is the holy concealed one, that would act or be like you, above or below, that would resemble you at all. The act of the Holy King is heaven and earth, but they are chaos, and what they desire is worthless. Of the blessed Holy One is written, in the beginning God created of their kingdoms, it is written the earth was chaos and void. Rabbi Shimon said to the companions, members of this wedding party, let each one of you adorn the bride with one adornment. He said to Rabbi Elazar, his son, Elazar, give one present to the bride, for tomorrow when he enters the canopy he will gaze upon those songs of praise bestowed upon her by initiates of the palace, to stand in his presence. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, who is this that ascends from the wilderness? Who is this sum of 2 sanctities, 2 worlds in one bond, one nexus? Ascends, literally, to become the Holy of Holies, for the Holy of Holies is who and is joined with this, so that she ascends, becoming the Holy of Holies. From the wilderness, for in the desert she inherited the role of bride, entering the canopy. Further, from the midbar, wilderness, she ascends, as is said, you midberik, and your speech is lovely by that midbar, speech by the whispering of lips she ascends. We have learned what is the meaning of the verse. These mighty gods, these are the gods who smote the Egyptians with every kind of plague. Ba midbar. In the wilderness, Samuel, was it in the wilderness that the blessed Holy One did everything to them? It was in inhabited land rather. Ba midbar means bidibra, by speech, as is said, you midberik, harim. And your speech is lovely. Similarly, me midbar, ha midbar. From wilderness mountains, from speech he raised. By that. So, too, she ascends from ha midbar, indeed from word of the mouth, she ascends, nestling between the mother's wings. Afterward through speech she descends, hovering over the heads of the holy people. How does she ascend? By speech first. Upon rising in the morning, one should bless his Lord, the moment he opens his eyes. How can he bless? This is what the ancient Hasidim used to do. In front of them was a receptacle of water, and when they awoke at night they would wash their hands, rise, and study Torah and offer a blessing over the crowing of the rooster. For the moment that the rooster crows is precisely midnight, when the blessed Holy One appears with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. It is forbidden to bless with impure, filthy hands, and similarly at all times. For when a person is sleeping, his spirit flies away from him, and as his spirit flies off, an impure spirit is ready to settle on his hands, defiling them. So it is forbidden to offer a blessing with them without first washing. Now if you ask, if so, then during the daytime when one has not been sleeping, and his spirit has not flown away and no impure spirit rests upon him, Why is one who enters the bathroom forbidden to bless or read Torah even a single word until after washing his hands? If you say the reason is that his hands are dirty, not so, how have they become dirty? The answer is, woe to the inhabitants of the world who fail to consider, who are unaware of the glory of their Lord, who do not realize the foundation of the world's existence. There is one spirit in every bathroom of the world, dwelling there, reveling in that dirt and filth, and it settles immediately on the fingers of one's hands. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, whoever rejoices on the festivals without giving the blessed Holy One his share, that stingy one, evil-eyed Satan, archenemy, appears and accuses him, removes him from the world. How much compounded suffering he brings upon him! The share of the blessed Holy One consists in gladdening the poor as best as one can. For on these days the blessed Holy One comes to see those broken vessels of his. Entering their company and seeing they have nothing to celebrate, he weeps over them and then ascends to destroy the world. Many members of the academy come before him and plead, Master of the universe, you are called compassionate and gracious. May your compassion be aroused for your children. He answers them, don't the inhabitants of the world realize that I based the world solely on love? As is written, I said, the world shall be built on love, by this the world endures. The angels on high declare before him, Master of the universe, look at so-and-so who is eating and drinking his fill. He could be generous with the poor, but he gives them nothing. The accuser comes, claims permission, and sets out in pursuit of that human being. Who in the world was greater than Abraham, who acted kindly to all creatures? What is written concerning the day that he prepared a feast? The child grew and was weaned, and Abraham held a great feast. On the day that Isaac was weaned he made a feast, inviting all the dignitaries of his generation. We have learned whenever there is a joyous meal, the accuser comes to observe. If the host has first provided for the poor or invited them into his home, then the accuser departs from the house without entering. If not, he enters and witnesses the chaos of revelry, without any poor, without prior generosity toward the poor. Then he ascends, accusing the host. As Abraham welcomed the dignitaries, the accuser descended and stood at the door, disguised as a poor man. No one paid him any attention. Abraham was waiting on those kings and princes. Sarah was suckling all their babies because they did not believe that she had given birth. They said, it is a foundling from off the streets. So when they brought along their babies, Sarah took them and suckled them in front of everyone, as is written, who would have said it to Abraham, Sarah will suckle children, literally. Meanwhile the accuser was still at the door. She said, God has made a laughing stock of me. At once, the accuser rose to face the blessed Holy One. He exclaimed, Master of the universe, you called Abraham my beloved. He held a feast and gave me nothing, and nothing to the poor. To you, he didn't offer even a single dove. Furthermore, Sarah said that you made fun of her. The blessed Holy One replied, who in the world is like Abraham? But he held his ground until he ruined all that joy. And the blessed Holy One commanded that Isaac be offered as a sacrifice, and it was decreed that Sarah die in anguish over her son's ordeal. All that suffering came about because he gave nothing to the poor. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, what is the meaning of the verse? Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to Jehovah, command. See how potent is the power of Torah, how supreme above all, for whoever engages in Torah has no fear of those above and those below, nor of any grave sickness in the world, since he grasps the tree of life and learns from it every day. For Torah teaches a person to follow the true path, advises him how to return to his Lord, nullifying that decree. Even if it has been ordained that the decree not be nullified, it is annulled immediately and removed from him, looming over him no longer in this world. So one should engage in Torah day and night, never departing from her, as is written, meditate on it day and night. Joshua, if one departs from Torah or separates from her, it is like separating oneself from the tree of life. This advice: when one climbs into bed at night, he should accept upon himself wholeheartedly the kingdom on high, and in advance deliver to him the pledge of his soul. At once he is protected from any grave illness or maleficent spirit, which are powerless against him. In the morning, upon rising from bed, one should bless his Lord, enter his house, bow down in great awe before his sanctuary, and then offer his prayer. He should seek advice from those holy patriarchs, as is written: as for me, through your abundant love, I will enter your house, I will bow down at your holy sanctuary in awe of you. So they have established a person should not enter the synagogue without first consulting Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for they innovated prayer to the blessed Holy One, as is written: as for me, through your abundant love, I will enter your house. Abraham, I will bow down at your holy sanctuary. Isaac, in awe of you. Jacob. One should embrace them first, then enter the synagogue and offer one's prayer. So it is written: he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I will be glorified. Rabbi Penas used to frequent Rabbi Reumai by the shore of Lake Geasa. He was distinguished, advanced in years, and his eyes had transcended seeing. He said to Rabbi Penas, truly I have heard that our companion Yoari has a pearl, a precious stone. I gazed at the light of that pearl, issuing like the radiance of the sun from its sheath, illuminating the entire world. That light extends from heaven to earth, illumining the entire world until the Ancient of Days comes and sits fittingly upon the throne. That light is contained totally in your house, and from the light contained in your house emanates a fine, thread-like ray, radiating, illumining the entire world. Happy is your share. Go, my son, go out after that pearl illuminating the world, for the time is ripe. He left him and was about to board a boat along with 2 other men, when he saw 2 birds come flying over the lake. He shouted to them, birds, birds, flying over the lake, have you seen the sight of the son of Yoari? He paused a while, and then said, birds, birds, go and bring me a reply. They flew off. They embarked, setting off across the lake. Before he had disembarked, those birds returned, and in the mouth of one of them was a note on which was written: the son of Yoari has emerged from the cave along with his son Rabbi Elazar. He went to him and found him transfigured, his body full of moldy sores. He wept together with him and said, alas, that I see you so. He replied, happy is my share that you see me so, for had you not seen me so, I would not be so. Rabbi Shimon opened with the commandments of Torah, saying, the commandments of Torah given by the blessed Holy One to Israel are all written in Torah in general terms. In the beginning God created. This is the first commandment of all, called Orav. Yehovah. Which is called beginning, as is Yehovah. Written: the beginning of wisdom is Orav. Orav is the beginning of knowledge, for this entity is named beginning. It is the gate through which one enters faith. The entire world is based upon this commandment. All branches in 3 directions, 2 of which are not fittingly rooted, one of which is essence of all. There is the person who fears the blessed Holy One so that his children may live and not die, or who fears physical or material punishment. Because of this he fears him constantly, but his awe is not focused on the blessed Holy One. Then there is the person who fears the blessed Holy One because he is afraid of the punishment of the other world and the punishment of hell. Neither of these is the essential root of awe. The essence of awe is that a person be in awe of his Lord because he is immense and sovereign essence and root of all worlds, before whom everything is considered as nothing. As is said, all the inhabitants of the earth are considered as nothing. Daniel 1 should direct his desire to the sight called awe. Rabbi Shimon wept and exclaimed, woe is me if I speak, woe is me if I do not speak. If I speak, the wicked will know how to serve their Lord. If I do not speak, the companions will be deprived of this word. At the site where holy awe dwells, below is evil awe, beating, striking, accusing. It is a lash to whip the wicked. Whoever fears the punishment of flogging and accusation, as mentioned that or called or of Jehovah, leading to life does not hover over him. Who then hovers over him evil or? So that lash deploys above him evil or, not or of Jehovah. So the sight called or of Jehovah is called beginning, and therefore this commandment is included here. This is the root and foundation of all the other commandments in Torah. Whoever adheres to all one who does not keep the commandments of Torah, for this is the gate to all. So it is written Bereshit, because of beginning, which is or, God created heaven and earth. Whoever violates this violates the commandments of Torah, and his punishment is the evil lash. This is the earth was chaos and void, with darkness over the face of the abyss, and the wind of God. These are 4 types of punishment by which the wicked are punished. Chaos is strangulation, as is written a line of chaos, a measuring rope Zeshari void is stoning, stones sunk in the immense abyss for punishing the wicked. Darkness is burning, as is written when you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, and the mountain was ablaze with fire to the heart of heaven. Darkness, this is the fierce fire licking the heads of the wicked to consume them. And the wind is death by sword, a stormy wind Ezekiel, a sharp sword flashing in it, as is said the flaming, ever-turning sword, called wind. Such is the punishment awaiting one who violates the commandments of Torah. It is written after or, beginning, sum of all. Then follow the other commandments of Torah. The second commandment, one to which the commandment of or is linked, never departing. This is love, loving one's Lord consummately. What is consummate love? Abounding love, as is written, walk in my presence and be wholehearted, consummate in love. This is what is written, God said, let there be light, consummate love, called abounding love. Here is the commandment to love one's Lord fittingly. Rabbi Elazar said, Father, I have heard something about consummation of love. He replied, Speak, my son, in the presence of Rabbi Pinhas, for he stands on this rung. Rabbi Elazar said, abounding love is consummate love, consummate in 2 aspects. Unless embracing both, it is not a consummate fittingly. So we have learned love of the Blessed Holy One branches in 2 directions. There is the person who loves him because he has wealth, longevity, children surrounding him, he dominates his enemies, his paths are paved. Because of this he loves him. If things were overturned, the Blessed Holy One turning the wheel of strict judgment against him, then he would hate him, not love him at all. So this love is not rooted. The love called consummate abides both aspects, whether judgment or favor. The ripening of the way is to love one's Lord as we have learned, even if he plucks your soul. Such love is consummate, embracing both aspects. So the light of the act of creation radiated and was then hidden away. When it was hidden, severe judgment flashed, and 2 aspects merged, consummating love fittingly. Rabbi Shimon, his father, took hold of him and kissed him. Rabbi Pinhas came and kissed him, then blessed him, saying, The Blessed Holy One certainly sent me here. This is the fine ray of light I was told is contained in my house, about to illumine the entire world. Rabbi Elazar said, or should certainly not be forgotten in any of the commandments and should cleave especially to this commandment. How does it cleave? In 1 aspect, love is gracious as explained, bestowing wealth, goodness, long life, children, and sustenance. So one should arouse awe, fearing the sway of sin. Therefore it is written, happy is one who always fears, for awe is embraced by love. Similarly, on the other side of severe judgment one should arouse awe. When one sees severe judgment befalling him, he should then arouse awe and fear his Lord fittingly, not hardening his heart. So it is written, but one who hardens his heart falls into evil, into that other side called evil. So or is linked to both aspects, embraced by them. This is fittingly consummate love. The third commandment, to realize that God exists vast and controlling the world, and to unify Him fittingly each day in those 6 supernal directions, unifying them through the 6 words of Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel, directing one's desire above along with them. So one should prolong Ehad, 1, to the length of 6 words, as is written, let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place, let the rungs beneath heaven be gathered together to unite with it, to be fittingly complete in 6 directions. Yet, with that unity one should bind or, prolonging the delay of Ehad, 1, since the delay of Ehad is large, as is written, let the dry land appear, let delay, who is dry land, appear and be bound in that union. After she is bound there above, one should bind her below with her forces, in 6 other directions below. Barak Shem Kevod Mak Hutola Olam Va'ed. Blessed be the name of His glorious kingdom forever and ever. Comprising 6 other words of unification. Then, what was dry land is transformed into earth, generating fruit, verdure, planting trees. This corresponds to what is written, God called the dry land earth through that unification below. Earth, fittingly consummates Ra'eva, desire. So, it was good, twice, one for the unification above, one for the unification below. Once it was unified in both aspects, from then on let the earth sprout vegetation arrayed to generate fruit and verdure fittingly. The fourth commandment, to realize that Yehovah is Har Elohim, God, as is said, know today and take to heart that Yehovah is Har Elohim, God, to include the name Elohim in the name Yehovah, realizing they are one, indivisible. This is the mystery written, let there be Meorot, lights, in the expanse of heaven to shine upon earth, that the 2 names be one, with absolutely no division, that Meorot, lights, spelled deficiently, merge in the name of heaven one together and indivisible, black light with white light, indivisible, and all is one. This is the white cloud of day and the cloud of fire in the night, as they have said, quality of day and quality of night to be arrayed by each other to shine, as is said, to shine upon earth. This is the sin of the primordial serpent, he joined below and it separated above. So he caused what he caused to the world. For one should separate below and join above. The black light should be united above in a single bond, then united with her forces of unification and separated from the evil side. Nevertheless, one should realize that Elohim Yehovah is entirely one, indivisible. Yehovah is Har Elohim. Once one realizes all is one and does not impose division, even that other side will disappear from the world, not be drawn below. This is the mystery written, let them be Meorot, lights, the shell rises in the wake of the kernel. The kernel is or, light, the other side, Mavit, death. Or in letters joined together, Mavit in separation. When this or disappears from there, the letters of separation join together. From these letters Eve began, bringing evil upon the world, as is written, Vatir Harish Shah, the woman saw, reversing the letters. Mem, Vov were left, they went and took the letter Tav along with them, inflicting death upon the world, as is written, Vatir, she saw. Rabbi Elazar said, Father, I have learned that Mem was left alone. Vov, who is always life, was transformed, then went and took Tav, as is written, Vatika Vatitan, she took and she gave, this word was completed, the letters joined. He said to him, Blessed are you, my son, we have established this word. The fifth commandment. It is written, let the waters swarm with a swarm of living souls. This verse contains 3 commandments: to study Torah, to be fruitful and multiply, and to circumcise on the 8th day, removing the foreskin. To study and contemplate Torah, expanding her every day, not letting her be forgotten, as is written, let the waters swarm Torah. One should engage in her every day, enhancing one's soul and spirit. For when a person studies Torah, he is adorned with another holy soul, as is written, with a swarm of nefesh ayah ha-nefesh, soul, of that holy ayah, living being. For when a person does not study Torah, he has no holy soul, supernal holiness does not rest upon him. When he is engaged with Torah, through his murmuring he attains that living soul, becoming like the holy angels, as is written, bless Yehovah, O his angels, those engaged in Torah, called his angels on earth. This is what is written, and let birds fly above the earth, referring to this world. Regarding that world, we have learned that the blessed Holy One intends to provide them with wings like eagles to roam throughout the world, as is written, they who await Yehovah shall renew their strength, they shall mount up with wings as eagles. This is what is written, let the waters swarm with a swarm of living souls, and let birds fly above the earth. Torah, called water, let it swarm and generate the movement of a living soul, drawing her down from the sight of the living being, as explained. Concerning this David declared, create in me a pure heart, O God, to study Torah, and then, renew in me a steadfast spirit. The sixth commandment, to be fruitful and multiply. For whoever engages in this causes that river to flow constantly, its waters never ceasing, and the sea is filled from every direction. New souls are innovated, emerging from that tree, while above, numerous powers increase along with them, as is written, let the waters swarm with a swarm of living souls, and let birds fly above the earth. This is the holy sealed covenant, a river streaming forth, its waters swelling, swarming with swarms of souls for that living being. With those souls entering that living being, emerge many birds, flying, soaring throughout the world. As a soul emerges into this world, the bird flying forth with this soul from that tree emerges with her. How many emerge with each and every soul too, one on the right and one on the left? If one is virtuous, they protect him, as is written, for he will order his angels to guard you in all your ways. If not, they accuse him. Rabbi Penas said, there are three who serve as the guardians of a human being, as is written, if he has an angel over him, an advocate, one among 1,000, to vouch for his uprightness. Job, if he has an angel over him, here is one. An advocate two. To vouch for his uprightness, here is 3. Rabbi Shimon said, 5. Since it is written further, then he is gracious to him, and he says, deliver him from descending to the pit, I have found a ransom, then he is gracious to him. 1. And he says 2. He replied, not so, rather, then he is gracious to him, the blessed Holy One alone, for no one but he has the authority. He said to him, you have spoken well, whoever avoids engendering new life diminishes, as it were, the image comprising all images, causing the waters of that river to flow no more, damaging the holy covenant on all sides. Concerning him it is written, they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people who rebelled against me. Indeed, this is for the body. As for his soul, it does not pass through the curtain at all, it is banished from that world. The seventh commandment, to circumcise on the 8th day, removing the filth of the foreskin. For the living being is the 8th of all rungs, and the soul that has flown from her should appear before her on the 8th day, since she is the 8th rung. Then it is clearly seen that she is nefesh ayah, a soul of that holy living being, not from the other side. This is let the waters swarm in the book of Enoch, let the water of the holy seed be inscribed with the mark of nefesh ayah, a soul of the living being. This is the mark of the letter Yod, inscribed in the holy flesh in preference to all other marks of the world. Let birds fly above the earth. This is Elijah, who sweeps through the entire world in 4 glides to be present at that holy circumcision. One must prepare a chair for him and declare, this is the chair of Elijah. If not, he does not abide there. God created the great sea monsters, 2 foreskin and uncovering, cutting the foreskin and afterward uncovering. They are male and female. and every soul of the living being that moves inscription of the sign of the Holy Covenant, indicating that she is a soul of the holy living being, as we have said. Which the waters brought forth in swarms, the upper waters were drawn toward this inscribed sign. Consequently Israel is inscribed with the holy, pure mark below. Just as they are inscribed to distinguish between the holy side and the other side, of impurity, so Israel is inscribed to distinguish between holiness and other nations, deriving from the other, impure side, as explained. As he marks them, so he marks off their animals and birds from the animals and birds of other nations. Happy is their share. The eighth commandment, to love the convert coming to circumcise himself, to enter beneath the wings of Shekinah. Under her wings she brings those separating themselves from the impure other side, and approaching her, as is written, let the earth bring forth nephesh. Ayah. Souls of the living being, according to their kind. Now if you say that the soul of the living being contained in Israel is designated for everyone, the verse continues, according to their kind. How many rooms and parlors, one within the other, are located in this earth, the living being? Beneath her wings, her right wing includes 2 parlors, branching from it for 2 other nations closely related to Israel, to bring them into these parlors. Beneath her left wing are 2 other parlors, branching off for 2 other nations, namely, Ammon and Moab. All of them are called souls of the living being. Countless other concealed rooms and palaces abide in each wing, from which spirits emerge, to be distributed to all converting converts. They are called souls of the living being, but according to their kind. They all enter beneath the wings of Shekinah, no further. But as for Israel, their soul emerges from the trunk of that tree, whence souls fly into earth, into her womb, deep within. The secret is, you shall be an earth of delight. Malachi. So Israel is a precious son, for whom her innards yearn, and they are called born from the womb, not from the wings, outside. Furthermore, converts have no share in the celestial tree, certainly not its trunk, rather, their share is in the wings, no higher. A convert is beneath the wings of Shekinah, no higher. They are converts of righteousness, for there they dwell, uniting, not within, as explained. So, let the earth bring forth souls of the living being, according to their kind. Which kind? Cattle, crawling things, and living creatures of the earth, according to their kind, all of them draw a soul from that living being, but each according to its kind, fittingly. The 9th commandment, to be generous to the poor and provide them with food, for it is written, let us make a human being in our image, according to our likeness. Let us make a human being jointly, including male and female, in our image. The wealthy, according to our likeness. Mystery of the poor. For the wealthy derive from the side of the male, the poor from the side of the female. Just as they constitute a single partnership, one caring for the other, providing for the other, and rendering goodness, so should human beings below be rich and poor in a single bond, one providing for the other and rendering goodness. They shall have dominion over the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, the animals, the whole earth, and all crawling things that crawl on earth. This secret we have seen in the book of King Solomon. If one cares for the poor wholeheartedly, his image never mutates from that of Adam, and since the image of Adam is impressed on him, he controls all creatures of the world, as is written, fear and dread of you shall be upon all the beasts of the earth and upon all the birds of the sky, everything with which the earth teems, and all the fish of the sea. Into your hand they are given, all of them fear and tremble from that image impressed on him. Because of all the commandments, this is the finest for attaining the image of one's Lord. How do we know from Nebuchadnezzar? Even though he dreamed that dream, as long as he was generous to the poor, his dream did not befall him. As soon as he cast a stingy, evil eye, no longer acting generously to them, what is written, the word was still in the king's mouth, when a voice fell from heaven, to you it is decreed, O King Nebuchadnezzar, the kingdom has departed from you. You are being driven away from human beings, and your habitation shall be with the beasts of the field. You shall be fed grass like cattle. Daniel. Immediately his image mutated and he was banished from humankind. So, Naase, let us make a human being in our image. Here is written Ace, making, and there is written the name of the man with whom Asati, I worked. Today is Boaz. Ruth. The 10th commandment to put on tefillin, perfecting oneself in the image on high, for it is written God created the human being in his image. He opened, saying, your head upon you is like Carmel. We have established this verse and it has been discussed, but your head upon you is like Carmel, the head on high, tefillin of the head, name of the Holy King on high. Yehovah, inscribed in letters. Each and every letter one portion, the holy name engraved fittingly, in the order of the letters. We have learned all the peoples of the earth shall see that the name of Yehovah is proclaimed upon you, and they shall be in awe of you. The tefillin of the head, the holy name in the order of its letters. The first portion is hallowed to me. Every firstborn Yod, holiness, firstborn of all the holy above. Breacher of every womb by that narrow path descending from the Yod, opening the womb to generate fruit and verdure fittingly. That is holiness above. The second portion is so when Yehovah brings you to the land the palace, whose womb was opened by Yod through 50 openings, parlors, and concealed rooms of Binah. That opening made by Yod in the palace is intended to trumpet the sound issuing from the shofar, for this shofar was stopped up on every side, and Yod came and opened it, bringing forth its sound. As soon as he opened it, he blew it, bringing forth a sound to bring forth slaves to freedom. Through the sounding of this shofar Israel went forth from Egypt, as destined once again at the end of days. Every deliverance issues from this shofar. So the from Egypt is included in this portion, for it emerged from this shofar through the power of Yod, who opened her womb, bringing forth its sound for the deliverance of the slaves. This is second letter of the holy name. The third portion is the mystery of unification. Here, O Israel, Yehovah is our God, Yehovah is one. This is Vov, including all, unifying all in him they unite, and he carries all. The fourth portion is if you listen, totality of two sides, with whom assembly of Israel, power below, is united. This is the final receiving them, comprised by them. Tefillin are the actual letters of the holy name. So, your head upon you is like Carmel, tefillin of the head. Dalet, the locks of your head are like purple, tefillah of the hand, who is poor compared to those above. Nevertheless, she is complete, as above. A king is held captive in the tresses, he is bound and held within those compartments, uniting with that holy name fittingly. So one adorned in them is in the image of God. Just as the holy name is united with God, so is the holy name united with him, fittingly. Male and female he created them, tefillin of the head and tefillah of the hand. All is one. The 11th commandment to tithe the tithe of the earth. Here are two commandments, one to tithe the tithe of the earth, the other the first fruits of the tree, for it is written, see, I have given you every seed-bearing plant that is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree that has seed-bearing fruit they shall be yours for food. Here is written, see, I have given, and there is written, see, I have given the Levites every tithe in Israel, and similarly every tithe of the earth, from the seed of the earth or from the fruit of the tree, belongs to Yehovah. The 12th commandment to bring the first fruits of the tree, for it is written, every tree that has seed-bearing fruit, everything designated for me, which I have forbidden you to eat, I permitted to them and gave them all tithes and first fruit of the trees. I have given you, not to the generations after you. The 13th commandment to redeem one's son, binding him to life. For there are two appointees, one of life and one of death, standing above a person. When he redeems his son, he redeems him from the hand of that one of death, who now has no power over him. The secret is God saw all that he had made in general, and behold, it was very good, and behold, it was good. Angel of life, very angel of death. So through that redemption, this one of life is sustained, that one of death weakened. Through this redemption, he acquires life for him, as explained, and that evil side leaves him, cannot seize him. The 14th commandment, to observe the Sabbath day, day of rest from all acts of creation. Here two commandments coalesce: one, observing the Sabbath day; the other, endowing that day with its holiness. To observe the Sabbath day, as I have mentioned, whose meaning I have aroused, for it is a day of rest for the worlds, on which all acts were consummated and enacted before the day was hallowed. Once the day was hallowed, the creation of spirits remained for them. No body had been created. Now, didn't the Blessed Holy One know to delay hallowing the day until bodies had been created for these spirits? The answer is the tree of knowledge of good and evil aroused that other, evil side, who verged on seizing power in the world, and countless spirits of varied species spread out to empower themselves in bodies. As soon as the Blessed Holy One saw this, he aroused a gust of wind from the tree of life, which struck another tree, arousing the other, good side, and the day was hallowed. For the creation of bodies and the arousal of spirits derive from the side of goodness on this night, not from the other side. If on this night the other side had preceded the side of goodness, the world could not have withstood them for even a moment. But the Blessed Holy One provided a remedy in advance, for the hallowing of the day skipped ahead, forestalling the other side, and the world stood firm. Whereas the other side had schemed to be constructed in the world, empowered, on this night the side of goodness was constructed and empowered. Holy bodies and spirits were constructed on this night from the side of goodness, so the conjugal interval of the wise, who know this, is from Sabbath to Sabbath. Once the other side saw that the side of holiness had done what she had intended to do, she began roaming with her countless forces and her flanks, observing all those having intercourse in the nude by the light of a lamp. All children issuing from there are epileptic, possessed by spirits of that other side, naked spirits of the wicked called demons, or possessed by Lilith who slays them. As soon as the day is hallowed and holiness rules the world, that other side diminishes itself, hiding away throughout the night and day of Sabbath. Except for Asammon and his entire band, who pass secretly over lamps, observing naked intercourse, then hide themselves away in the chasm of the immense abyss until Sabbath departs. As soon as Sabbath departs, countless forces and companies fly, roaming through the world. So the song against maleficent spirits was instituted to prevent their ruling the holy people. Where do they fly on that night after they issue in a rush intending to rule in the world over the holy people? And they see them in prayer and song, first enacting Havdalah during prayer and then again over the cup. They fly away, roaming till they reach the desert. Concerning the departure of Sabbath, they have said, may their memory be a blessing. 3. Bring evil upon themselves. 1. Whoever curses himself. The second, whoever throws out bread or crumbs amounting to the size of an olive. The third, whoever lights a lamp at the departure of Sabbath before Israel has reached the hallowing of the portion, because by this fire he prematurely kindles the fire of hell. For there is a place reserved in hell for those who violate Sabbaths, and those punished in hell curse the one who lights a lamp prematurely, exclaiming, Jehovah is going to hurl you with a mighty hurl, winding you round and round. He will wrap you up as a turban, a ball off to a vast land, for it is not right to kindle fire as Sabbath departs until Israel enacts Havdalah during prayer and then over the cup, because until then it is still Sabbath and the holiness of Sabbath reigns over us. At the moment they enact Havdalah over the cup, all those forces and companies empowered over the days of the week return, each and every one to its station and task. For when Sabbath enters and the day is hallowed, holiness is aroused and rules the world, while the profane is divested of its rule. Until Sabbath has departed they do not return. Even as Sabbath departs, they do not return to their places till the moment Israel says, "Blessed are you, Jehovah, who separates the holy from the profane." Then holiness withdraws, and the companies empowered over the weekdays are aroused and return to their posts, each to its assigned watch. Even so, they do not assume control until they shine through the mystery of the lamp. They are all called lights of the fire, for they all spring from the mysterious stream of elemental fire and rule over the lower world. All this applies when one lights a lamp before Israel has completed the hallowing of the portion. However, if one waits until they have completed it, those sinners in hell acknowledge the justice of the blessed Holy One and confirm for that person all the blessings declared by the congregation. May God give you of the dew of heaven and the fat of the earth, abundance of grain and new wine. Blessed be you in the city, blessed be you in the field. Parashat Bereshit. In the beginning. Bereshit, in the beginning. At the head of potency of the king, he engraved engravings in luster on high. A spark of impenetrable darkness flashed within the concealed of the concealed, from the head of infinity cluster of vapor forming in formlessness, thrust in a ring, not white, not black, not red, not green, no color at all. As a cord surveyed, it yielded radiant colors. Deep within the spark gushed a flow, splaying colors below, concealed within the concealed of the mystery of Ein Sof. It split and did not split. Its aura was not known at all, until under the impact of splitting, a single, concealed, supernal point shone. Beyond that point, nothing is known, so it is called Reshit, beginning, first command of all. Zohar, radiance. The will shine like the Zohar, radiance, of the sky, and those who lead many to righteousness, like the stars forever and ever. Daniel. Enlightened. Concealed of concealed struck its aura, which touched and did not touch this point. Then this beginning expanded, building itself a palace worthy of glorious praise. There it sowed seed to give birth, availing worlds. The secret is her stock is seed of holiness. Zohar, radiance sowing seed for its glory, like the seed of fine purple silk wrapping itself within, weaving itself a palace, constituting its praise, availing all. With this beginning, the unknown concealed one created the palace. This palace is called Elohim, God. The secret is Bereshit bara Elohim, with beginning, created God. Zohar, radiance. From here all commands were created through the mysterious expansion of this point of concealed radiance. If created is written here, no wonder it is written God created the human being in his image. Zohar, radiance. Mystery. Bereshit, in the beginning, first of all. Aoi, I will be, a sacred name engraved in its sides. Elohim, God, engraved in the crown. Asher, who a hidden, treasured palace, beginning of the mystery of Reshit. Asher Rosh, head, emerging from Reshit. When afterward point and palace were arrayed as one, then Bereshit comprised supernal Reshit in wisdom. Afterward the color of the palace transformed and it was called Bayit, house, while the supernal point was called Rosh, merging in one another in the mystery of Bereshit, when all was as one in one entirety, before the house was inhabited. Once it was sown, arraying habitation, it was called Elohim, hidden, concealed. Zohar, radiance concealed and treasured, while offspring lay within, yet to be born, and the house expanded, arrayed by that seed of holiness. Until it conceived, expanding into habitation, it was not called Elohim, rather all combined Bereshit. Once arrayed in the name Elohim, it generated offspring from that seed sown within. What is that seed? Those engraved letters, mystery of Torah, emerging from that point. Within that palace the point sowed the seed of 3 points Olam, Shurik, Ayak merging together, becoming a single mystery, a voice emerging in unison. As it emerged, its consort emerged with it, comprising all letters, as is written it Hashemayim. The heaven's voice and consort. This voice, heaven, is the final. Aoi, I will be. Zohar, radiance comprising all colors in this way, till here. Yehovah Elohinu Yehovah, Yehovah, our God, Yehovah 3 rungs, corresponding to the supernal mystery. Bereshit bara Elohim. In the beginning God created. Bereshit primordial Elohim mystery. Bara concealed mystery, from which all expands. Mystery sustaining all below. It Hashemayim, the heavens so as not to separate them, male and female as one. It conveying all those letters, entirety of them all beginning and end. Afterward he was added, so all those letters would be combined with he, and it was called Atta, you. So, ve Atta, and you, enliven them all mystery of Adonai, Lord, and so it is called. Mystery of the Yehovah, and Yehovah, it Hashemayim Yehovah. Supernal mystery. Ve it array of male and female. Ve it and all is one. Ha'ares, the earth Elohim, as above, generating fruit and verdure. This name is embraced at 3 sites, branching from there variously. Until here, mystery of secrets, which he engraved, fashioned, vivified in hidden ways, through the mystery of a single verse. From here on, Bereshit Barashit, he created 6, from one end of heaven to the other, 6 directions extending from the supernal mystery through the expansion that he created from the primordial point. Bara, created expansion of a single point on high. Here is engraved the mystery of the name of 42 letters. The enlightened will shine like the Zohar, radiance, of the sky Daniel like musical intonations, whose melody is followed by the letters and vowels, undulating after them like troops behind their king. The letters are body, the vowels, spirit. All of them range in motion after the intonations and halt with them. When the melody of the intonation moves, letters and vowels follow. When it stops, they do not move but stand in place. The enlightened will shine letters and vowels. Like the Zohar, radiance melody of the notes of the sky, extension of the melody, like those extending, prolonging the melody. And those who lead many to righteousness pause all notes, halting their movement, as a result of which the word is heard. Will shine letters and vowels shining as one on their journey into a mystery of concealment, a journey on concealed paths. From this all expands. We have learned every Solomon mentioned in the connotes the king to whom peace belongs, while king, anonymous, connotes the female, lower connoting upper. The mystery is that lower inherits upper, both as one. This is Bet, as is written by Wisdom Bayit, a house is built similarly. King Solomon made himself a pavilion from the trees of Lebanon. Pavilion is the adorning of the lower world by the upper world. For before the blessed Holy One created the world, he and his name were enclosed within him, one. Nothing existed until there arose within the will of thought, actualizing all by impress of the signet, creating the world. He traced and built, but it did not endure until he enwrapped himself in a wrapping of radiance, supernal right, creating the heavens. With this first radiance of all he created the heavens. The mystery is this verse with beginning. Elohim created the heavens and the earth. The enlightened will shine like the Zohar, radiance, of the sky. These are pillars and sockets of that pavilion. Ha-masculine, the enlightened supernal pillars and sockets, contemplating in wisdom everything needed by that pavilion and its supports. This mystery accords with what is said, happy is masculine, one who considers, the poor will shine, for unless they shine and radiate, they cannot contemplate that pavilion, looking out for all it needs. Like the Zohar, radiance, of the sky standing above the enlightened, of whom is written an image above the heads of the living being, a sky, like awesome eyes Ezekiel Zohar, radiance illumining Torah. Zohar illumining the heads of that living being. Those heads are the enlightened, who constantly radiate and shine, contemplating that sky, the radiance flashing from there, radiance of Torah, sparkling constantly, never ceasing. Was, precisely previously. The earth was tohu vavahu, snow in water. Through the chaos and void, potency of snow in water emerged slime. Blazing fire struck it, refuse came to be, and tohu, chaos, was produced, abode of slime, nest of refuse. Vavahu, and void sifted from refuse, settling upon it. Oshek, darkness, mystery of blazing fire. That darkness covers tohu, over the refuse, and thereby it is empowered. Ve'irua. Kudsha. Elohim. And a wind of God, Ruah. Holy Spirit, emerging from the living God, hovering over the face of the waters. Once this wind blew, one fine film clarified from that refuse, like filthy froth flying off, clarified, refined again and again, till that filth is left lacking any filth at all. So was tohu clarified and refined, from it emerging a great, mighty wind, splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Kings, the one seen by Elijah. Bahu was clarified and refined, from it emerging an earthquake, as is written, after the wind an earthquake, darkness clarified, embracing fire within its mystery, as is written, after the earthquake fire wind clarified, and embraced in its mystery was the sound of sheer silence. Tohu, a colorless, formless realm, not embraced by the mystery of form. Now within form, as one contemplates it, no form at all. Everything has a garment in which to be clothed, except for this, though appearing upon it, it does not exist at all, never did. Bahu, this has shape and form. Stones sunk within the shell of tohu, emerging from the shell in which they are sunk, conveying benefit to the world. Through the form of a garment they convey benefit from above to below, ascending from below to above. So they are hollow and moist, suspended in the air, sometimes suspended in the air, sometimes concealed on a cloudy day, generating water from the abyss to nourish tohu, for then frivolity and folly prevail as tohu spreads through the world. Darkness is black fire, potent in color red fire, potent in appearance green fire, potent in shape white fire, embracing all. Darkness, most powerful fire, empowers tohu. Darkness is fire, but not dark fire until it empowers tohu. This is the mystery of his eyes were too dim to see, and he called Esau darkness, face of evil, for he greeted evil with a friendly face. Then it is called darkness, for it settles upon it, empowering it. This is the mystery of darkness over the face of the abyss. Ruah, wind, is a voice hovering over Bahu, empowering and conducting it with whatever is needed. This is the mystery of the voice of Yehovah is upon the waters, and similarly the wind of God hovering over the face of the waters. Stones sunk in the abyss, from which water issues. So it is called face, face of the abyss. The wind conducts and empowers that face, face of the waters, each one receiving what it needs. Tohu, upon it rests the name Shaddai. Bahu, upon it rests the name Sivaot, hosts. Darkness, upon it rests the name Elohim. Wind, upon it rests the name Yehovah. A great, mighty wind, splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Yehovah was not in the wind. Kings, this name was not in it, for Shaddai controls it through the mystery of tohu. After the wind, an earthquake. Yehovah was not in the earthquake, for the name Sivaot controls it through the mystery of Bahu. So, Bahu is called earthquake, for it does not exist without quaking. After the Yehovah, earthquake, fire was not in the fire, for the name Elohim controls it. from the side of darkness. After the fire, the sound of sheer silence, here is found the name Jehovah. Here are 4 sections, constituting well-known sections of the limbs of the body, numbering 4, numbering 12. Here is the engraved name of 12 letters, transmitted to Elijah in the cave. Here begins the discovery of hidden treasures, how the world was created in detail. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. For until here was general, and afterward general returns, constituting general particular general. Till here, all was suspended in space, from the mystery of Ein Sof. Once the force spread through the supernal palace. Elohim. Elohim. Saying is ascribed Vayoma. God said. Above, saying is not specified. Although Bereshit, in the beginning, is a saying, said is not ascribed. This said is susceptible to questioning and knowing. Vayoma, said a power raised, Armuta, rising, silently from the mystery of Ein Sof, in the origin of thought. God said, now that palace, impregnated by the seed of holiness, gave birth, giving birth silently, while outside the newborn was heard. The one giving birth gave birth silently, was not heard at all. As the emergent one emerged, a voice was generated, heard outside Yei, or, let there be light. All that emerged through this mystery. Yei, let there be, alluding to the mystery of father and mother, namely, Yod-He, afterward turning back to the primordial point, to begin expanding into something else, light. And there was light that already was. This light is concealed mystery, an expansion expanding, bursting from the mysterious secret of the hidden supernal aura. First it burst, generating from its mystery a single concealed point, for Ein Sof burst out of its aura, revealing this point. Yod. Once this Yod expanded, what remained was found to be or light, from that mystery of concealed Avi, aura. After the primordial point, Yod emerged from it into being, it manifested upon it, touching yet not touching. Expanding, it emerged. This is or light remaining from Avi, aura, namely, the light that already was. This endured, emerged, ascended, was treasured away, and a single point remained, so that by a hidden path it constantly touches that point, touching yet not touching, illumining it through the primordial point that emerged from it. So all is linked, one to another, illumining this and that. As it ascends, all ascend, merging in it. Attaining the realm of becomes one. That point of light is light. It expanded, and 7 letters of the alphabet shone within, not congealing, still fluid. Then darkness emerged, and 7 other letters of the alphabet emerged within, not congealing, remaining fluid. An expanse emerged, dissipating the discord of 2 sides, and 8 other letters emerged within, making 22. 7 letters jumped from this side and 7 from that, and all were engraved in that expanse, remaining fluid. The expanse congealed, and the letters congealed, folding into shape, forming forms. Torah was engraved there, to shine forth. Let there be light, namely, El Gadol, great God, the mystery emerging from the primordial aura. Vei, and there was mystery of darkness, called Elohim. Light left merging in right. Then from the mystery of El came to be Elohim, right merging in left, left in right. God saw that the light was good, the central pillar. Good, illumining above and below and all other directions, through the mystery of Jehovah, the name embracing all sides. God separated the light from the darkness, dissipating discord, so that all would be perfect. God called the light day. What does called mean? He called forth and summoned this perfect light, standing in the center, to emit a radiance, foundation of the world, upon which worlds are established. From that perfect light, the central pillar, extended Yesod, foundation, vitality of the worlds, day, from the right side. Ein Sof, it is hidden away, and all. And the darkness he called night, he called forth, summoned and generated from the side of darkness a female, the moon ruling by night, called night, mystery of Adonai, Adon, Lord, of all the earth. Joshua the right entered that perfect pillar in the center, embracing the mystery of the left, and ascended to the primordial point, grasping there the power of 3 points Olam, Shurik, Ayik, seed of holiness, for without this mystery no seed is sown. All was united in the central pillar, generating the foundation of the world, who is therefore called Kol, all, for he embraces all in a radiance of desire. The left blazed potently, inhaling fragrance on all those rungs. Out of that blazing flame, it generated the female, the moon. That blaze was dark, deriving from darkness. These two sides generated these two rungs, one male and one female. Foundation was linked to the central pillar by the increase of light within it, for as the central pillar was consummated, pacifying all sides, its radiance was increased from above, from all sides in all-encompassing joy. Out of that increased joy emerged the foundation of the worlds, called increase. From here emerge all forces below and holy spirits and souls through the mystery of Yehovah. Sivaot, Lord of hosts. El Elohir Haruot, God, God of spirits. Night, Lord of all the earth, derives from the left side, from darkness. Since darkness yearns to merge in the right, and its strength weakened, night spread out from it. As this night began to spread, before being completed, that darkness entered and merged in the right embracing it, and night was left wanting. As darkness yearns to merge into light, so night yearns to merge into day. Darkness lacked its light, so it generated a level lacking, not radiant. Darkness does not shine unless it merges into light. Night, emerging from it, does not shine unless it merges into day. Night's lack is filled solely through increase. What is increased here, decreases there. Increase comprised mystery of the primordial point and mystery of the central pillar along with all sides. So 2 letters were added to it, while from night these 2 letters were subtracted. Hence, Kara, he called. It is written Vayikra, and he called. Then Vov, Yod, were subtracted, and it is written Kara, he called, night. Here lies mystery of the name of 72 engraved letters of the supernal crown. Here is mystery in detail, separating upper waters from lower through mystery of the God said, let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters. Left. Here conflict was created through the left side. For until here was mystery of the right, and here is mystery of the left, so conflict raged between this and the right. Right is consummate of all, so all is written by the right, for upon it depends all consummation. When the left aroused, conflict aroused, and through that conflict blazed the fire of wrath. Out of that conflict aroused by the left, emerged hell. Hell aroused on the left and clung. The wisdom of Moses he contemplated this, gazing into the act of creation. In the act of creation a conflict arose between left and right, and in that conflict aroused by the left, hell emerged, clinging there. The central pillar, who is the third day, entered between them, mediating the conflict, reconciling the 2 sides. Hell descended, left merged in right, and peace prevailed over all. Similarly the conflict between Korah and Aaron was left against right. Moses, contemplating the act of creation, said, it is fitting that I mediate the conflict between left and right. He endeavored to reconcile them, but the left was unwilling, and Korah stiffened his resistance. He said, hell must certainly join in the heat of the conflict of the left. Since he does not want to join above, merging in the right, he will certainly descend below by the intensity of his rage. Korah did not want this conflict to be harmonized by Moses because it was not for the sake of heaven. He cared nothing about the supernal glory and denied the act of creation. As soon as Moses saw that he had denied the act of creation and been thrust outside, Moses became very angry. Moses became angry because they had denied him the opportunity to harmonize that conflict. Very because they had denied the act of creation. Korah denied everything, above and below, as is written, who strove against Moses and Aaron as part of Korah's band when they strove against Jehovah, below and above. So he joined what befitted him. A conflict arrayed as above, ascending, not descending, established rightly, is the conflict of Shammai and Hillel. The Blessed Holy One mediated between them, harmonizing them. This was a conflict for the sake of heaven, so heaven mediated the conflict, and upon this conflict the world was established. This resembled the act of creation, whereas Korah totally denied the act of creation, disputing heaven, seeking to deny the words of Torah. He certainly adhered to hell, so there he clung. This secret appears in the book of Adam. When darkness aroused, it aroused intensely, thereby creating hell, clinging to it in that conflict. As the seething fury subsided, conflict of a different type arose, a conflict of love. There were two conflicts, one, beginning, one, ending. This is the way of the righteous, beginning harshly, ending gently. Korah was the beginning of the conflict, seething in wrath, he was compelled to cling to hell. Shammai was the end of the conflict, when wrath subsides and one must arouse the conflict of love and be reconciled by heaven. This is the mystery of let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, that it may separate the first conflict, outburst of seething fury. He sought to mediate, but before the fury cooled, hell aroused. Then God fashioned the expanse and separated, arousing a conflict of passionate love, endurance of the world. In accord with this mystery was the conflict of Shammai and Hillel, for oral Torah approached written Torah in love, together consummating existence. Separation is certainly on the left. Here separation is written that it may separate, and he separated, and there is written, is it too little for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the community of Israel? Similarly at that time, Jehovah separated the tribe of Levi. Separation, indeed, is solely on the second, on the left. Now you might say, indeed, separation is on the second, so why is it associated with Levi, who is third? It should be with Simeon, who is second. But although Levi is third, in Jacob's mind he was second, and separation is always on the second. Everything follows the straight path perfectly. Havdalah, separation, as Sabbath departs, separates those who rule the weekdays from Sabbath. As soon as Sabbath departs, a spectre, an evil officer, ascends from hell, intent on seizing power the moment Israel recites, let the work of our hands prosper. Emerging from the rung known as Sheol, he desires to mingle in the seed of Israel and dominate them. But Israel takes action with myrtle and wine, reciting Havdalah, so he departs from them. As soon as they recite the blessing of separation over the cup, that spectre sinks into his place in Sheol, sight of Korah and his gang, as is written, they and all that belonged to them went down alive into Sheol. They did not descend there until Israel separated from them, as is written, separate yourselves from the midst of this community. So separation is always on the second, which is the left, at the outbreak of intense fury aroused by the left in the conflict, before it subsides into calm. On it, hell was created, and then all those angels who denounce their master above and are burned, consumed by fire, and all those others who vanish, unenduring, devoured by fire. Similarly Korah below, entirely the same. L, God, cluster on the right, L let there be an expanse, let an expanse expand, one from the other. Gadol, great. God. From the midst of the waters an expanse expanded to complete this name, El, to merge in that expansion, one in the other, and from El expanded Elohim, God. The letters He, Yod, Mem expanded and were transposed into lower waters, Yod, Mem, He. That expansion expanding on the second day is the upper waters He, Yod, Mem, this vast Ha-Yam, see He, letters, Yod. Yod, Mem. Is the upper waters the transposition of these? Mem, He. Is the lower waters. Once arrayed, all became one entity, this name extending to various realms. The upper waters are male, the lower waters, female. At first water intermingled with water, until they were separated. To distinguish upper from lower, these are Elohim, God, and these are Adonai, Lord, upper He and lower He. What is written are Adonai, Elohim. Fashioned the expanse, this upper waters, while the lower waters. Expansion took this name. Elohim. Nevertheless, once male waters were completed by female waters, the name Elohim extended over all. Even though He separated the upper waters from the lower, the conflict did not cease until the third day arrived, harmonizing the conflict, and everything settled fittingly in place. Because of this conflict, although it sustains the world, that it was good is not written of the second day, for the act was incomplete. Upper waters and lower waters mingled, and nothing generated in the world until they were separated and distinguished, thereby generating offspring. Even so, although the separation took place on the second day, and the conflict arose then, the third day harmonized everything, for it is the name engraved with the engravings He, Vov, He, harmonizing upper and lower waters, upper He, lower He, Vov between them, pacifying the two sides. This is the sign: the waters of the Jordan, upper waters, rose in one heap. Joshua, the lower waters flowed down into the sea, and Israel passed between. 5 expanses are written here. Vitality of the worlds moves through them, conducts by them, all comprising one another. Were it not for this conflict, harmonized by the middle, they would not merge or be at peace with one another. There are 500 years to which the tree of life clings, generating verdure and offspring for the world. All the waters of creation, drawn and flowing from the beginning, branch beneath it, through it. King David captures it all and then distributes, as is written, He distributed among all the people, the entire multitude of Israel, a cake made in a pan and a raisin cake. Samuel, similarly, you give to them, they gather, and she rises while it is still night, and gives food to her household. When conflict was aroused by the potency of the left, Colonel Ember glowed and fled. Out came 2 spectres, male and female, immediately congealing with no moisture at all. From them split off various maleficent species. From here infusion of impure spirit into all those fierce spectres, mystery of foreskin. They were empowered by virulent species, viper and serpent turning into one. The viper bears at 70 years, but in union all reverts to the 7 years of the serpent. Here lies the mystery of hell, called by 7 names. The evil impulse is called by 7 names. From here, through countless rungs, impurity spreads through the world, all from the mystery of the left. Good and evil diverge, cultivation of the world. Here is the engraved name of 18 letters, presiding over reign of favor and blessing, cultivating the world. Yikavu, let the waters be gathered in Kav, a line, following a straight. God said, let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place. Path. For out of the mystery of the primordial point, all emerges secretly, till reaching, clustering in the supernal palace. From there it radiates in a straight line to the other rungs, until reaching that one place, which gathers all in the totality of male and female. Who is that vitality of the worlds? The waters flowing from above, from upper he. Under heaven small Vorv, so, Vorv one is heaven, the other, under heaven. Then, let the dry land appear lower he. This is revealed, the rest all concealed, so mystery of blessings revealed and concealed, none but this lower one being revealed. From this one, let it appear through contemplation, the concealed one is perceived. To one place, for here is the nexus of unity of the upper world. Jehovah is one and his name is one. Zechariah 2 unifications, one of the upper world, to be unified in its rungs, and one of the lower world to be unified in its rungs. Nexus of unity of the upper world extends till here. Vitality of the worlds is consummated there, the upper world bound in unity. So it is called one place. All levels and limbs gather there, all unified within, completely indivisible. On no level but this are they unified within, they are all secretly concealed in a single desire. Here, on this rung, the revealed world joins the concealed. Similarly the revealed world is unified below, and this revealed world is the world of let it appear. I saw Jehovah, they saw the God of Israel, the presence of Jehovah. Jehovah appeared like the appearance of the bow in the cloud on a rainy day, so was the appearance of the surrounding radiance, the appearance of the image of the presence of Jehovah. Ezekiel, this is the mystery of let the dry land appear. I have set my bow in the cloud since the day the world was created. On a cloudy day, when the Keshet, rainbow, appears, the appearance of the image of the presence of Jehovah. The left is aroused to be empowered. Rachel emerges, Vatekash, and she had hard, labor Michael on one side, Gabriel on another, Raphael on a third. These are the colors appearing in that image: white, red, and green. So was the appearance of the surrounding radiance, a radiance concealed in revolving the vision of the eye. The appearance of the image of the presence of Jehovah colors, for the lower unity is unified in accord with the unity above. Jehovah Elohinu, Jehovah, Jehovah, our God. Jehovah. Colors concealed, unrevealed, banding together to one place, one unity above. The colors of the rainbow below, uniting white, red, and green, match the concealed colors, composing another unity. Mystery of his name is one. Zechariah, blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever. The unity below, the unity above is here, O Israel. Jehovah Elohinu, Jehovah, Jehovah is our God. Jehovah is one. One parallels the other. 6 words here, 6 words there. Yikkavu, let the waters be gathered, surveying by carve, line, and measure. Measure, plum of dark brilliance, as is written, who measured the waters with the hollow of his hand. This is Yikkavu Hamayim, let the waters be aligned. Here is the measure of the Creator of the worlds, Yod, He, Vov, He. Holy, holy, holy Jehovah of hosts, holy, 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 let the waters be aligned. Jehovah of hosts to one place, in the mystery of this name. The whole earth is full of his presence, let the dry land appear, engraved mystery, name of unity Kuzu Bimuxis Kuzu. Now earth generates her, let the earth sprout vegetation, seed powers with those waters bearing plants gathered to one place, flowing into her in hidden secrecy, emerging within her as supernal secrecies, sacred forces, arrayed in an array of faith by all those scions of faith by worshipping their Lord. This is the mystery of who makes the grass grow for the behemoth, beast, and plants for the work of humanity, to bring forth food from the earth, who makes the grass grow for the behemoth crouching on 1,000 mountains, which grow that grass for her every day. Grass is the angels ruling momentarily, created on the second day, existing as food for this behemoth, for there is fire consuming fire. And plants for the work of humanity. Plants are the Aphanim, whirling angels Ao, living creatures and cherubim, cherubs all arrayed, standing ready to be arrayed the moment that human beings come to worship their Lord in offering and prayer, which is the work of humanity. These plants are designated, destined for the work of humanity, to be fittingly arrayed and enhanced. Once they are enhanced by that work of humanity, nutriment and food emerge for the world, as is written, to bring forth food from the earth. This is seed-bearing plants, for grass is not seed-bearing but rather destined for food for the holy fire, whereas plants maintain the world. All this to bring forth food from the earth. All the tending that humans provide these plants in that earth by worshipping their Lord is intended entirely to generate food and nutriment from that earth for this world, ensuring that humanity will be blessed from above. Fruit trees bearing fruit rung upon rung, male and female. As the fruit tree generates the potency of bearing fruit, similarly she generates. Who are these cherubs and columns? What are columns? Those ascending in the smoke of sacrifice, arrayed therein, called columns of smoke. They all abide in full array through the work of humanity, whereas grass does not, for it is destined to be consumed, as is written, behold Behemoth, whom I fashioned along with you, eating grass like an ox. Job. Fruit trees bearing fruit, image of male and female. The image of their face was a human face. Ezekiel. These differ from those cherubs. These are large faces, in concealed color, while cherubim, cherubs, are small faces, Keiravian, like children. All images are comprised in the human face, for it is a large face, traced with tracings, engraved with engravings of the explicit name in the four directions of the world: east, west, north, and south. Michael is inscribed on the south. All faces gaze at the human face of a lion, face of an ox, face of an eagle. A human is male and female, and is otherwise not called human. From it are traced figures of the chariots of God, myriads upon myriads, as is written, the chariots of God, myriads upon myriads, thousands of Shinan. Totality of all those figures: Shia, ox Nesha, eagle area, lion final. None the human, an extension merging as one. Through the mystery of male and female. All those thousands and myriads emerge from this mystery Shinan. From these images, each one spreads out fittingly. These are the ones interlaced, interwoven, included in one another: ox, eagle, lion, human, conducted by the mystery of four engraved names, ascending to be guided and to gaze. Ox ascends to the human face. A name ascends, crowned and engraved in the mystery of two colors L. Then it turns back, is inscribed and engraved on the throne designated to be conducted by the mystery of this name. Eagle ascends to the human face, to be guided and to gaze. Another name ascends, crowned and engraved in the mystery of two faces, radiant colors, ascending in the ascent of the crown above Gadol, great. Then it turns back, is inscribed and engraved on the throne designated to be conducted by the mystery of this name. Lion ascends to the human face, to be guided and to gaze. Another name ascends, crowned and engraved in the mystery of two faces, bold colors, aligned in power Gibber, mighty. Then it turns back, is inscribed and engraved on the throne, designated to be conducted by the mystery of this name. Human gazes at them all, while all ascend and gaze at him. Then they are all traced in their engravings, in this tracing, in the mystery of one name called Nora, awesome. So it is written of them, the image of their face was a human face. They are all comprised in this image, an image comprising them. Because of this mystery, the blessed Holy One is called the Great, Mighty, and Awesome God, for these names are engraved above in the mystery of the supernal chariot, comprised of 4 letters Yehovah, the name comprising all. These images are engraved, carved in the throne, a throne engraved, embroidered in them, one on the right, one on the left, one in front, one behind, inscribed in the 4 directions of the world. The throne, ascending, is inscribed with these 4 images. These 4 supernal names carry this throne, a throne comprised of them as it grasps and gathers souls, delights, and yearnings. Having grasped and gathered those delights and yearnings, it descends full, like a tree full of branches in every direction, filled with fruit. Once it descends, these 4 images emerge, traced in their tracings, engraved, radiant, sparkling, flashing, scattering seed upon the world. Then they are called seed-bearing plants, for they scatter seed upon the world. The human image emerges, embracing all images. Then this verse applies fruit trees of every kind, bearing fruit with the seed in it. Upon earth it emits seed only purposefully, upon earth, with the seed in it. Precisely from here we learn that one is not permitted to emit seed in vain. The vegetation here is not seed-bearing, so it is undone and does not endure like those others, having no image to be traced or engraved in any image or figure at all, rather seen and unseen. All those untraced in figure and image do not endure, existing momentarily, consumed by the fire-consuming fire, then returning as before, and so on every day. The human being below has an image and figure, yet does not endure in the manner above. The figure and image above are drawn as they are, with no other garment to be drawn, so they endure constantly. The human figure below is drawn in a garment, in no other manner, so they endure for a set time. Every single night, the spirit strips itself of that garment and ascends, and the consuming fire consumes it. Later they are restored as before, figured in clothes. So they do not endure as those figures and images above, and of this is written new every morning, human beings who are new every single day. What is the reason? Immense is your faithfulness, immense, not small. Immense is your faithfulness, immense, indeed, for it can grasp all creatures of the world, absorbing them in itself, higher and lower. A place immense and vast, absorbing all, filled no further. This is the mystery. All the rivers flow into the sea, yet the sea is not full to the place the rivers flow, they flow back again, they flow toward the sea, who grasps them, consumes them, and is filled no fuller. Then it pours them out as before, so they flow on. Your faithfulness is immense, absorbing all, consuming them, filled no fuller, restoring them as before. They are new in the world every single day. Of this day is written, it was good, twice, for this day united 2 sides, mediating the conflict. It said to this side it was good, and to the other side it was good, reconciling them. So it includes he said, twice. Mystery of the 4-letter name, engraved and carved, ascending to 12 letters in 4 images on 4 sides, inscribed on the holy throne. Let there be Meorit, lights, in the expanse of heaven, spelled deficiently Meerat, curse, for diphtheria was created for children. After the radiance of primordial light was treasured away, a shell was created for the kernel. That shell expanded, generating another shell. Emerging, she ascended and descended, arriving at the small faces. She desired to cling to them, be portrayed in them, and never depart. The Blessed Holy One separated her from there, bringing her down below when he created Adam, so that this would be perfected in this world. As soon as she saw Eve cleaving to the side of Adam, beauty above, as soon as she saw the complete image, she flew away, desiring as before to cleave to the small faces. Those guardians of the gates on high did not allow her. The Blessed Holy One rebuked her and cast her to the bottom of the sea, where she dwelled until Adam and his wife sinned. Then the Blessed Holy One plucked her from there, and she rules over all those children's small faces of humanity who deserve to be punished for the sins of their fathers. She flies off, roaming through the world. Approaching the earthly Garden of Eden, she sees cherubs guarding the gates of the garden, and she dwells there by that flaming sword, for she emerged from the side of that flame. As the flame revolves, she flees and roams the world, finding children who deserve to be punished. She toys with them and kills them. This happens in the waning of the moon, whose light diminishes. This is Meorit, lights, deficient. Until Cain was born, she could not cling to him. Later she drew close to him and gave birth to spirits and flying demons. For years Adam copulated with female spirits until the arrival of Naamah, whose beauty seduced the sons of Elohim, Uzzah and Azael. By them she gave birth. From her, maleficent spirits and demons spread through the world. In the night she roams. They roam the world and titillate humans, causing them to spill seed accidentally. Wherever they find people sleeping alone in a house, they hover above them, grab hold of them, cling to them, seize desire from them, and bear offspring. Further, they attack him with disease unawares. All this in the waning of the moon. Meorit, lights. When the moon was restored, letters were rearranged. Imrat, the word of Yehovah, is refined. He is a shield to all who seek refuge in him. He is a shield against all those maleficent spirits and choristers who roam the world in her waning, for all those holding fast to faith in the blessed Holy One. When King Solomon descended to the depth of the nut, as is written, I descended to the nut garden, he took the shell of a nut, contemplated all those shells, and realized that all the joy and delight of those spirits' shells of the nut consists solely in clinging to human beings and leading them astray, as is written, the delights of the sons of men, demon after demon. Further, the delights of the sons of men, in which they indulge asleep at night, generate demon after demon. The blessed Holy One had to create everything in the world, arraying the world. All consists of a kernel within, with several shells covering the kernel. The entire world is like this, above and below, from the head of the mystery of the primordial point to the end of all rungs. All is this within that, that within this, so that one is the shell of another, which itself is the shell of another. The primordial point is in a radiance. There is no way to gauge its translucency, tenuity, or purity until an expanse expanded from it. The expansion of that point became a palace, in which the point was clothed a radiance unknowable, so intense its lucency. This palace, a garment for that concealed point, is a radiance beyond measure, yet not as gossamer or translucent as the primordial point, hidden and treasured. That palace expanded an expanse primordial light. That expansion of primordial light is a garment for the palace, which is a gossamer, translucent radiance, deeper within. From here on, this expands into this is clothed in this, so that this is a garment for this, and this for this. This, the kernel, this, the shell. Although a garment, it becomes the kernel of another layer. Everything is fashioned the same way below, so that a human in this world manifests this image, kernel and shell, spirit and body. All for the arrayal of the world, and so the world is. When the moon shared a single cleaving with the sun, she was radiant. As soon as she was separated from the sun and appointed over her forces, she diminished herself, diminished her light. Shells upon shells were created for concealing the kernel, all for arraying the kernel. So, let there be Meorit, lights, is spelled deficiently. All this for arraying the world, as is written, to shine upon earth. God made the two great lights, made enhancement and arrayal of all, fittingly. The two great lights at first in a single bond, mystery of the name complete as one Yehovah. Elohim, though not revealed, rather in a manner concealed. Great, for they were enhanced in name, both alike, to be called by the mystery of all MTSPTS. MTSPTS. Supernal names of the 13 qualities of compassion. Great. These were enhanced, ascending, for they are supernal, from the mystery on high, ascending for the benefit of the world, so that through them worlds endure. Similarly, the two lights, both ascending as one, in one enhancement. The moon was uneasy with the sun, ashamed in its presence. The moon said, "Where do you pasture your sheep? Where do you let them rest at noon? How can a little lamp shine at noon lest I be like one enwrapped? How can I abide in shame?" So she diminished herself, becoming head of those below, as is written, "Go forth in the footsteps of the flock, and graze your goats." The blessed Holy One said to her, "Go, diminish yourself from that point on, she has light only from the sun." Whereas at first they dwelled as one, evenly, later she diminished herself on all her rungs, though heading them, for a woman is enhanced only together with her husband. The greater light, Jehovah, and the smaller light, Elohim, end of all rungs, end of thought. At first she was inscribed above among the letters of the holy name, its fourth letter. Afterward she diminished herself, to be called by the name Elohim. Nevertheless she ascended in all directions above in the letter He, through the joining of letters of the holy name. Then rungs expanded on this side and that. Rungs expanding from the higher side are called ruling the day. Rungs expanding from the lower side are called ruling the night and the stars. Other forces and camps, innumerable, all suspended in that expanse of heaven, vitality of the worlds. As is written, God placed them in the expanse of heaven. On this day the kingdom of David was established, fourth leg and support of the throne. The letters were arrayed and aligned. Yet even so, until the sixth day, when the image of Adam was fully arrayed, it did not stabilize. Then the upper throne and the lower throne were established, all the worlds settled in place, and all the letters were arrayed in their wheels by the expanding scribal matrix of the nexus. The fourth day is a day rejected by builders, as is said, the stone that the builders rejected, and similarly my mother's sons were incensed at me, for this light diminished herself and her radiance, and shells were arrayed at their sites. All those radiant lights are suspended in this expanse of heaven, so that in them the throne of David will be arrayed. These lights depict a figure below, arraying a figure of all those included in the category human, an intrinsic figure. Every intrinsic figure is so called, so every figure comprised in this expansion is called human, as is written, "You are human, Ezekiel, you are human, the other nations are not." Every spirit is called human. The body of the spirit of the holy side is a garment of the human, and so it is written, "You clothed me in skin and flesh, wove me of bones and sinews." Job flesh is the garment of the human, as is written everywhere, "Flesh of a human, human, within flesh, garment of the human, its body." Spectres below, melted in the smelting of this spirit, were figured into figures clothed in another garment, such as figures of pure animals, ox, sheep, goat, deer, gazelle, roebuck, wild goat, ibex, antelope, and mountain sheep, who desire to be interwoven in the garment of the human, flesh of the human. The inner spirit of those figures attains the name applied to its body, the garment of that name. Flesh of an ox is the interior of that body, its flesh, a garment, and so with them all. Similarly on the other side of impurity, the spirit spreading through the other nations emerges from the side of impurity. It is not human, and so does not attain this name. The name of that spirit is impure, not attaining the name human, having no share in it. Its body is a garment of that impure, flesh of impure within flesh, its garment. So as long as that spirit abides in that body, it is called impure. Once the spirit emerges from that garment, it is not called impure. That garment does not attain the name. Spectres below, melted in the smelting of this spirit, are figured into figures clothed in another garment, such as figures of animals of impurity, of which the Torah opens, "These shall be impure for you, such as the pig and the birds and animals of that side. The spirit attains that name, the body is its garment and is called flesh of pig within flesh, its garment. So the two sides diverge. These are comprised in the mystery of human, those, in the mystery of impure. Each kind follows its own, returning to its own kind. The radiant lights above shine in that expanse of heaven, so that figures are drawn below fittingly, as is written, God placed them in the expanse of heaven to shine upon earth and to rule the day and the night. The reign of two lights is a fitting reign, greater light ruling by day, smaller light by night. From here derives this secret: the rule of the male by day consists in filling his house with all that is needed, bringing in food and nutriment. As night enters and the female grasps all, the house is ruled solely by her, for then the reign belongs to her, not to the male, as is written, she rises while it is still night, and gives food to her household and a portion to her maidens, she, not he. Ruling the day belongs to the male, ruling the night to the female. And the stars, once the female commands her household and retires with her husband, the house is ruled solely by the maidens who remain in the house to array it consummately. Afterward the house returns to the rule of the male by day, all fittingly. God made the two great lights, this one, a light, that one, a light. So those lights ascending are called luminaries of light, while those descending are called luminaries of fire, rungs below, controlling all the weekdays. Therefore when Sabbath departs, a blessing is recited over a lamp, for they have been granted authority to rule. The fingers of a human being are the secret of rungs and mysteries on high, including front and back. The backs are outside, alluding to the fingernails, so one is permitted to gaze at the fingernails as Sabbath departs, for they shine from that lamp, from that fire, to rule. These may be viewed, but the inside of the fingers may not be viewed by the light of that lamp, for they shine from above and are called inner faces. This is the mystery of you will see my back, but my face will not be seen. You will see my back, the outer face, alluded to by the fingernails. But my face will not be seen, the inside of the fingers. This rules on Sabbath, that, during the week. On the Sabbath day, the Blessed Holy One rules alone through those inner faces on his throne of glory, all embraced. By him dominion belongs to him. So he conveys rest to all the worlds, and the holy people, called a people unique on earth, inherit the heritage of this day, luminaries of light from the side of the right, primordial light prevailing on the first day. On the Sabbath day those luminaries of light shine alone, ruling, and from them shine all those below. When Sabbath departs, luminaries of light are treasured away, no longer revealed, and luminaries of fire rule, each in its position. When do they rule? From the departure of Sabbath until the entrance of Sabbath. So as Sabbath departs, they must be illumined by that lamp. The creatures darting to and fro, Ezekiel no eye catches them, since they are darting to and fro. They are revealed creatures, within whom stands that wheel, who is that Metatron, more grand and splendid than the other forces, parasangs higher. The hidden creatures crouch beneath two supernal letters concealed, Yod, He, letters ruling over Vav. He. These are chariot of those, while concealed of all concealed. Totally unknown, rules over all, rides all. The revealed creatures are below, beneath these hidden supernal ones, illumined by them, moving because of them. The supernal creatures are all comprised in the expanse of heaven, and of them is written, let there be lights. Let them serve as lights in the expanse of heaven, they are all suspended in that expanse of heaven. The expanse above the creatures is the one of which is written, an image above the heads of the creature, an expanse like awesome ice, spread out above their heads, Ezekiel. This is primordial He, beyond which no one can contemplate or know. What is the reason? Because it is enclosed in thought. The thought of the Blessed Holy One is the concealed, enveloped, supernal Aleph, no human thought in the entire world can either grasp or know it. If what is suspended in supernal thought cannot be grasped by anyone, all the more so thought itself within thought who can conceive an idea understanding fails to even pose a question, much less to know. Ein Sof contains no trace at all, no question applies to it, nor conceiving contemplating any thought. From within concealing of the concealed, from the initial descent of Ein Sof, radiates a tenuous radiance, unknown, concealed in tracing like the point of a needle, mystery of concealment of thought. Unknown, until a radiance extends from it to a realm containing tracings of all letters, issuing from there. First of all, Aleph, first and last of all the rungs, a tracing traced by all the rungs, yet called one, to demonstrate that although containing many images, it is only one. This is certainly a letter on which above and below depend. The beginning of the Aleph is a single secrecy of the mystery of supernal thought. The expansion of the celestial expanse is entirely concealed in that beginning, for when Aleph issues from that expanse, it issues in the form of mystery of the beginning of thought. The middle of the Aleph comprises 6 rungs, mystery of all those hidden, supernal creatures suspended in thought. One is the radiance that shone and was treasured away, the radiance of the letter Tet of creation, the heat of the day mystery of Abraham sitting at the opening of the tent, the opening from below to above, while the heat of the day shines on that opening, shining from there. Second, a radiance that darkens away as evening turns, mystery of the prayer of Isaac to mend this rung, as is written Isaac went out to meditate in the field Lifno Erev, as evening turned toward that turning of the evening. Contemplation of the evening and all the darkness focused on him. In this turning of the evening Jacob was endangered by the prince of Esau. Third, a radiance combining both of these, a radiance radiant with healing, mystery written of Jacob. The sun rose upon him as he passed Penuel. Indeed, once he had merged in that Peno-Erev, turning of the evening. From here on, he was limping on his thigh. Netzah. Yisrael. Eternity of Israel. Samuel. It is written his thigh, not his thighs. This is the 4th rung, from which no human prophesied until Samuel arrived, and of which is written moreover, Netzah Yisrael, the Eternal One of Israel, does not lie or change his mind. Samuel. Then this rung was mended, for it had been weak ever since Jacob was endangered by the prince of Esau. He touched the socket of his thigh when he reached Jacob. He seized power from that turning of the evening in severe judgment. Jacob had merged with it, so he could not prevail against him. When he saw that he could not prevail against him, he touched the socket of his thigh. He seized the power of judgment from there, for the thigh is outside the torso. Jacob was the torso, comprising mystery of 2 rungs, mystery called Adam, human. Once he seized power outside the torso, immediately the socket of Jacob's thigh was wrenched and no human prophesied from there until Samuel arrived. So concerning Netzah Yisrael, the Eternal One of Israel, it is written, for he is not human. Samuel. Joshua prophesied from the hod, splendor of Moses, as is written, confer Mehodeka, of your splendor, upon him. This is the 5th rung, Netzah, eternity, left thigh of Jacob. So David came and combined it with the right, as is written, delights in your right hand. Netzah, for eternity, not your right hand, but in your right hand. Why was Jacob's thigh weakened? Because the side of impurity approached, seizing power from it, and it was delayed until Samuel. So he pointed out that this is the thigh of Israel, as is written, moreover, Netzah Yisrael, the Eternal One of Israel. Samuel. So, too, all his words were stern, at the beginning and at the end. Further, the Blessed Holy One later merged him in hod, splendor, when after he had anointed kings. Thus he is equivalent to Moses and Aaron. Just as Moses and Aaron occupy 2 sides above, so does he below, like those 2 sides. Who are they? Netzah and hod. So Samuel is equivalent to Moses and Aaron. All those rungs are linked to one another, as is written, Moses and Aaron among his priests, Samuel among those invoking his name, for 6 aspects are interlinked. Just as these Moses, Aaron, and Samuel are linked, so are Jacob, Moses, and Joseph. Jacob, master of the house. When Jacob died, Moses took over the house, enjoining it in his lifetime. Joseph was righteous through Jacob and Moses, both of whom performed in the house only through Joseph because he was righteous. Jacob took over the house through Joseph, as is written, these are the generations of Jacob. Joseph. Moses did not perform with her until he carried Joseph. When Shekinah emerged from exile, he could join with her only through Joseph, as is written, Moses took the bones of Joseph with him. Since it is written Moses took the bones of Joseph, why with him? Because the body does not join the female before joining with the covenant. So Moses carried Joseph with him, and being with him, he performed with the female fittingly. Thus Jacob, Moses, and Joseph go together. When Jacob died, his body was brought into the Holy Land. When Joseph died, his body was not buried in the Holy Land, rather his bones. Moses, neither one. Why? Because Jacob was first husband of the consort. When Jacob died, she joined Moses, and as long as Moses existed in this world, he enjoined her fittingly. He was her second husband. Jacob was brought into the land with his entire body because he is the body. Joseph, his bones and not his body, because bones are soldiers and companies above, all emerging from that Siddiq, righteous one, that Siddiq, called Sivaot, hosts. Why? Because all supernal hosts and companies emerge from him. So his bones, which are hosts, entered the land. Moses was outside and did not enter there, neither his body nor his bones. Rather, after Moses died, Shekinah entered the land and returned to her first husband from there, namely, Jacob. From here we learn that a female married to 2, returns to the first in that world. Moses was outside since her first husband was in the land. Moses enjoined her in his lifetime, something Jacob did not attain. Jacob performed with her in that world, Moses, in this world. Now if you say this shows Moses' inferiority, not so. Rather, when Israel went forth from Egypt, it was from the aspect of Jubilee. All those were from the upper world, and in that image they wandered through the desert. Not one of them entered the land, just their children, their offspring, fittingly, for they constitute the mending of the moon. All the cultivation of earth was the mending of the moon. Moses performed with the moon while still in the body, enjoining her as he wished. Departing from this world, he ascended in sublime ascent through his Holy Spirit, returning by Spirit to Upper Jubilee, where he joined those who were his. Not so with Jacob, who returned by Spirit to sabbatical. Not so in his lifetime, since he had another house. The Holy Land was restored below through the power above. So it was not fitting for them all to be as one. Those of the upper world were apart, all in spirit. Those of the lower world were apart, all in body. It was not fitting for both of these to be within the moon, rather these within the moon and those outside, so that those would be illumined by these. All those who entered the land resembled the originals but did not experience an ascent as high. For there will never be, nor has there ever been, a generation like those originals, shown the splendid luster of their Lord face to face. Jacob performed with his wives in the body, later cleaving spirit to spirit. Moses separated himself from his wife, performing while in the body with that Holy Spirit. Later his spirit cleaved to a high, hidden spirit above. So all levels cleaved as one. The spirit of Moses derives from Jubilee, his body, from sabbatical. The spirit of Jacob cleaving to sabbatical his body belonged to his wives in this world. All those upper lights appear in their image below on earth, all are suspended in the expanse of heaven, mystery of two names merging into one, their perfection three, turning back into one, corresponding to one another. This is the name inscribed and engraved, embraced by the mystery of faith. We have learned every Solomon mentioned in the connotes the Bereshit, in the beginning. King to whom peace belongs, while king, anonymous, connotes the female, lower reflecting upper. Mystery of the matter lower inherits upper, both as one. This is Bayit, house, as is written by wisdom a house is built, and similarly King Solomon made himself a pavilion from the trees of Lebanon. Pavilion is the adorning of the lower world by the upper world. For before the blessed Holy One created the world, he and his name were enclosed within him, one. Nothing existed he alone until there arose within the will of thought actualizing all by impress of the signet, creating the world. He traced and built, but it did not endure until he enwrapped himself in a wrapping of contemplative radiance and created the world, generating trees, supernal, grand cedars, from the light, that supernal luster. He set his chariots on 22 engraved letters, carved in 10 utterances, settling. So it is written from the trees of Lebanon, and similarly the cedars of Lebanon that he planted, for from these he fashioned that pavilion. King Solomon made himself for himself for his arrayal, himself displaying supernal splendor, himself proclaiming that he is one and his name one, as is said Jehovah will be one and his name one Zechariah, and that he and his name are one, as is written they will know that you alone are your name Jehovah. By the impact of his truncheons, ramparts are revealed. Trickling to this side above, trickling to the right, deviating to the left, descending below, and so in 4 directions. Dominion extends above, below, and in 4 directions, becoming one supernal stream, flowing down, forming a vast sea, as is said all the streams flow into the sea, yet the sea is not full, for it gathers all, drawing it within, as is said I am the rose of Sharon, Sharon being none other than the sight drawing all waters of the world. So this brings forth and that draws in, one illumining the other by well-known paths. Thus, by wisdom a house is built, and so Bereshit, in the beginning the upper house is built by wisdom, and the lower one, as well, though the upper house is grand, cultivation of the world, while king, anonymous, is the lower house. The king will rejoice in Elohim, God when supernal Gevurah, power, is aroused to embrace him beneath his head, drawing him close in joy, so that all will be one, then the king will rejoice, the joy of a stream issuing through a single secret, hidden channel, flowing into him. Two who are one, and so the world is consummated in existence. The king will rejoice in Elohim the lower world. Rejoicing in the upper, deep world, a joy streaming forth. Where does he rejoice in Elohim? In him, he rejoices by him, he transmits life to all. He is called life of the king. This is the essence of the house. This house built the house of the world, built the world. The secret is Bereshit, in the beginning Bet-Reshit, 2, beginning of wisdom. Then it gathers all into itself and is transformed into a vast sea to imbibe all, a sea whose waters congeal, imbibing all waters of the world, gathering them into itself, so waters continually flow and are absorbed within. This emerges from above. The sign of this secret from the womb of me, whom, emerged the ice job, its waters congealing to draw others in. This ice, this frozen sea, its waters flow only when the power of the south reaches it, drawing it close. Then the waters that were congealed on the side of the north are released and flow, for on the side of the north the waters congeal, and from the side of the south they are released and flow, watering all those beasts of the field, as is said, watering all beasts of the field. These are called cleft mountains, mountains of separation, all of whom are watered when the side of the south begins to draw near it. Then waters flow, and through this supernal energy, all streams enjoy. When thought arises in joyous desire, from the concealed of all concealed, a concealed river is drawn forth from it. They approach one another on a single path unknown above or below. Here lies the beginning of all. Bet, anonymous king, was consummated by this beginning. With this energy, Elohim, God, created heaven, the hidden one, hidden river whose waters flow forth, created, generated a voice from within, called voice of the Shofar. This is Elohim, God, created heaven. Heaven rules over earth by the life of the supernal king, as indicated by the son of Jesse. Lives on earth Samuel, for life depends on the son of Jesse. Through that life he rules over all, and earth is thereby nourished, as is written V'et ha'aretz, and earth, the Vav added to regulate the nourishment of earth. It above, the lower power comprising 22 letters generated by God for heaven, as is written, the crown with which his mother crowned him on his wedding day. This is it. Ha-Shemayim, heaven. Merging one with the other, joining them together, to endure as one through that life of the king, the anonymous king, so that heaven thereby is nourished. V'et ha'aretz, and earth union of male and female, graved in traced letters, and the life of the king drawn from the world above to heaven, sustaining earth and all her habitants. The mystery of Supreme Elohim fashioned heaven and earth to endure, generating them as one by supreme energy, beginning of all. Similarly the supreme mystery descended, and the final one fashioned heaven and earth below. The mystery of all Bet. Both of them are worlds, which created worlds, this one an upper world, this one a lower world, one corresponding to the other, this one heaven and earth, this one heaven and earth. So, Bet there are two worlds, one generating two worlds, the other generating two worlds, all through the energy of supernal Reshit, beginning. Above descended below, who was filled by way of a certain rung resting upon her, corresponding to that secret, hidden path, concealed above, though one is a narrow path and one is a way. The one below is a way, as is said, the way of the righteous is like gleaming light. While the one above is a path, as is written, a path unknown to any vulture. Job, the mystery of all is who makes a way through the sea and a path through raging waters. Similarly it is written, your way is through the sea, your path through mighty waters. When the world above was filled and impregnated, like a female impregnated by a male, it generated two children as one, male and female, who are heaven and earth, as above. Earth is nourished by the waters of heaven, released into her, though the upper are male and the lower female, the lower nourished by the male. The lower waters call to the upper, like a female opening to the male, pouring out water toward the water of the male to form seed. The female is nourished by the male, as is written V'et ha'aretz, and earth, with the additional Vav, as mentioned. It is written, lift your eyes on high and see who created. These letters were engraved in actualizing all, in actualizing above and below. Subsequently letters were traced and inscribed in scripture. Bet Bara, created Alephet. Bet Bara, created, indeed, as explained. Bet Bara, created, indeed, by supreme energy. Bet, female Aleph, male. As Bet created, so Aleph generated letters, totality of 22 letters. He generated Shemayim, heaven ha-Shemayim, the heaven, enlivening it, embedding it. Vav generated ha'aretz, earth, to nourish her, array her, provide her the gratification she deserves. V'et ha'aretz, and earth, for Vav takes it, totality of 22 letters, and earth is nourished, absorbing them within, as is said, all the rivers flow into the sea. This is the mystery of V'et ha'aretz. and earth, union of male and female. All is gathered to the female, who absorbs them. Earth received it, absorbing them as nourishment. The impact of a word is discovered in its cudgels. The fortress of vapor is discovered on earth. When flashing fire flows, aroused on the left, it seizes her and smoke ascends, as is said Mount Sinai was all in smoke, for Jehovah had descended upon it in fire. This is fire, this is smoke. And it is written the mountain smoking, for as fire descends, they cling to each other, smoke and fire. So all endures on the side of the left. This is the mystery of my own hand founded earth, my right hand spread out heaven, by the power of the right above. In this manner heaven was fashioned, for he is male, and the male emerges from the side of the right, while the female emerges from the side of the left, as is written, my own hand founded earth. Lift your eyes on high and see who created these words extend till here beyond, one does not inquire. For wisdom was consummated by nothingness and is insusceptible to questioning, for it is concealed deep, no one fathoms it. Once a deep river emanates, it becomes susceptible to question, though concealed from everything below, and in accord with questioning is called me, who created these. This is the secret of which we have spoken. From the womb of me, whom, emerged the ice job, the womb of me, indeed the one susceptible to question, though one does not ask, what is above, what is below, seeking rather the sight of their issuance, knowing yet not knowing it, for we cannot. Susceptible to questioning, not knowing. Bereshit. Bet reshit, bet. Beginning. Is reshit. Beginning, an utterance, or should we say that bereshit, in the beginning, is an utterance as long as its energy has not emerged and expanded, all concealed within, it is bereshit, in the beginning, an utterance. Once potencies emerge and expand, it is called reshit, beginning, an utterance of its own. Me, who, a question, the one who created these. Afterward, once it expanded and consummated itself, it became Yam, ocean, creating below, fashioning everything exactly as above, one corresponding to the other, reflecting one another, both of them bet. It is written, while the king was reclining settling with the lower kingdom in the mystery of that intimacy of delight in Eden above, by that hidden, concealed, unknown path by which he is filled, issuing in well-known streams. My spikenard spread its fragrance, the lower king who created a world below resembling the one above. A redolent, supreme fragrance ascends to preside and perform, enduring, prevailing, sparkling with transcendent light. The world was created in two modes, by the right and by the left, by 6 transcendent days. 6 days were fashioned to radiate, as is said, 6 days Jehovah made heaven and earth. These dug pathways and drilled 60 holes into the immense abyss, hollows conducting the water of streams into the abyss. So we have learned the hollows were formed from the 6 days of creation, constituting peace for the world. The earth was tohu vavohu, chaos and void, dregs of an inkwell in seepage. For at first it existed but did not endure, was already, later enduring. In 42 letters the world was engraved and endured, all of them crowning the holy name. As they permutate, letters ascend and descend, crowning themselves in the 4 directions of the world, so the world may endure, while these endure through the doings of the world. Scribal patterns of impress appear here by the seal of the signet. They entered and emerged, letter by letter, and the world was created. They entered the seal, permutated, and the world endured by the cudgels of the mighty serpent. They struck and penetrated chasms of dust cubits. Then the immense abyss ascended in darkness, and darkness covered all, until light emanated, split the darkness, and radiated, as is written, revealing depths out of darkness, bringing pitch blackness to light. Job water was measured by the handful, by fingers dripping thrice into the balance, half for sustenance, half entering below, these rising, these falling. Once they rise by the handful, the balance stands even, inclining neither right nor left, as is written, who measured the waters with the hollow of his hand. All was within earth, concealed and unrevealed. Energy, power, and water congealed within her, neither flowing nor expanding, until a light from above shone upon her. The light struck sponginess, and her energy was released, as is written, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Primordial, transcendent light, already existent. From here issued all powers and forces, so earth turned firm and fragrant, generating her potencies. As the light shone, its radiance blazed from one end of the universe to the other. When it gazed upon the wicked of the world, it hid itself away, emerging only by its paths, concealed, unrevealed. God saw that the light Kitoph was good. We have Toph learned every dream, enjoying the status of Kitoph, that it was good, fosters peace above and below. One sees letters corresponding to his ways, every single one. If he sees Tet Tav, good for him, good for his dream, for the Torah inaugurated it with Ki Toph, that it was good, radiating from one end of the universe to the other. Tet Tav, good, consummate radiance. Tet, ninth of all, a letter radiating from primordial one above, contained within, coming to be in the secrecy of the point, mystery of Yod, singular point. From its energy emerged Vov, whereby heaven came into being. When it culminated in a single point and was hidden within a letter, Bet glowed. From it emerged above and below. Above, concealed below, revealed in the mystery of two, existing by the energy above. This is Toph, good. These three letters, Tet, Vov, Bet, later merged into the righteous one of the world, who embraces all, above and below, as is said, say of the righteous one Kitoph, that he is good, for a supernal radiance is contained within him, as is written. Yehovah is Toph, good, to all. To all, unspecified, illuminating one day, illumining all, supreme above all. Until here, obscurity of words. Bereshit, in the beginning God created. Mystery of Reshit, at the beginning of your baking, offer a loaf as a gift. Bet is Betah, house, of the world watered by that river entering it. The mystery written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden. This river gathers all from the high depth, its waters never ceasing to saturate the garden. That high depth, initial Bet letters are sealed inside it by a single narrow path hidden within. Out of that depth emerged two forces, as is written, it ha Shemaim. The heavens, not Shemaim, heavens, but ha Shemaim, the heavens, from that depth, a mystery utterly concealed. And the earth, the concealed one, generated this earth, but included with heaven, emerging together, cleaving side by side. When the beginning of all was illumined, heaven carried her and set her in her sight, as is written, V'et ha'ares, and the earth Vov, and totality of letters. When she turned to dwell in her place, separating her from his side, she was confounded and bewildered, yearning to cleave to heaven as one, as before, for she saw heaven beaming and herself darkened. But then a transcendent light shone upon her, illumining her, and she returned to her place, gazing at heaven face to face. So earth was mended, rendered firm and fragrant. Light radiated on the right side, darkness on the left. He then separated them, so they would merge, as is written, God separated the light from the darkness. Now if you say an actual separation, no, rather, day came from the side of light, which is right, and night from the side of darkness, which is left, and when they emerged as one, he separated them, dividing them along their sides, so they could gaze face to face, cleaving to one another, all becoming one. He is called day, he named him day, and she is called night, as is written, and the darkness he called night, for darkness seizes her, she has no light of her own. Though deriving from the side of fire, which is darkness, still she is dark until illumined from the side of day. Day illumines night, but night does not shine until the time of which is written, night will shine as day, darkness and light will be the same. Rabbi Elazar jumped in first, expounding the voice of Jehovah is over the waters, the God of glory thunders, Jehovah over mighty waters, the voice of Jehovah, the supernal voice appointed over the waters flowing from rung to rung until they gather at one site, in one throng. That supernal voice conducts the waters in their courses, each in its own way, like a gardener appointed over water to conduct it to each site fittingly. So the voice of Jehovah is appointed over the waters. The God of glory thunders, as is said, who can contemplate the thunder of his might? Job, this is the side extending from might, emerging therefrom. Alternatively, the God of glory thunders the right, from which left emerges. Jehovah over mighty waters, transcendent wisdom, who stands over mighty waters, over that concealed depth emerging therefrom, as is said, your path through mighty waters. Rabbi Shimon resolved the conflict, opening with a verse, it is written, next to the enclosure are the rings to be, as housings for the poles. Who is that enclosure? A closed site, opened only by a single narrow path, intimated secretly. Thereby it is filled, and traces gates to kindle lamps. Because it is a site hidden and concealed, it is called enclosure. This is the world that is coming. Are the rings to be supernal rings linked to one another, water from air, air from fire, fire from water, all linked to each other, emerging from one another, like rings. They all gaze at that enclosure, into which merges the supernal river to water them, and they merge in it. Housings for the poles. These supernal rings are housings designated for the poles, the chariots below, for one derives from the side of fire, one from the side of water, one from the side of air, and so with them all, constituting a chariot for the ark. So whoever approaches should approach these poles, not what lies within. As we say to the Nazarite, go around, around, do not come near the vineyard except for those worthy of serving within, privileged to enter and draw near. Of this is written, an outsider who comes near shall be put to death. Rabbi Yos asked him, these 6 days of creation, Bereshit, in the beginning that we study, who are they? He replied, the same as is written, the cedars of Lebanon that he planted. As these cedars emerge from Lebanon, so those 6 days emerge from Bereshit. In the beginning, Scripture designates these 6 supernal days explicitly, as is written, yours, Jehovah, are Gedullah, greatness, Gevurah, power, Tiferet, beauty, Netzah, victory, Hod, splendor. Yes, all chronicles. So Bereshit, in the beginning, Bet, Reshit. 2. Beginning. For those second by count, it is called beginning. For the supernal, concealed crown is first, but since it is not included in the count, the second is beginning. So Bet, Reshit, 2, beginning. Bara, created, as is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden, to water and maintain it, attending to all its needs. Elohim, God, Elohim, living God. So the meaning of Bereshit. Bara Elohim, in the beginning God created, is certainly by means of that river, generating, saturating all. It. Hashemayim, heaven, the expansion of the river. Expanding and gushing after being generated by beginning. Once this generated all, and all settled in its site as one, the last link became a beginning. Through this beginning it channeled the river, pouring water to flow below. So, Bereshit, by means of beginning, indeed, God created. By it he created the lower world, by it he radiated lights, by it he energized everything. Rabbi Yehuda said, Concerning this is written, should the axe boast over him who hews with it, to whom does praise belong, not to the craftsman. Similarly, with this reshit, beginning, the transcendent God created heaven. To whom does praise belong? To God. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, to whom Elohim, God, are close. The verse should read is close. However, transcendent Elohim, Elohim of the fear of Isaac, final Elohim therefore, are close. Many powers emerge from one, all being one. God said, let there be light. This is the light that the blessed Holy One created at first. It is the light of the eye. This is the light that the blessed Holy One showed Adam, who gazed with it from one end of the universe to the other. It is the light that the blessed Holy One showed David, who praised it, declaring how abundant is your goodness that you have hidden away for those in awe of you. This is the light that the blessed Holy One showed Moses, by it he saw from Gilead to Dan. When the blessed Holy One saw that 3 wicked generations would arise, the generation of Enosh, the generation of the flood, and the generation of dispersion, he hid it away to prevent them from using it. The blessed Holy One gave it to Moses, who used it for the 3 remaining months of his gestation, as is said, she hid him for 3 months. When 3 months later he was brought before Pharaoh, the blessed Holy One took it away from him, until he stood upon Mount Sinai to receive the Torah. When he restored that light to him, he wielded it all his days, and the children of Israel could not approach him until he placed a veil over his face. As is said, they were afraid to come near him. He enwrapped himself in it as in a tallit, as is written, he wraps in light as in a garment. Let there be light, and there was light. Every subject of the phrase and there was exists in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the light created by the blessed Holy One in the act of creation flared from one end of the universe to the other, and was hidden away. Why was it hidden away? So the wicked of the world would not enjoy it, nor the worlds enjoy it because of them. It is preserved for the righteous, precisely, as is written, light is sown for the righteous, joy for the upright in heart. Then the worlds will be fragrant and all will be one. But until the day when the world that is coming arrives, it is preserved, treasured away. That light radiated from the midst of darkness hewn by truncheons of the concealed of all, until a single secret path was carved by the hidden light, leading to darkness below, where light dwells. Who is darkness below? The one called night, of whom is written, and the darkness he called night. So we have learned revealing depths out of darkness. Job. Rabbi Yos said, if you say they are revealed from sealed darkness, we can see they are concealed, all those supernal crowns, and we call them depths. Why, then, revealing? Because all those supernal concealments are revealed only from the darkness abiding in the mystery of night. All those concealed depths emerging from thought, conveyed by the voice, are not revealed until the word reveals them. Who is the word? Speech. This speech is called Sabbath, and because Sabbath is called speech, mundane speech is forbidden on Sabbath, for this speech must prevail, no other. This speech deriving from the side of darkness reveals depths. Rabbi Yitzhak said, if so, what is the meaning of the verse God separated the light from the darkness? He replied, light generated day, darkness generated night. Afterward he joined them together and they became one, as is written, there was evening, there was morning, day one, for night and day are called one. As to what is written, God separated the light from the darkness, this pertains to the time of exile, when division prevails. Rabbi Yitzhak said, until now the male was in light, now the female is in darkness, reflecting its light. Later they join together, becoming one. How are they differentiated? Distinguishing light from dark rungs differentiate, yet both are as one, for there is no light without darkness, no darkness without light. Though one, they diverge in color, even so, they are one, as is written, day one. Rabbi Shimon said, through a covenant the world was created and established, as is written, were it not for my covenant with day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth, who is covenant Tzaddik, righteous one. So the world endures by covenant, day and night together, as is written, were it not for my covenant with day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth, the allowance of heaven and earth, flowing forth from Eden. He opened, saying, from the voice of Mitzvim, dividers, between the water drawers, there they will chant the righteous acts of Yehovah, his righteous deliverance of Israel. Then the people of Yehovah descended to the gates, judges from the voice of Mitzvim, dividers the voice of Jacob. Mitzvim, dividers, as is said, man of the space between Samuel, between the water drawers, for he dwells between those drawing water from above and receives on two sides, blending them within himself. There they will chant the righteous acts of Yehovah, there is the sight of faith cleaving. There the righteous acts of Yehovah suck, imbibe. His righteous deliverance, righteous one of the world, holy covenant, drawing, conveying all, delivering, dispersing supernal water into the vast ocean of Israel, for Israel inherited this covenant, the blessed Holy One conveying it to them eternally. When Israel abandoned it by not pairing, uncovering, cutting and not uncovering what is written, then the people of Yehovah will chant there, the descended to the gates of righteousness. They sat by the gates but did not enter. Of that time is written, the children of Israel forsook Yehovah, judges, until Deborah appeared, inspiring them to offer themselves for this, as is written before Aparaot, when uncoverings are uncovered, in Israel when the people willingly offer themselves, so it is written, deliverance ceased in Israel, deliverance, his deliverance, of which we spoke. Deliverance ceased, the holy covenant, for they failed to uncover. Until I, Deborah, arose, mother in Israel. What is the meaning of mother? I channeled supernal water from above, sustaining worlds. In Israel unspecified, above and below. Showing that the world is erected only on this covenant. Mystery of all, the righteous one is the foundation of the world. 3 emerge from one, stands in 3, enters between 2, suckle one suckles many sides, so all is one, as is written, there was evening, there was morning, day one, a day embracing evening and morning as one, namely, the mystery of covenant with day and night, in which all is one. God said, let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate water from water. Rabbi Yehuda said, there are 7 expanses above, all abiding in supernal holiness, and through them the holy name is consummated. This expanse lies in the middle of the waters, above other creatures, separating upper waters from lower waters. The lower waters call to the upper and imbibe them through this expanse, separating them, for all those waters merge in it, and then it sheds them upon these creatures, drawing from there. It is written, a locked garden is my sister, bride, a locked fountain, a sealed spring, a locked garden, for within all is enclosed, all is embraced. A locked fountain, for that river gushes, flows, and enters it, and it absorbs without releasing, the water congealing within. Why is this? Because the north wind blows on those waters and they congeal, unable to flow out, eventually turning into ice. Were it not for the wind from the side of the south, whose power smashes this ice, the waters would never flow. The appearance of that supernal expanse is like this ice congealing, gathering all those waters within. Similarly, that supernal one above gathers all those waters and separates upper from lower. As to what we said, let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, meaning in the middle, it is not so, rather, it is written, let there be the one emerging from it lies in the middle of the waters, while it lies above, resting on the heads of the creatures. Rabbi Yitzhak said, there is a membrane in the midst of the innards of the human body, partitioning below and above, drawing from above, issuing below. Similarly, the expanse is in the middle, resting upon those creatures below, separating upper from lower waters. Those waters conceived and bore darkness. Concerning this mystery it is written, the curtain will serve you as a partition between the holy and the holy of holies. Rabbi Abba opened, setting the rafters of his lofts in the waters, making the clouds his chariot, walking on the wings of the wind in the waters, the uppermost waters, by which he established the house, as is said, by wisdom a house is built, by understanding established, making of him, the clouds, his chariot. Rabbi Yisra Sava divides of him into Aviyam, cloud, see a cloud that is darkness on the left abiding above this sea. Walking on the wings of the wind, spirit of the supernal sanctuary, mystery of 2 cherubim of gold it is written, he rode upon a cherub and flew, gliding on the wings of the wind, he rode upon a cherub, one afterward he manifested on the wings of the wind. Until this aroused, he did not manifest on that. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, he mitted the waters by measure, Job literally, in measure, arraying them as they arrived in her for the harmony of the world, as they arrived from the side of Gevurah. Rabbi Abba said, when the ancients arrived at this site, they would say, the lips of the wise move, but they say nothing lest they be punished. Rabbi Elazar said, first letter of all flitted on the surface of pure vapor, was crowned below and above, ascended and descended. Waters carved in carvings settle in their sites, merging in one another. So all the letters combine with each other, crown one another until a structure is soundly constructed. Once all were constructed and crowned, upper waters mingled with lower, generating the house of the world. So Bet appears at the beginning. Waters ascend and descend until this expanse comes to be, separating them. Division occurred on the second, on which hell was created, a blazing fire, as is said, he is a consuming fire destined to rain upon the heads of the wicked. Rabbi Yehuda said, from here we learn that every division of opinion for the sake of heaven is destined to endure, for here is a division for the sake of heaven, and through it heaven endured, as is written, God called the expanse heaven, in a water skin of lofts they appear by the pint and endure. For we have learned that it is written, the curtain shall serve you as a partition between the holy and the holy of holies, precisely, for this is an expanse dividing in the middle. What is written next, let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place under heaven, literally to one place, to a place called one, namely, the lower sea, completing one, without whom he is not called one. Let them be gathered means that there all those waters converge, as is said, all the rivers flow into the sea. Rabbi Yisra said, to one place, the place of which is written, my covenant of peace will not be shaken, for he carries all and casts it into the sea. By him earth is arrayed, as is written, let the dry land appear, earth, as is said, God called the dry land earth. Why is it called dry land? Rabbi Yitzhak said, this corresponds to what is written, limoni, bread of affliction, spelled limoni, impoverished bread. Since it is impoverished bread, it is called dry land, though it absorbs all the waters of the world. She remains dry until this place fills her, then water streams through those springs. And the gathering of waters he called seas, house of convergence above, where all waters converge, whence they flow and gush. Rabbi Yehuda said, the gathering of waters is the righteous one, for when the text reaches the gathering of waters, it is written, God saw that it was good, and it is similarly written, say of the righteous one that he is good. So, too, the primordial light is called good, and on all of them is written that it was good, except for the second day, of which good is not written. Rabbi Yos said, this mikveh, gathering, is Israel, as is written, mikveh Yisrael, hope of Israel. Yehovah. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is the righteous one, corresponding to what is written, he called seas, for he conveys all springs, streams, and rivers, he is the source of all, conveying all. So, seas, and therefore God saw that it was good, and similarly say of the righteous one that he is good, since he is distinguished, the first day is separated from the third, and between them that it was good is not declared. For on the third day earth generated verdure from the power of this righteous one, as is written, God said, let the earth sprout vegetation, seed-bearing plant, Fruit tree. What is fruit tree? The tree of knowledge of good and evil, who generates fruit. Bearing fruit, the righteous one. Of its kind, for every human being endowed with the Holy Spirit, fruit of that tree, is signed with an insignia of its kind. What is that covenant of holiness, covenant of peace? Signs of faith are found, each of its kind, on the tree, not parting from it. The righteous one bears fruit, and the tree conceives, generating fruit of its kind, of the kind of that one bearing fruit, resembling him. Happy is the share of the one who resembles his mother and father. Therefore the holy insignia on the 8th day, so that he resemble his mother, and when the insignia is uncovered and revealed, he resembles his father. So fruit tree is mother bearing fruit, his father of its kind, resembling him, marked by him. With its seed in it on earth, Zoh, its seed, in it. The verse should read Zerah, seed, in it. Why Zoh, its seed, in it, so that the word may be read Zerah Vov, the seed of Vov, in it on earth. So it is indeed, for he pours that seed on earth. Happy is the share of Israel, for they are holy, resembling holy ones. Certainly of this is written, your people, all of them righteous, indeed, for they emerged from these and resemble them. Happy are they in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Ea said, it is written, he makes earth by his power. Why makes earth? The verse should read made earth. But indeed, makes, continuously the blessed Holy One illumines and arrays this earth. By his power the righteous one. He establishes the world by his wisdom. The world is the earth below. By his wisdom righteousness, as is written, he will judge the world with righteousness. He makes earth the blessed Holy One, who arrays earth and its pathways. How? By his power, as we have explained. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the engraved letters of Rabbi Elazar are clusters of letters, 22 clustered as one, 2 letters, one ascending, one descending, the descending, ascending the ascending, descending, the sign being Akbak El, surely God is in you. Rabbi Yos said, the lip of the balance stands in the middle. The sign in measuring or mishkal, weighing. Kodesh, mishkal, ha, weighing, tongue standing in the middle, mystery of shekel, the weight of holiness, from which scales are suspended and balanced. Who are the scales? As is said, scales of justice, all suspended in the balance, shekel of holiness. Rabbi Yehuda said, shekel of holiness, spirit of holiness. Rabbi Yitzhak said, it is written, by the word of Yehovah the heavens were made, by the breath of his mouth all their host. By the word of Yehovah the heavens were made, the heavens below, fashioned by the word of the heavens above, through a breath generating a voice, reaching that river flowing forth, whose waters never cease. By the breath of his mouth all their host, all those below, endure by the breath, namely, the word. Watering mountains from his lofts, from the fruit of your work, earth is sated, this is well known. Watering mountains from his lofts. Who are his lofts? As we have explained, for it is written, setting the rafters of his lofts in the waters from the fruit of your work, earth is sated. Mystery of that river flowing forth below, as is written, bearing fruit with its seed in it, as explained. Let there be meorot, lights, in the expanse of heaven. Let there be meirot, curse, spelled deficiently. Rabbi Izki said, meirot, curse, for there abides the rigor of the seepage of judgment. Rabbi Yos said, let there be meirot, curse, below, for diphtheria in the world's children depends upon her, and she depends upon this meorot, smallest of all the lights, sometimes darkened, receiving no light. In the expanse of heaven, the expanse that is the sum of them all, for it receives all lights and illumines the light that does not shine, because that meira, curse, clung to it. All those other species below depend upon it because of the diminution of the light. Rabbi Yitzhak said, even this expanse that does not shine is called expanse of heaven, and similarly kingdom of heaven, land of Israel. This expanse derives from heaven. So, let there be mi'rat, curse, missing the vov. Why? Because without vov death appears in the world. Let there be mi'rat, curse, everything depends upon this, including Lilith in the world. It is written, small and great alike are their job, and similarly their Jehovah shall be majestic for us, and so their Lilith shall repose and find herself a resting place. Rabbi Elazar said, let there be mi'orata speculum that does not shine on its own but like a lantern absorbing light and glowing. It is written, behold the ark of the covenant, Lord of all the earth. Joshua, behold the ark, mi'orat the ark, the chest containing written Torah. The covenant, the sun illumining her, to illumine the world. The ark of the covenant, precisely, Lord of all the earth. The covenant is Lord of all the earth, so this ark is Lord because of the sun illumining it, illumining the whole world. From him this ark takes its name, being called in the mystery of Aleph, Dele, Nun, Yod. As we say righteous one and righteousness, and similarly Adon, Lord Adonai, one dependent on the other. Stars and constellations endure through a covenant, which is indeed the expanse of heaven, in which stars and constellations are traced and engraved, in which they are suspended to shine. Rabbi Yisrael Sava used to say, let there be mi'orat, suspended in the expanse of heaven the moon. Once it is written, let them be for mi'orat, lights, behold, the sun. 4 seasons, because times, festivals, months, and Sabbaths depend upon them. All through the supernal, primordial act, linked with his holy name. He is all. There are 7 planets corresponding to 7 heavens, all of them conducting the world, and above them the upper world. There are 2 worlds, the upper world and the lower world, lower resembling upper, for it is written, from world to world, upper king and lower king. It is written, Jehovah is king, Jehovah was king, Jehovah will be king for eternity. Jehovah is king above, Jehovah was king in the middle, Jehovah will be king below. Rabbi A. said, Jehovah is king, the upper world, the world that is coming. Jehovah was king, Tiferet Yisrael. Jehovah will be king, the ark of the covenant. Another time David reversed them, from below to above, saying, Jehovah is king forever and ever. Psalm, Jehovah is king below forever, in the middle Va'ed, and ever above, sight of Sixuda, convening, and enduring in the consummation of all. King above, king below. Rabbi Abba said, all these lights join in the expanse of heaven to shine upon earth, to illumine earth. Who is the expanse illumining earth? You must admit, this is the river flowing forth from Eden, as is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden. Once the moon prevails, illumined by that river flowing forth, all those heavens below and their hosts are augmented with light. The stars empowered over the world prevail, raising plants and trees. Earth grows in its entirety, even the waters and fish of the sea abound. Countless wardens of judgment roam the world, overjoyed and empowered. When joy prevails in the king's palace, even the gatekeepers, even crag dwellers all revel and roam the world, and children of the world must beware. Rabbi A. said, God placed them in the expanse of heaven. When all of them are present there, joy prevails between one another. Then the moon diminishes herself in the presence of the sun, and whatever he conveys is designed to illumine her, as is written, to shine upon earth. Rabbi Yitzhak said, it is written, the light of the moon shall be like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, like the light of the 7 days. Who are the 7 days? The 7 days of creation. Rabbi Yehuda said, these are the 7 days of Milahuim, investiture Milahuim, filling, indeed, for at that time the world is rendered firm and fragrant, restored to fullness. The moon is not tainted by the evil serpent, of whom is written, a whisperer separates an intimate. When is this? When he will swallow up death forever. Then this verse will be fulfilled on that day. His name one Zechariah. Jehovah will be one, and Let the waters swarm with a swarm of living souls. Rabbi Elazar said, these are the lower waters, teeming with species as above, those higher, these lower. Rabbi Ea said, the higher generated a living soul. What is that? The soul of Adam, as is said, Ha Adam, the human, became a living soul and let birds fly upon the earth, messengers from above appearing to humans in human appearance, as implied by the wording fly upon the earth. For there are others who appear only in genuine spirit, according to human awareness. So of these is not written after its kind, as with those others, of whom is written every winged bird after its kind, for these never change their kind, like these others, of whom is not written after its kind. Now if you say, some of them differ from one another, certainly so, some of them do differ, and so it is written from there it divides. God created the great sea serpents Leviathan and his mate. And every Nefesh Ha'aya, soul of the living being, who glides the soul of that living being gliding in all four directions of the world. Who is she night? With which the waters swarmed, after their kind, for waters nourish them. When south arrives, waters are released, flowing in all directions. Ships of the sea sail away, plying, as is said, their ships travel, Leviathan whom you formed to play with. And every winged bird after its kind, as is said, for a bird of heaven will carry the sound, a winged creature will report the word. Rabbi Yos said, all of them are six-winged, never changing, so it is written after its kind. What does this mean, after a supernal kind? These sweep through the world in six, observing the actions of human beings, conveying them above. So, even in your thoughts do not curse the king, even in your bedroom do not curse the rich, for a bird of heaven will carry the sound. Rabbi Izkiah said, Ha-Romzeh, who glides, the verse should read Ha-Shoreh Set, who swarms. But as we say, night Ramash, dusked. So, when all creatures of the forest Termos, creep, for when she reigns they all reign, opening with song in 3 watches, segments of the night, chanting without subsiding. Of them is written, O you, who call upon Jehovah, be not silent. Rabbi Shimon rose and said, I was gazing when the blessed Holy One was about to create Adam, above and below trembled. The 6th day was ascending its rungs as the supernal will arose and the origin of all lights dawned, opening the gate of the east, whence light issues. South displayed the power of the light inherited from the head and was empowered by the east. East empowered north, aroused and expanded, calling potently to the west to draw near, to join him. Then west rose to the north, bonding with him. Afterward south approached, embracing west, now encompassed by south and north, mystery of the hedges of the garden. Then east draws near west, and west abides in joy, inviting them all, let us make a human being in our image, according to our likeness, resembling this in 4 directions, above and below. East cleaved to west, generating him, and so we have learned Adam emerged from the site of the temple. Further, let us make Adam, a human being, the blessed Holy One imparted to these lower beings, who emerged from the aspect above, the secret of the name amounting to Adam, from the sealed supernal mystery, mystery of letters, 4 embraces above and below Aleph, beyond final Mem, who is Lamabi, for the abundance of dominion lower Dele, concealed in the west. This is the entirety of above and below, arrayed above, arrayed below. When these letters descended, all was as one in consummation, male and female. The female cleaved to his side until he cast sleep upon him and he slumbered, lying on the site of the temple below. The blessed Holy One sought him, adorned her as one adorns a bride, and brought her to him, as is written, he took one of his sides and closed up the flesh in its place. He took one precisely in the books of the ancients. I have discovered this is the original Lilith, who accompanied him, was impregnated by him, and taken away from him. She was no fitting helper for him. What is a helper? Semak, a support. Till finally it is written, it is not good for Adam to be alone. I will make him a fitting helper. Adam was last of all, fittingly, so as to arrive in a consummate world. Rabbi Shimon said further, it is written, no bush of the field was yet on earth, no plant of the field had yet sprouted, for Jehovah Elohim had not rained upon earth. No bush of the field, magnificent trees planted later, still tiny. Adam and Eve were created side by side. Why not face to face? Because, as is written, Jehovah Elohim had not rained upon earth. And the coupling was not yet fittingly arrayed. When the one below was arrayed, and they turned face to face, then so it was above. How do we know? From the dwelling, as is written, the dwelling was erected, from which we learn that another dwelling was erected along with it, and until erected below, it was not erected above. Similarly here, once arrayed below, it was arrayed above. Since until now it had not been arrayed above, they were not created face to face, as proven by Scripture, for Jehovah Elohim had not rained upon earth. Consequently, there was no human, for he was not arrayed. This secret is implied by the fact that up to this point in the portion the letter Samak does not appear. Although the companions have commented, still Samak is a helper, namely, a helper above, for above turned face to face, male and female supported by each other, indeed, supported eternally, fashioned in truth and integrity, supported male and female, supported as one. The world of which we have spoken depends upon the world below, for as long as the world below was not arrayed, neither was the world of which we have spoken. Jehovah Elohim had not rained upon earth, for one supports the other. This lower world, once arrayed, once turned and arrayed face to face, became a support above, for previously the work was in disarray. Each depends on the other. What is written next? A flow welled up from earth, this is the arrayal below, afterward watering the whole face of the ground, this is the desire of female for male. Alternatively, why had he not rained? Because no arrayal welled up from earth. So from earth below action is aroused above. Vapor ascends from earth at first, a cloud is aroused, and then all conjoins. Similarly, smoke of sacrifice is aroused below, consummates above, and all conjoins in consummation. Similarly above, arousal begins from below, then all is consummated. If Assembly of Israel did not initiate arousal, the one above would not be aroused toward her. By desire below, all is consummated. Rabbi Abba said, it is written, the tree of life in the middle of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of life, we have learned that it extends over a journey of 500 years, and all the waters of creation branch off below. The tree of life is precisely in the middle of the garden, conveying all waters of creation, branching below, for that flowing, gushing river spreads into the garden, whence waters branch in many directions. Receiving them all is the ocean, from which they emerge in numerous streams below, as is said, watering all beasts of the field, just as they emerge from that world above, watering those towering mountains of pure balsam. Subsequently, upon reaching the tree of life, they branch below by paths in every direction. And the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why is it called so? It is not in the middle. But what does knowledge of good and evil mean, since it suckles on two sides and knows them as one, suckling sweet and bitter? Since it suckles on two sides, knowing them and dwelling among them, it is called so. All those plants dwell above it, while within it dwell other plants, supernal plants called cedars of Lebanon. Who are those cedars of Lebanon? The 6 days of creation of which we have spoken, the cedars of Lebanon that he planted, certainly saplings, later firmly implanted. From here on, Samak. What is it? Vayiscor, he closed up the flesh at that place she was attached to his side, one to the side of the other. Indeed, the blessed Holy One uprooted them, transplanting them elsewhere, where they turned face to face for endurance. Similarly, The worlds were adjoined, the blessed Holy One uprooted them, transplanting them elsewhere, where they endured. Rabbi Abba said, how do we know that Adam and Eve were saplings? For it is written, sprout of my planting, work of my hands, that I may he glorified, work of my hands, precisely, for no other creature engaged in them. Similarly it is written, on the day of your planting, you become debased, for the very day they were planted in the world, they united and decayed. We have learned they resembled antennae of grasshoppers, for their light was tenuous and they did not shine. Once planted firmly, their light increased and they were called cedars of Lebanon. Adam and Eve, as well, did not grow until planted, gave forth no fragrance, indeed they were uprooted, transplanted, fittingly arrayed. Commanded the human, saying, we have Yehovah Elohim. Learned command means idolatry, saying this is woman, that is fine. From every tree of the garden you are free to eat, everything was permitted to him if eaten in oneness. For we see that Abraham ate, Isaac, and Jacob, they all ate and endured. But this tree is a tree of death, whoever takes it alone dies, for he has taken deadly poison. So, on the day you eat from it, you will surely die, for he separates saplings. Rabbi Yehuda asked Rabbi Shimon, we have learned Adam stretched his foreskin. What does this mean? He replied, that he separated the holy covenant from its site. He certainly stretched the foreskin, for he abandoned the holy covenant, cleaved to the foreskin, was seduced by the word of the serpent. But from the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden, this is woman. Do not eat from it, for it is written, her feet descend to death. On this one there is fruit, on the other there is not. For on the day you eat from it, you will surely die, for it is a tree of death, as we have said, her feet descend to death. Now the serpent was slyer than any creature of the field. Rabbi Yos said, the tree of which we have spoken was watered, flourished, and rejoiced, as is said, a river issues from Eden to water the garden. The garden, this is woman, the river entering her, watering her, and all was one, while from there below is division, as is written, from there it divides. Now the serpent. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this is the evil impulse. Rabbi Yehuda said, an actual serpent. They came before Rabbi Shimon, who said to them, indeed, all is one. It was Samael appearing on a serpent, and the form of the serpent is Satan. All is one. We have learned at that moment Samael descended from heaven, riding on this serpent, and when all creatures saw his form they fled from him. They got to the woman with words, inflicting death upon the world. Indeed, through wisdom Samael brought curses on the world, destroying the primordial tree created in the world by the blessed Holy One. This matter loomed over Samael until another holy tree arrived, namely, Jacob, who wrested blessings from him, so that he would not be blessed above, nor Esau below. For Jacob was patterned on Adam, the beauty of Jacob was the beauty of Adam. Just as Samael withheld blessings from the primordial tree, so Jacob, a tree patterned on Adam, withheld blessings from Samael above and below. Jacob took what was his entirely. So, a man wrestled with him. The serpent was slayer, evil impulse, angel of death. Being the angel of death, he inflicted death upon the whole world. This is the mystery written, end of all flesh has come before me, end of all flesh, who takes the soul of all flesh and is so named. He said to the woman, Af, really? Rabbi Yos said, he opened with Af, really, and cast Af, wrath, into the world. He said to her, with this tree the blessed Holy One created the world. Eat from it and you will really be like Elohim, God, knowing good and evil, for so it is, Elohim is its name, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So, you will be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. Rabbi Yehuda said, that is not what he said. For if he had said, with this tree the blessed Holy One created the world, it would have been correct. What he said was, rather the blessed Holy One ate from this tree and then created the world, and every artisan hates his fellow. Eat from it and you will be creating worlds, so God knows that on the day you eat from it your eyes will be opened and you will become like God. Because he knew this, he commanded you concerning it. Rabbi Yitzhak said, he spoke lies entirely. The very first thing he said was a lie, as is written, even though God said, do not eat from any of the trees in the garden, it was not so, for it is written, from every tree of the garden you are free to eat. He permitted him all of them. Rabbi Yos said, we have learned the blessed Holy One commanded him concerning idolatry, as is written, commanded Jehovah, concerning blasphemy. Elohim. Concerning judges the human, concerning murder, saying, concerning the woman, concerning exposing nudity. Now, how many people existed in the world, necessitating this, but certainly all touched upon this tree, by which they are embraced. Whoever takes it by itself, takes it together with hordes below embraced by it, takes idolatry, murder, and exposing nudity. Idolatry toward those empowered princes. Murder engendered by this tree, which is Gevurah Samael, is appointed over this. Exposing nudity, she is woman, so named, and it is forbidden to invite a woman by herself, only with her husband, that one not be suspected of exposing nudity. So in them all he was commanded concerning this tree. When he ate from it, he violated them all, for it embraces all. Rabbi Yehuda said, indeed this is so, for it is forbidden to be alone with a woman, only together with her husband. What did that wicked one do? He said, look, I touched this tree and did not die. You, too, come and touch it with your hand, you won't die. This he added for her on his own. Immediately, the woman saw that the tree was good. What did she see? Rabbi Yitzhak said, that tree gave forth an aroma, as is said, like the fragrance of a field blessed by Jehovah. Because of that aroma ascending, she desired eating of it. Rabbi Yos said, it was vision. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, but it is written, the eyes of both of them were opened. He replied, the vision she beheld was the measure of the tree, as is written, Vatir Harish Shah, she saw the woman, precisely the woman saw that it was good. She saw and did not see. She saw that it was good, but she was unsettled. What is written next? She took of its fruit, not she took of it. She cleaved to the sight of death, inflicting death upon the whole world, separating life from death, which are not to be separated. For voice is never separate from speech, and whoever separates voice from speech turns dumb, speechless. Deprived of speech, he turns to dust. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, I was dumb with silence, stilled, bereft of goodness, my pain aroused. This verse was spoken by assembly of Israel, who is in exile. Why? Because voice conducts speech. When she is in exile, voice separates from her, no word is heard, and so I was dumb with silence. Why? Because I was stilled, bereft of goodness, for voice no longer accompanies her, and Israel declares to you, praise is silent. Who is silent? Praise, praise of David, who turns silent in exile, voiceless. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what does to you mean because of you, she is silent, for you abandoned her. She took of its fruit and ate. We have learned she squeezed grapes and offered them to him, and they inflicted death upon the whole world, for death abides in this tree, a tree ruling by night. When she rules, all creatures of the world taste a taste of death, but those scions of faith first pledge their souls to him, and since pledged, the souls return to their sights. So, your faithfulness every night. The eyes of both of them were opened. Rabbi Iya said, opened to perceive the evil of the world, unknown to them till now. Once they knew and were open to knowing evil, then they knew that they were naked, for they had lost the supernal radiance enveloping them, which disappeared, leaving them naked. They sewed together fig leaves they knew to be covered by the shade of that tree from which they had eaten, called leaves of the tree. and made themselves loincloths. Rabbi Yos said, once they knew of this world and clung to it, they saw that this world is conducted by those leaves of the tree. So they built themselves a stronghold, fortifying themselves with them in this world, discovering every kind of magic. They sought to gird themselves with the weapons of those leaves of the tree for protection. Rabbi Yehuda said, then 3 were brought to justice and convicted, and the lower world was cursed and could not firmly endure due to the slime of the serpent until Israel stood at Mount Sinai. Afterward the blessed Holy One clothed them in garments soothing to the skin, as is written, cot not or garments of skin. At first they wore cot not or garments of light, and he was waited upon by the highest beings, for the angels on high came to bask in that light, as is written, you made him little less than God, adorned him with glory and majesty. Now that they sinned, cot not or garments of skin, soothing the skin, not the soul. Afterward they bore their first son, son of slime. 2 copulated with her, she conceived and bore 2. Each emerged according to his kind, by their spirit they separated, one to this side, one to the other, each resembling its side. From the side of Cain emerge all the haunts of maleficent species, spirits, demons, and sorcerers. From the side of Abel, a side of greater compassion, yet incomplete good wine adulterated with bad, immature until Seth appeared, from whom descended all righteous generations, by whom the world was sown. From Cain descended all those insolent, wicked sinners of the world. Rabbi Elazar said, when Cain sinned he was terrified, for he saw several armed camps confronting him, coming to kill him. When he returned to God, what did he say? Behold, you have banished me today from the face of the soil, and from your face I will be hidden. What is the meaning of from your face Esata, I will be hidden? His structure Seta, destroyed. Rabbi Abba said, as is written, he will hide his face from them. Micah, so, from your face I will be hidden, it will not watch over me, and whoever finds me will kill me. Yehovah put Ot, a mark, on Cain. What is Ot? A mark he placed upon him, one Ot, letter, of the 22 letters of Torah to protect him. Rabbi Yehuda said, why is it written when they were in the field, this is a woman? Because of this he killed him, for from this side he inherited killing, the side of Samael, who inflicted death upon the whole world. Cain was jealous of Abel because of his female. Rabbi Ea said, but we have seen it written, Cain was very angry and his face fell because his offering was not accepted. He replied, so it is all this confronted him. Rabbi Yehuda said, why is it written, surely if you do well, there is dignity. But if you do not do well, sin crouches at the opening, because the verse declares this, if you do well, there is dignity. What is dignity? As is written, surpassing in dignity, for the firstborn is entirely praiseworthy, depending on his deeds. So, if you do well, there is dignity. But if you do not do well, sin crouches at the opening. What is the opening? The opening above, from whom judgments issue for evil deeds of the world. Opening, as is said, open for me the gates of justice. At that opening, sin crouches, namely, the angel of death, poised to punish you. On Rosh Hashanah Adam was born. On Rosh Hashanah, indeed, mystery above and below. Rosh Hashanah above, Rosh Hashanah below. On Rosh Hashanah barren women are attended. How do we know this happens on Rosh Hashanah? As is written, Ve'Yehovah, Yehovah, and Yehovah, attended to Sarah Yehovah, and precisely this is Rosh Hashanah. Since Adam emerged from Rosh Hashanah, he emerged through judgment, and the world endures through judgment. So, at the opening, indeed, sin crouches to punish you. His desire is toward you, till you are destroyed. Ve'ata, and you, will rule over him, a mystery, as is written, Ve'ata, and you, enliven them all. From here they have concluded that the blessed Holy One reigns only when the wicked of the world are destroyed. So, once the angel of death destroys them, he rules over him, preventing him from putrefying the world, as is written Ve'ata, and you will rule over him Ve'ata, and you. Precisely Rabbi Yitzhak said, in a grapple of strife a potentate appears. Rabbi Yehuda said, and you will rule over him, by returning to God. Rabbi Yos said, the generations of Cain resembled beings above and below walking upon the earth, they pulverized the ground. Rabbi Yitzhak said, when Uzzah and Azael fell from their holy site above, they saw the daughters of human beings, sinned, and engendered sons. These were Nephilim, fallen beings, as is written the Nephilim, fallen beings, were on earth. Rabbi Ea said, the sons of Cain were the sons of Elohim, God, for when Samael copulated with Eve, injecting her with slime, she conceived and bore Cain. His features differed from other humans, and all those issuing from his aspect are called sons of Elohim. Rabbi Yehuda said, even the sons of those Nephilim are so called. They were the mighty men. There were 60 on earth, corresponding to the number above. Here is written they were the mighty men Meolam, of old, and there is written 60 mighty men encircling her. Rabbi Yos said, they were the mighty men Meolam, from the world, literally, from the world, precisely the men of name. What does name mean? This is the world of which we have spoken, men of the name, precisely here is written men of the name, and there is written when he blasphemes the name, and similarly the son of the Israelite woman blasphemed the name. Rabbi Ea said, they were Meolam, from the world. Literally from the world below, the blessed Holy One took them, as is said, remember your compassion, Yehovah, and your love, for they are Meolam. From the world, really from the world, the blessed Holy One took them to become a holy chariot above. Similarly here, they were the mighty men from the world, really from the world. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Meolam, from the world. This is the bed of Solomon, as is written 60 mighty men encircling her. Rabbi Ea said, they are all called sons of Elohim, for the world was not yet firm and fragrant. All those saplings were concealed, tenuously traced in a certain site. Afterward the blessed Holy One uprooted them, transplanting them elsewhere, and they endured. Rabbi Yisa asked, concerning what is written, this is the book of the generations of Adam. This is a supernal mystery, said Rabbi Abba. We have learned 3 books are opened on Rosh Hashanah, 1, of the completely righteous. A supernal book whence all emerges, whence emerges writing. A middle book comprising above and below, embracing all sides, mystery of written Torah, primordial Adam. A book called Generations of Adam, which is that the one of the completely righteous, as is written, this is the book, really righteous one, engendering generations. On the day God created Adam in the likeness of God, for really then was all arrayed above and below, stabilized in a single paradigm. Male and female he created them unidentifiable, one merging in the other. Our Mishnah. It is written, the name of Yehovah is a tower of strength, into which the righteous one runs and is safe. This is the book of the generations of Adam, who runs into that tower. This tower, what is its nature? This is the Tower of David. This is Migdal Ounce Shem Yehovah, Bo Yaratz Sadik V'Nizgath. The name of Yehovah is a tower of strength, into which the righteous one runs and is safe. All is one. Here is a cipher for scions of faith. This is really the book of the generations of Adam for scions of faith. Rabbi Abba said, an actual book was brought down to Adam, from which he discovered supernal wisdom. This book reached the sons of Elohim, who contemplate and know it. This book was brought down by the Master of Mysteries, preceded by 3 envoys. When Adam departed the Garden of Eden he grasped that book, but as he was leaving it flew away from him to the gate. He prayed and cried before his Lord, and it was restored to him as before, so wisdom would not be forgotten by humanity and they would strive to know their Lord. Similarly we have learned Enoch had a book from the site of the book of the generations of Adam, mystery of wisdom, for he was taken from earth, as is written, he was no more, for God took him, he is the lad, as is written, Enoch, train, the lad, all hidden treasures above were entrusted to him, and he transmits, carrying out the mission. 1,000 keys were handed to him, he conveys 100 blessings every day, wreathing wreaths for his Lord. The blessed Holy One took him from the world to serve him, as is written, for God took him. By him a book was transmitted, a book was conveyed called the Book of Enoch. When the blessed Holy One grasped him, he showed him all the treasures above, the tree of life in the middle of the garden, including its leaves and branches. All this we see in his book. Happy are the devout of the world, to whom supernal wisdom is revealed, never to be forgotten, as is said, the secret of Jehovah is for those in awe of him, to them he reveals his covenant, said, my spirit shall not abide in humanity forever, since they, too, Jehovah, our flesh. Rabbi A said, at that time the flowing, gushing river was gushing a supernal spirit from the tree of life, pouring into the tree where death abides, so spirits were drawn into human beings recurrently, until maleficent species ascended, presenting themselves at the opening. Then, as human souls were flying off, the supernal spirit departed from that tree, as is written, my spirit shall not abide in humanity Leolam, forever, given Laolam, to the world. Since they, too, are flesh. Members of the Academy of Rabbi Elazar said, Bishagam, since tooth is Mosh, Moses, who illumines the moon, by whose energy humanity endures for many days in the world. Let his days be 120 years, alluding to Moses, through whom Torah was given and who thereby poured life lavishly for humanity from that tree of life. So it would have been, had Israel not sinned, as is written, Arat, engraved, on the tablets, Arat, freedom, from the angel of death, for the tree of life extended to those below. So, Bishagam, since he, too, is flesh, the event transpires, the spirit of life is lavishly poured. Bishagam, since too embraced below and above. So we have learned Moses did not die, but was rather gathered from the world and illumines the moon. For even when the sun is gathered from the world, it does not die but illumines the moon. So too, Moses. Alternatively, since it, too, is flesh, when the spirit extends long within human beings, it turns into flesh, being drawn after the body. Rabbi Yitzhak said, all the generations perfected by Seth were entirely righteous and devout. Subsequently spreading and multiplying, they learned the art of annihilation, spears and swords. Finally Noah appeared and rearranged the world for them, preparing and cultivating the soil. For at first they neither sowed nor reaped, which afterward they found essential, as is written, so long as the earth endures, sowing and harvest shall not cease. Rabbi Elazar said, God will one day mend the world and ripen the spirit within human beings so they prolong their days forever, as is written, for as the days of a tree shall the days of my people be, and similarly he will swallow up death forever. God said, let there be light, and there was light. Rabbi Yitzhak said, from here we learn that the blessed Holy One uprooted these saplings and transplanted them, as indicated by the expression, and there was. Rabbi Yehuda said, a light that already was. We have learned that it is written Vei, and there was, light. Not Ve higher, but rather Vei. When the blessed Holy One contemplated the generations of the wicked, who would prove unworthy of that light, he treasured it away, as is written, the light of the wicked is withheld. Job, for whom did he hide it? For the righteous, precisely, as is written, light is sown for the righteous, joy for the upright in heart. God said, let there be light, as is written, who aroused from the east. God saw that the light was good. What did he see? Rabbi Ea said, as we have said, he saw the acts of the wicked and treasured it away. Rabbi Abba said, God saw the light, its radiance flashing from one end of the universe to the other. That it was good to hide it, so that the wicked of the world would not enjoy it. Rabbi Shimon said, God saw that the light was good without a trace of wrath. Here is written that it was good, and there is written that it was good in the eyes of Jehovah to bless Israel. The end of the verse proves it. God separated the light from the darkness, so no wrath could be found, although the blessed Holy One joined them as one supreme radiance, so this light would glow, and from that radiance, delight to all the right, by which gravings of engravings are wreathed. This has been said, as is written, how abundant is your goodness that you have hidden away for those in awe of you. This is the primordial light treasured away by the blessed Holy One for the righteous, as we have said. There was evening, from the side of darkness there was morning, from the side of light. Since they join as one, it is written day of oneness. Rabbi Yehuda said, why is it written of every single day there was evening, there was morning, to reveal that there is no day without night, no night without day, they must not be parted. Rabbi Yos said, that day, on which primordial light radiated, extended through all those days, for on all of them is written day. Rabbi Elazar said, this is implied by the fact that on all of them is written morning, and morning is solely from the side of primordial light. Rabbi Shimon said, the first day accompanies all of them, and all inhabit it, showing there is no separation between them. All is one. God said, let there be light, an extension of this light below. These are angels created on the first day, abiding enduringly on the right side. God saw it, the light it, including the speculum that does not shine, together with the speculum that shines, of which is written that it was good. Rabbi Elazar said, it amplifying, including all those angels issuing from the side of this light, all radiant as at first, enduringly. Let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters. Rabbi Yehuda said, by this, upper waters were separated from lower waters. An expanse, an expansion of the waters, as has been explained. That it may separate water from water, upper waters from lower waters. God fashioned the expanse, fashioning it lavishly. The verse does not read there was an expanse, but rather God fashioned, expanding it immensely. Rabbi Yitzhak said, on the second day hell was created for the wicked of the world. On the second, conflict was created. On the second, work was not completed, so that it was good is not written of it, until the third day arrived, when work was completed, so that it was good is written twice, once for the completion of the second day's work and once for itself. On the third day, the second day was mended, the conflict mediated. Then compassion ripened for the wicked in hell. On the third day sparks of hell subside, so by it the second day is embraced, consummated. Rabbi Ea was sitting in the presence of Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, this light on the first day, and darkness on the second, when waters were separated and conflict arose, why was it not consummated on the first day, since right embrace is left? He replied, this was precisely the conflict, so the third had to intervene, harmonizing, extending peace between them. God said, let the earth sprout vegetation, upper waters joined with lower, yielding fruit. Upper waters swell and generate lower. Call to upper, as female to male, for upper waters are male, and lower, female. Rabbi Shimon said, all this transpires both above and below. Rabbi Yos said, if so, Elohim, God, mentioned here who is Elohim? He replied, Elohim unspecified is Elohim, living God, above. If you say below, not so, rather, below is generation, as is said, these are the generations of heaven and earth Behiberim. When they were created, and we have explained. Behiberim, with he created them, while the one above is Patriarch Supreme. She is activity, so earth activated generations, for she conceives, like female from male. Rabbi Elazar said, all forces were in earth, though she did not issue her forces, namely generations, until the 6th day, as is written, let the earth bring forth living beings. If you say, but it is written the earth brought forth vegetation, this means she arrayed her forces so they would be fittingly deployed, all hidden away within her until necessary. For at first is written desolate and void, as translated. Afterward she was arrayed and inhabited, receiving seed, grass, vegetation, and trees fittingly, generating them afterward. Similarly with the lights, not functioning until necessary. Let there be me'orat, lights, in the expanse of heaven, spelled deficiently me'erat, curse, to include the evil serpent who injected slime, causing separation, for the sun does not perform with the moon. Me'erot, curses, causing earth to be cursed, as is written cursed is the ground, so it is spelled me'erat. Let there be me'orat, lights, the moon. In the expanse of heaven the sun. Both in a single entity, coupling, illumining worlds. Above and below, as indicated by the expression al-haras, above the earth, rather than baras, on the earth, implying above and below. Calculation of all is by the moon. Rabbi Shimon said, numerologies and calculations of equinoxes, solstices, and intercalations derive entirely from the mystery of the moon, no higher. Rabbi Elazar said to him, no, but the companions perform numerous calculations and measurements. He replied, not so, calculation abides in the moon, whence one enters to discover above. He said to him, but it is written that they may be for signs and for seasons. He replied, spelled deficiently la'atot, for signs. He said to him, but it is written that they may be. He replied, all those essences that will inhabit her, like a treasure ship filled with all, but calculation of all is by the moon. There is a single point, origin of counting, for what lies within that point is unknown, uncountable. There is a point above, concealed, totally unrevealed and unknown, origin of constructing everything concealed and profound. Similarly there is a point below, revealed, origin of every calculation and reckoning. So here is the site of all equinoxes and solstices, numerologies, intercalations, festivals, holidays, and Sabbaths. Israel, cleaving to the Blessed Holy One, calculate by the moon, cleaving to her and raising her, as is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, let the waters swarm with a swarm of living creatures. Rabbi Elazar said, they have established that those waters teemed and generated as above. This has already been said. And let birds fly above the earth, the verse should read Yaraf, let fly. Yufef, Rabbi Shimon said, it is a mystery. V'yev, and a bird Michael, as is written, one of the seraphim V'yaraf, flew, to me Yufef, let fly Gabriel, as is written, the man Gabriel whom I had previously seen in the vision Mu'af Bi'af, was flown in flight. Daniel al-Hares, upon the earth Elijah, appearing continually on earth, not from the aspect of father and mother, arriving in 4 glides, as is written, the Spirit of Jehovah will carry you off. I know not where, kings, the Spirit of Jehovah one will carry you off. 2 where 3 I know not. 4 across the face of, angel of death, who darkens the face of the world, and of whom is written darkness over the face of the abyss, the expanse of heaven, as we have said. He ascends and accuses. Rabbi Abba said, but the angel of death was created on the 2nd day, rather, upon the earth Raphael, empowered to heal the earth, thanks to whom earth is restored to health along with all her forces, and the human being endures thereon. Across the face of the expanse of heaven Uriel. All is contained within the text. So afterward is written, God created the great sea serpents. Rabbi Elazar said, these are Leviathan and his mate. Alternatively, these are 70 princes appointed over the 70 nations. All created to rule over earth. And every nefesh ayah, soul of the living being, that moves Israel, who are the actual soul of that living being and are called a nation unique on earth, Samuel, which the waters brought forth in swarms, according to its kind, for they engage in Torah. And every winged bird the righteous among them, who are therefore nefesh ayah, living souls. Alternatively, and every winged bird, as has been explained, messengers of the world. Rabbi Abba said, nefesh ayah, soul of the living being, namely, Israel, for they are scions of the blessed Holy One and their holy souls derive from him. The soul of other nations, whence does it come? Rabbi Elazar said, from those impure aspects of the left, defiling them and anyone approaching them. God said, let the earth bring forth nefesh according to its kind. Rabbi Elazar added, this supports what we have said, nefesh ayah, living beings, according to their kind, all the other creatures, each souls of the living being Israel, who are souls of the supernal holy living being. Cattle, crawling things, and living creatures of the earth, other nations, who are not souls of the living being, but rather foreskin, as we have said. Let us make a human being in our image, according to our likeness, embracing 6 aspects comprising all, as above, with smooth members arrayed fittingly in the mystery of wisdom, an entirely supernal array. Let us make a human being mystery of male and female, entirely in supernal, holy wisdom. In our image, according to our likeness, to be consummated by one another, so that he will be unique in the world, ruling over all. God saw all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Here was restored the omission of it was good on the second day, omitted because death was created then. Here is stated, and behold, it was tov meod, very good. This parallels what the companions say, and behold, tov mavit, death is good. God saw all that he had made. Had he not seen it before, the blessed Holy One had certainly seen everything, but the mention of it all, amplifies the meaning to include all following generations, and all that would newly emerge in the world in every generation, before it actually existed. That he had made all the works of creation, for there was created the elemental essence of all that would later emerge anew. So the blessed Holy One saw it before it existed, deploying all in the act of creation. Yom HaShishi, the 6th day. What is different about all the other days, lacking the letter he here, when the world was consummated, female united with male in single union, he, with Shishi, 6th, so that all would be one. They were completed, all consummated as one, totally perfect and complete. Rabbi Elazar opened, how abundant is your goodness that you have hidden away for those in awe of you. The heavens and the earth were completed. Blessed Holy One fashioned the human being in the world and prepared him to become perfect through his service, to mend his ways, so as attain the supernal light treasured away by the blessed Holy One for the righteous, as is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. How does one attain that light? Through Torah, for whoever is engaged with Torah attains each day a share in the world that is coming. He is deemed a builder of worlds, for by Torah the world was built and consummated, as is written, Jehovah founded the earth by wisdom, and similarly I was with him as a nursling, I was a daily delight. Whoever engages in her consummates and sustains the world. By breath the blessed Holy One made the world, and by breath it is sustained, the breath of those studying Torah, especially the breath of school children. How abundant is your goodness, the goodness hidden away for those in awe of you, those fearing sin. That you made for those who take refuge in you. What is the meaning of you made the act of creation? Rabbi Abba said, this is the Garden of Eden, for the blessed Holy One fashioned it exquisitely on earth, resembling the one above, so that the righteous would be invigorated therein, as is written, that you made for those who take refuge in you, in the presence of human beings, for that one is in the presence of human beings, while the other is in the presence of holy celestial beings. Rabbi Shimon said, even the other one is in the presence of human beings, so that the righteous who fulfill the will of their Lord will be gathered there. They were completed, for acts above and below were completed. The heavens and the earth above and below. Rabbi Shimon said, act and artistry of written Torah, act and artistry of oral Torah. With all their array the details of Torah, faces of Torah. Torah assumes 70 faces. They were completed, sustained and consummated by one another. Heaven and earth particular and general. With all their array secrets of Torah, purities of Torah, impurities of Torah. On the seventh day God completed, this is oral Torah, for she is the seventh day. Through her the world was consummated, for she sustains all. The work that he had done, not all his work, for written Torah generated all through the potency of writing, issuing from wisdom. 3 times here on the seventh day. On the seventh day God completed. He rested on the seventh day. God blessed the seventh day. Look, 3 on the seventh day God completed oral Torah, for with this seventh day the world was consummated, as we have said. He rested on the seventh day, foundation of the world. In the book of Rav Yavasava this is Jubilee, so here is written from all the work, for all issues therefrom. But as for us this is foundation, as we have said, for the rest thereon is best of all. God blessed the seventh day the high priest, who blesses all and receives first share. Blessing inheres in him, begins blessing from him, and he is called seventh. Rabbi Yisasava said, these 2 refer respectively to foundation and central pillar, but these 3 correspond to the entry of Sabbath at night, the day, and the world that is coming, namely great Sabbath. He hallowed Oto, it whom did he hallow that site whereat, sign, of the covenant abides, as is said he will show me Oto, his sign, and his habitation Samuel at this site abides all holiness from above, issuing from there to assembly of Israel to provide her delectable pastry. This accords with what is written out of Asher his bread is rich, he will yield delicacies of a king out of Asher consummate covenant. His bread is rich, what had been bread of affliction was transformed into pastry. He will yield delicacies of a king. Who is King Assembly of Israel? He provides her all the delights of the world. All holiness issuing from above issues from this site. So he hallowed Oto, his sign. For on it he rested. On it, repose of all, repose above and below. On it earth rested in repose. That God created from the totality of remember emerged observe, arraying the works of the world. To make artisan of the world, fashioning the works of all. Rabbi Shimon further elucidated the word, saying it is written guarding the covenant and the love guarding guardian of Israel the covenant, as we have explained and the love Abraham. Assembly of Israel is guarding the covenant and the love. This one guards the gate of all, on it depend all works of the world. Indeed, that God created to make perfecting and arraying all, every single one, every single day, generating spirits and souls, even demonic spirits. Now if you say that these do not enhance the world, yes they do, by whipping the wicked of the world, for they confront and chastise them. Whoever wends to the left is seized by them on the left side. So they came into being to mend the world. What is written of Solomon, I will chastise him with a human rod, with blows of the children of Adam. Samuel, what are blows of the children of Adam? These are demons. As they were being created, the day was hallowed, and they were left spirit without body. These are creatures never completed, from the left side, dross of gold. Since they are incomplete and defective, the holy name does not abide in them, nor do they cleave to it. Their terror is provoked by the holy name, before which they tremble and panic, for the holy name does not abide in a defective sight. A person flawed by not leaving a son in this world does not cleave to the holy name when he departs, nor is he admitted within the curtain because he is defective, incomplete. An uprooted, barren tree must be transplanted, for the holy name is consummate from every angle and no defect can cleave to it. These creatures are defective from above and below, so they cleave neither above nor below. These God created to make, for they were completed neither above nor below. Now if you say, look, they are spirits, why not above, since they were not completed below, on earth, they were not completed above. All deriving from the left side, they are invisible to human beings, whom they menacingly confront. 3 features they share with the ministering angels and 3 with human beings, as has been established. Having been created, those spirits were plunged behind the millstones of the chasm of the immense abyss for the duration of Sabbath eve and Sabbath day. Once the holiness of the day departed and they were not completed, they erupted into the world, roaming in every direction. The world must defend itself against them, for then the entire left side is aroused, fire of hell flashes, and all denizens of the left roam the world, craving to clothe themselves in a body, but they cannot. We must protect ourselves against them, so a song against maleficent spirits has been prescribed for whenever their dread prevails in the world. When the day is hallowed at the entrance of Sabbath, a canopy of peace hovers, spreading over the world. Who is canopy of peace Sabbath, when all spirits, whirlwinds, demons, and the entire dimension of impurity are hidden away within the eye of the millstone of the chasm of the immense abyss. For as soon as holiness arouses over the world, the spirit of impurity cannot arouse, one flees the other. Then the world enjoys supernal shelter, and we need not pray for protection, for example, who guards his people Israel forever. This has been prescribed for weekdays, when the world does need protection, but on Sabbath a canopy of peace spreads over the world, which is sheltered on every side. Even the wicked in hell are protected, all bask in peace, those above and those below. So in hallowing the day, we bless who spreads a canopy of peace over us, over his entire people Israel, and over Jerusalem. Why over Jerusalem? Because this is the abode of that canopy, and we should invite that canopy to spread over us, abide with us, and protect us, like a mother hovering over her children, who are thereby free of fear from any direction. So, who spreads a canopy of peace? When Israel blesses and invites this canopy of peace holy guest by reciting who spreads a canopy of peace, supernal sanctity descends, spreading her wings over Israel, covering them like a mother over her children. All maleficent species are rounded up from the world, and Israel dwells beneath the holiness of their Lord. Then this canopy of peace issues new souls to her children. Why? Because then is the time of coupling, and she receives souls, abiding in her, emerging from her. As she hovers, spreading her wings over her children, she pours new souls upon every single one. Rabbi Shimon said further, so we have learned Sabbath is patterned on the world that is coming. Certainly so sabbatical and jubilee are paradigms of one another, as are Sabbath and the world that is coming. That supplement to the soul comes to this canopy of peace from the mystery of Zohar, remember, as received from the world that is coming. She bestows this supplement upon the holy people, who rejoice in it, and all fear, trouble, and sorrow sink into oblivion, as is said on the day that Jehovah gives you rest from your sorrow and anxiety, and from the hard bondage imposed on you on Sabbath eve. One should taste everything, to show that this canopy of peace encompasses all, provided one doesn't mar one course for the day, some say two, for the 2 other meals of the day, and this is fine. Kindling the lamp of Sabbath has been entrusted to the women of the holy people. The companions have said that she extinguished the lamp of the world and darkened it. This is fine, but here is the mystery of the matter. This canopy of peace is the consort of the world, and souls constituting the supernal lamp abide within her. So the consort should kindle, for linked to her sight, she performs the act. A woman should kindle the Sabbath lamp in joy to attain supernal honor and merit, to be worthy of holy sons who will become lamps of the world in Torah and reverence, spreading peace through the world. She also provides her husband long life, so she should be careful. Sabbath, night and day, Zohar, remember, and Shema, observe, as one. So it is written, remember the Sabbath day, to hallow it, and observe the Sabbath day. Zohar, remember, for Decorah, male, and Shema, observe, for female. All is one. Happy are Israel, portion of the blessed Holy One, his share and heritage. Of them is written, happy the people who have it, so happy the people whose God is Yehovah. Yehovah Elohim fashioned Harsila, the side that he had taken from the human into a woman, and he brought her to the human. Rabbi Shimon said, it is written, Elohim understands her way, he knows her sight. Job. This verse bears numerous nuances, but Elohim heaven understands her way corresponds to what is said Vayivan. Yehovah Elohim fashioned the side, namely, oral Torah, who contains a way, as is said, who makes a way through the sea. So Elohim understands her way. He knows her sight. Who is her sight? Written Torah, containing knowledge. Yehovah Elohim, a complete name, arraying her with all, so it is called both wisdom and understanding, for it bore the complete name entirely. Yehovah Elohim, consummating two names. Harsila, the side, the speculum that does not shine, as is said, Uv Salai, at my stumbling, they rejoiced that he had taken from her Adam, the human, for she issued from written Torah into a woman to be joined to the flame of the left side, for Torah was given from the side of power. La Ishsha, into a woman to be Ish-he, fire of he, bound together as one. And he brought her to her Adam, the human, for she should not be alone but rather embraced by, joined with written Torah. Once she joins with him, he will nourish and adorn her, providing her what she needs. From here we learn that when one offers his daughter in marriage, until she enters her husband's domain, her parents prepare and provide all she needs, but once she joins her husband, he nourishes her and provides what she needs. At first is written, Yehovah Elohim fashioned the side, for father and mother array her. Afterward he brought her to the human, so that all is bound as one, joined to one another, and he provides her what she needs. Alternatively, Elohim understands her way. When the daughter resides in her mother's house, she watches out every day for everything her daughter needs, as is written, Elohim understands her way. Once she joins her husband, he provides her all she needs and arranges her affairs, as is written, he knows her sight. Alternatively, this verse was spoken concerning supernal wisdom and linked to supernal secrets. The primordial point is totally unknown to anyone, but Elohim understands her way. This is the world that is coming. He hidden of all hidden, concealed of all concealed, called he, unknown by any name. It is written Vayitza. Yehovah Elohim. Formed the human. Here he was perfected consummately, on the right and on the left. We have already established that he encompassed the good impulse and the evil impulse. Why the good impulse? For himself. The evil impulse, to arouse toward his female. Arousal always arises from the left side toward the female, linking itself with her, so she is called Ishsha, woman. The good impulse and the evil impulse, for the female is embraced by them, linked with them, though not until the evil impulse arouses toward her and they join one another. Once they do, the good impulse, who is joy, arouses, drawing her close to him. Above, genuine north, who is joy without the filth of evil impulse, holds her first, as is written, his left hand beneath my head, and afterward, his right embracing me. She is positioned between right and left, to be nourished, so Yehovah Elohim formed a complete name, corresponding to these two sides. The human, we have already established that this implies male and female as one, not separated to be face to face. What is written, dust of the earth now poised to be arrayed. When a woman is joined with her husband, she is called by his name Ish Shah, man, woman Sadik Sidek, righteous, righteousness. He is of a, fawn, and she is a fa, dust. Then he is Savi, heart, and she is Savaye, do Savi, fairest, of all lands. Ezekiel, it is written, do not plant Asherah or any tree-like object beside the altar that you make for Jehovah your God. Beside the altar is it permitted, above the altar or anywhere else rather. We have established Asher is her husband, and she is named after him Asherah. So it is written for Baal and Asherah kings, so, do not plant Asherah beside the altar that you make for your God over against the altar of Jehovah. Jehovah, for the altar of Jehovah is based on this, so do not plant another Asherah over against her. All those sun worshippers are always called worshippers of Baal, and those who worship the moon are called worshippers of Asherah. So for Baal and Asherah, Asherah being named after her husband, Asher. If so, why was this name displaced? Because Asherah derives from the verse Beoshri, happy am I, for daughters will deem me happy, while the other nations did not deem her happy, substituting another in her place. Further it is written, all who honored her despise her, so this name was displaced in order that those worshipped by other nations not be empowered. We call her altar made of earth, as is written, altar of earth, so, dust of the earth. He blew into his nostrils the breath of life. The word is inclusive, but he blew into his nostrils the breath of life into that dust, like a female impregnated by a male, for they join, and this dust is filled with all, with whom spirits and souls. And Har Adam, the human, became a living soul. Now the human was arrayed enduringly, to adorn and nourish the living soul. Jehovah Elohim fashioned here, too, with the complete name, for father and mother adorned her before she approached her husband. The side, as is said, I am black but beautiful, the speculum that does not shine, but father and mother adorned her so that her husband be pleased with her. And he brought her to the man. From here we learn that the father and mother of the bride should bring her into the domain of the groom, as is said, I have given my daughter to this man. From now on, her husband comes to her, for the house is hers, as is written, he came into her, he came into Rachel also. First, he brought her to the man, for up to this point the father and mother should act. Afterward, he should come to her, for the entire house is hers and he must obtain her permission. We have aroused our awareness of this, as is written, he approached the place and stayed there for the night, first obtaining permission. From here we learn that one who joins his wife should entreat her and sweeten her with words, or otherwise not spend the night with her, so that their desire be as one, with no coercion. He stayed there for the night, for the sun had set, showing that one is forbidden to engage in intercourse in the daytime. He took one of the stones of the place and put it under his head. Here we learn that if a king has golden beds and precious spreads in which to spend the night, and his consort prepares him a bed arranged with stones, he should leave his own and sleep in the one that she prepares, as is written, he lay down in that place. What is written here? The man said, this one at last, behold the fragrance of words, to draw love with her, draw her toward his desire, arouse passion together. See how sweet, how full of love, bone of my bones, flesh of flesh, showing her they are one, inseparable. Now he begins praising her. This one shall be called woman, this one is unparalleled, glory of the house. All women compared with her are like an ape compared with humans. Certainly this one shall be called woman, perfection of all, this one and no other, as is written, many daughters have done virtuously, but you surpass them all. Therefore a man leaves his father and mother and cleaves to his wife, and they become one flesh, all to draw her in love, to cleave to her. Once he had aroused her with all these words, what is written now, the serpent was slyer than any creature of the field. The evil impulse aroused to seize her, binding her with bodily desire, arousing in her other things in which evil impulse delights, until eventually what is written, the woman saw that the tree was good for eating and a delight to the eye, and she took of its fruit and ate, receiving it willingly, and also gave to her husband beside her, for now she aroused desirously toward him, offering passionate love. This shows human beings how the act corresponds above. Rabbi Elazar said, if so, how can we demonstrate the evil impulse above? Seizing the female, he replied, we have already aroused our awareness of the mystery of left and right, corresponding to the good impulse and the evil impulse. Good impulse on the right, evil impulse on the left, these above and those below. The left above grasps the body to join with her as one, as is said, his left hand beneath my head, so until here words are interpretable above and below. From here on, words with a residue of ta, interpretable by tiny children. By this the companions have already been aroused. Rabbi Shimon was traveling to Tiberias, accompanied by Rabbi Yos, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Iya. On the way they saw Rabbi Penas approaching. Upon joining as one, they dismounted and sat beneath the trees of the hillside. Rabbi Penas said, now that we are sitting, I am eager to hear some of those sublime words you convey every day. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, he went on his journeys from the Negev as far as Bet-El. He went on his journeys. The verse should read his journey. Why his journeys? Because there are two journeys, one, his one, of Shekinah. For every human being should manifest as male and female to fortify faith in him. You might say if one sets out on the road and is no longer male and female, Shekinah separates from him. Whoever sets out on the road should offer his prayer to the Blessed Holy One to draw upon himself Shekinah of his Lord before he leaves, while still male and female. Once he has offered his prayer and can leave, for Shekinah never separates from, rests upon him, he has coupled with him so that he will be male and female, male and female in town, male and female in the countryside, as is written, righteousness goes before him, and he sets out on his way. As long as one lingers on the way, he must guard his conduct, so that supernal coupling will not separate from him, leaving him defective, lacking male and female. In town he must, when his female is with him, how much more so here, for supernal coupling is linked with him further. This coupling protects him on the way, not parting from him until he returns home. Upon entering his house he should delight the lady of his house, for she engendered that supernal coupling. As soon as he reaches her he should delight her anew, for two nuances. First, because the joy of this coupling is joy of mitzvah, and joy of mitzvah is joy of Shekinah. Further, he increases peace below, as is written, you will know that your tent is at peace, attend to your abode and not sin. Job, is it a sin if one does not attend to his wife? Certainly so, for he diminishes the splendor of supernal coupling coupled with him, engendered by the lady of his house. Second, if his wife conceives, supernal coupling pours into it a holy soul, for this covenant is called covenant of the Blessed Holy One. So one should focus on this joy as on the joy of Sabbath, coupling of the wise. So, you will know that your tent is at peace, for Shekinah accompanies you and dwells in your house. Therefore, you will attend to your abode and not sin. What is the meaning of not sin? Not fail to perform the joy of mitzvah in the presence of Shekinah. Similarly, when disciples of the wise part from their wives all days of the week to engage in Torah, supernal coupling couples with them, not parting from them, so that they be male and female. Once Sabbath enters, disciples of the wise should delight their wives anew for the sake of the splendor of supernal coupling, focusing their hearts on the will of their Lord, as has been explained. Similarly, when a man's wife undergoes days of impurity and he waits for her fittingly, supernal coupling couples with him all those days, so he is male and female. Once his wife is purified, he should delight her a new joy of mitzvah, supernal joy. All the reasons we have offered rise to a single rung. The gist of the word all scions of faith should focus their heart and will on this. Now you might say, if so, it is more admirable for a person to set out on the road than to stay at home because of supernal coupling who couples with him. When a man is at home, the essence of the home is his wife, for on account of her, Shekinah does not leave the house. So we have learned Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, for the lamp was kindled. Why? Because Shekinah entered the home. Mystery of the matter: supernal mother appears with the male only when the house is arrayed, when male and female join. She then pours blessings upon them. Similarly, lower mother appears with the male only when the house is arrayed, when the male approaches his female and they join as one. She then pours blessings upon them. So a man at home is adorned with two females, as above. This corresponds to the mystery written until the desire of hills of eternity. The desire of hills of eternity extends to this until supernal female, to array, adorn, and bless him lower female, to unite with him, be nourished by him. Similarly below, when a male is married, the desire of hills of eternity verges toward him, and he is adorned with two females, one above and one below, the upper to pour blessings upon him, the lower to be nourished by him, unite with him. A man at home is the focus of the desire of hills of eternity, with whom he is adorned. Not so when he sets out on the road. Supernal mother unites with him, while the lower is left behind. Upon returning home he should adorn himself with two females, as we have said. Rabbi Pinus said, even in a skein of scales and fins, no one dares challenge you. Rabbi Shimon said, similarly Torah stands between two houses, as is written, for the two houses of Israel, one concealed on high, the other more revealed. The concealed one on high is the mighty voice, as is written, a mighty voice unceasing. This voice is inward, inaudible, and unrevealed, as the larynx swells, whispering he, flowing incessantly, tenuous, internal, eternally unheard. From here emerges Torah, voice of Jacob, audible issuing from inaudible. Afterward speech merges in it, resounding from its potency. The voice of Jacob, Torah, is embraced by two females, this inner, inaudible one, and this outer one, audible. Two are inaudible, two audible. Of the two inaudible, this is supernal, concealed wisdom abiding in thought, unrevealed, unheard. Afterward it emerges, revealing itself slightly in a whisper unheard, called mighty voice, tenuous whispering. Two who are audible issue from here, voice of Jacob and speech merging in it. The mighty voice in a whisper unheard is Bayit, a house. For supernal wisdom every female is called house, while final speech is a house for the voice of Jacob, mystery of Torah. Therefore Torah begins with Bet Reshit, two house beginning he opened, saying, Bereshit, in the beginning, created Elohim, God, corresponding to what is written fashioned the side it. Ares, Yehovah Elohim ha-Shemayim. Heaven. Ha. Corresponding to he brought her to the human it and earth, as is written, bone of my bones. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Yehovah declares to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Yehovah declares to my Lord, the upper rung says to the lower rung, sit at my right hand, so that west will be linked with south, left with right, to smash the power of other nations. Yehovah declares to my Lord. Yehovah declares, this is Jacob to my Lord, the Ark of the Covenant, Lord of all the earth. Joshua alternatively. Yehovah declares, this is Jubilee to my Lord. Sabbatical, of whom is written, I love my Lord, sit at my right hand, for right abides in Jubilee, and sabbatical yearns to be linked with right. Since the day she came to be, sabbatical was never linked enduringly to right and left. When she yearned to be linked, he extended his left arm toward her and created this world. Since it derived from the left side, it remains unstable till the 7th millennium, when it will be named one. Then she will be linked to the right, abide enduringly between right and left. New heavens and new earth will come to be, then she will never depart. If so, how can we establish the meaning of sit at my right hand? This implies until a certain time, as is written, until I make your enemies your footstool, not permanently. But then you will never depart from there, as is written, for you shall burst forth right and left, all becoming one. It upper Shekinah ha Shemayim, heaven is Shekinah, ve it ha'ares, and earth is lower. In a merging of male and female as one. This has been explained, as discussed arousingly by the companions. They rose and were about to leave, when Rabbi Shimon said, "A word lingers here with us." He opened, saying, 2 verses are written, Jehovah your God is a devouring fire, and you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive. Every one of you today. We have established these verses in various places, and the companions have been aroused by them. For Jehovah your God is a devouring fire. The word has been discussed among the companions. There is a fire, devouring and consuming it, for there is fire fiercer than fire, as they have established. But whoever desires to penetrate the wisdom of holy unification should contemplate the flame ascending from a glowing ember or a burning candle. For flame ascends only when grasped by coarse substance. In a flame ascending are 2 lights, one, a white light, radiant, the other, a light tinged with black or blue. The white light is above, ascending unswervingly, while beneath it is the blue or black light, a throne for the white, which rests upon it, each embracing the other, becoming one. This black light-colored blue, below, is a throne of glory for the white. Here lies the mystery of the thread of blue. This blue-black throne is grasped by another substance below, so it can flame, arousing it to embrace the white light. Sometimes this blue-black turns red, while the white light above never wavers, constantly white. This blue one, though, changes color, sometimes blue or black, sometimes red. This is grasped in 2 directions above, by that white light below, by what lies beneath, by which it is fueled, primed to glow. This constantly consumes and devours what is placed beneath it, for the blue light consumes anything cleaving below, anything it rests upon, since by nature it consumes and devours. On it depends destruction and death of all. So it consumes anything cleaving below, while that white light hovering over it never devours or consumes, nor does its light waver. Therefore Moses said, "For Jehovah your God is a devouring fire," really devouring and consuming anything found below. That is why he said your God, not our God, for Moses inhabited that white light above, which does not consume or devour. The only arousal kindling this blue light, to be grasped by the white light, is Israel cleaving below. Although by nature this blue-black light consumes anything cleaving below, Israel cleaves below and abides enduringly, as is written, you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive. To Jehovah your God, not our God, to Jehovah your God, to that blue-black light devouring, consuming. Whatever cleaves below, yet you cleave and endure, as is written, alive every one of you today. Above the white light hovers a concealed light, encompassing it. Here abides supernal mystery. You will discover all in the ascending flame, wisdoms of the highest. Rabbi Penas approached and kissed him, saying, "Blessed be the compassionate one, that we happened to meet here." They escorted Rabbi Penas for 3 miles. When Rabbi Shimon and the companions returned, he said, what we have discussed is a mystery of wisdom concerning holy unification, for the final He of the holy name is blue-black light, grasped by Yod, He, Vov, radiant white light. Sometimes this blue light is Dele, sometimes He. When Israel does not cleave below, kindling it to be grasped by the white light, it is Dele. When they arouse it to join the white light, it is called He. How do we know? For it is written, if there is Na'ara, a girl, a virgin, spelled Na'ara, without a He. Why? Because she has not joined a male, and wherever male and female are not found, He is not found but rather ascends, leaving Dele. Whenever she is joined to the radiant white light, she is called He, for all is as one. She cleaves to the white light, and Israel cleaves to her, enduring beneath her to kindle her. Then all is one. This is the mystery of sacrifice. For the smoke ascending arouses this blue light to kindle, and when it kindles, it joins the white light, and the candle burns in oneness. Since this blue light by nature consumes and devours anything cleaving below, when favor prevails and the candle burns indivisibly, then this verse applies: fire descended from heaven and consumed the offering kings. Then it is known that the candle burns in a single union, a single bond, blue light cleaving to white light, and it is one. Below, it consumes fat and flesh of the offerings, though only when it ascends, joined to the white light. Then peace pervades all worlds, all linked inseparably. Once the blue light has finished consuming below, priests, Levites, and Israel cleave to it below, whether in joy of song, in heart's desire, or in prayer, while above them glows the candle, lights merging as one, worlds glimmering, above and below in bliss. Then, Ve'atim, and you, cleaving to Jehovah your God, are alive every one of you today. Ve'atim, and you, the verse should read atim, you. But Vov, and, surpasses the fat and flesh of the offerings, while they, cleaving to it, are devoured and consumed. You cleave to that blue-black devouring light and endure, as is written, alive every one of you today. In a dream all colors bode well, except blue, for it devours and consumes continuously. It is a tree of death spreading over the lower world, and since all abides beneath, it consumes and devours. Now you might say, it also prevails in heaven above, yet countless powers above endure. All those above are encompassed by the blue light, but those below, not so, for they constitute coarse substance upon which it alights, so it devours and consumes them. Nothing in the world escapes destruction, for the blue light consumes whatever it bestrides. The universe diffracts into 4 to 5 hues of colored light. 7 disperse into 7 abysses, each one striking its own abyss, stones gyrating. The light penetrates those stones, piercing them, and water issues from them, each one sinking within an abyss, covering both sides. Water flows through those holes, light penetrates, striking all 4 sides of the abyss. Each light whirls around its partner, converging as one, splitting the water. All 7 sees 7 abysses, delving their darkness, which mingles with them. Waters rise and fall, swirling amidst those lights. Light, darkness, and water blend as one, yielding darkened, invisible lights. Each strikes its partner, splaying into 7 to 5 abyssal channels, water streaming through. Every channel roars, abysses quake. As the roar sounds, each abyss calls to its partner, split your waters and I will enter you, as is written, abyss calls to abyss in the roar of your channels. Beneath these lie sinews, some white, some black, some red, intertwining, turning into one color. These sinews interweave into 17 webs, each one called a sinew web. Interwoven, they sink to the depths of the abysses. Beneath these abide 2 webs like iron and 2 others like copper. Upon them stand 2 thrones, one on the right and one on the left. All those webs join as one, and water pours down from the channels through the webs. Those two thrones, one is the throne of black expanse, the other, the throne of multicolored expanse. When they rise through the throne of black expanse. When they fall through the throne of multicolored expanse. These two thrones appear on the right and the left of black expanse on the right, of multicolored expanse on the left. When they rise through the throne of black expanse, the throne of the expanse on the left sinks and through it they fall. Spinning around one another, the thrones catch all those webs, drawing them into the depths of the lowest abyss. One throne ascends above all the abysses, the other lies below, while in between all channels are inserted, all abysses swirl. There are 75 channels, 7, highest of all the others connected to them. All are implanted in the wheels of the throne on this side and in the wheels of the throne on that. Through them waters rise and fall. Falling, they delve the abysses, splitting them. Rising, they penetrate the holes in the stones, filling 7 seas. Till here, 7 colors of light in supernal mystery. 7 other lights disperse into 7 seas, one sea encompassing them. That one sea is supernal, all seas merging within. These 7 lights enter that sea, striking it on 7 sides, each side splitting into 7 torrents, as is written, he will smite it into 7 torrents. Each torrent splits into 7 rivers, each river into 7 channels, each channel into 7 conduits, and all the waters of the sea entirely flow through. 7 lights ascend and descend on 7 sides. 7 supernal lights enter the sea, 6 radiating from one supreme. As the sea receives, so it disperses its waters to all those seas, all those rivers. One monster below, on the left side, swims through all those rivers. He approaches the side, all his scales iron hard, stretches to suck, and defiles the sight. All lights darken before him. His mouth and tongue flame with fire, his tongue sharp as a steely sword, till he penetrates the sanctuary within the sea. Then the sanctuary is desecrated, lights extinguished, supernal lights ascend from the sea. The waters of the sea split on the left side, and the sea congeals, its waters flowing no more. So the mystery of the word is as written. Now the serpent was slyer than any creature of the field that Jehovah Elohim had made. Mystery of the evil serpent descending from above, skimming the surface of bitter waters, seducing below till they fall into his nets. This serpent is death of the world, penetrating a person's blind gut. He is on the left, while another, of life, is on the right, both accompanying each human, as they have established. Than any creature of the field. For no other creature of the field is as cunning in perpetrating evil, for he is dross of gold. Woe to one drawn toward him, for he inflicts death upon him and upon all those following him. This they have established. Adam was drawn down toward him, descending to know everything below. As he descended, his will and ways were drawn toward them, until they reached that serpent, discovering worldly desire, straying at that sight. Then he rose, drawn toward Adam and his wife, clung to them, inflicted death upon them and upon all subsequent generations. Until Israel arrived at Mount Sinai, his slime never ceased infecting the world, as has been explained. Once they sinned, clinging to the tree where death abides. What is written, they heard the voice of Jehovah Elohim moving about in the garden. The verse does not read meholek, moving, but rather midhalek, moving about. Until Adam sinned, he ascended and abode in supernal, radiant wisdom, never parting from the tree of life. Once he indulged in desire to descend and know below, he was drawn toward them until he parted from the tree of life, knowing evil, abandoning good. So it is written, you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with you. Whoever is drawn toward evil cannot abide with the tree of life. Until they sinned, they used to hear a voice from above, perceive supernal wisdom, endure supernal radiance fearlessly. Once they sinned, even a voice below they could neither understand nor withstand. Similarly, when Israel stood at Mount Sinai, before sinning, the slime of this serpent was eliminated from them, for the evil impulse was repulsed by them, universally abolished. So they grafted to the tree of life, ascending, not descending, knowing, seeing supernal specular eyes. Glistening, delighting in discovery, in listening. Then the blessed Holy One girded them with belts of letters of the holy name, so the serpent could not dominate or defile them as before. Once they sinned, all those supernal lights and rungs were removed from them, along with the belts bristling with crowns of the supreme name. Attracting the evil serpent as before, they inflicted death upon the whole world. What is written next? The children of Israel saw the face of Moses, and behold, the skin of his face was radiant. They were afraid to come near him. What is written previously? Israel saw the great hand. All were seeing supernal radiances, being enlightened by the resplendent speculum. As is written, all the people were seeing the voices by the sea. They were gazing fearlessly. As is written, this is my God and I will adorn him. After they sinned, what is written? They were afraid to come near him. What is written of them? The children of Israel were stripped of their ornaments from Mount Horeb on, for they were divested of the weapons girded on them at Mount Sinai, preventing the evil serpent from dominating them. Once they were deprived of these, what is written? Moses took the tent and pitched it outside the camp, far from the camp. Rabbi Elazar said, what is this verse doing next to that? Since Moses knew that those supernal weapons had been removed, he thought, certainly from now on, the evil serpent will come dwell among them. If the sanctuary remains standing here among them, it will be defiled. Immediately, Moses took the tent and pitched it outside the camp, far from the camp, for he saw that, unlike before, the evil serpent was poised to prevail. He called it tent of meeting. Was it not so previously? At first, it was simply tent, now, tent of meeting. Why mode, meeting? Rabbi Elazar explained it positively, Rabbi Abba, negatively. Rabbi Elazar explained positively, just as mode, festival, is a day of joy for the moon, when her holiness waxes and she is free of defect, so now he called her by this name, showing she had been removed far from them and not been tainted. So it is written, he called it tent of mode, festival. Rabbi Abba explained negatively, at first, it was simply tent, as is said, a tent not to be moved, whose pegs will never be pulled up. Now, tent of mode, slated time. At first, extending long life eternally, so death would not prevail. From now on, tent of said the house. Mode, as is slated, for all living job. Now time is allotted, life rationed to the world. At first, untainted, now tainted. At first, joining and coupling of the moon with the sun unceasingly. Now, tent of mode, slated time, coupling from time to time. So unlike before, he called it tent of mode. One night Rabbi Shimon was sitting, plying Torah. Sitting in front of him were Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yitzhak, and Rabbi Yos. Rabbi Yehuda said, look at what is written, the children of Israel were stripped of their ornaments from Mount Horeb on. We assert that from that moment on they inflicted death upon themselves. That evil serpent they had just thrown off now dominated them. This may be true of the Israelites, but what of Joshua, who did not sin? Was he, too, divested of that supernal weapon he received with them at Mount Sinai or not? If you say not, then why did he die like all other human beings? If you say he was, why, seeing that he had not sinned, for he was with Moses when Israel was sinning? And if you say he did not receive the same crown received by Israel at Mount Sinai, why not he opened, saying, for Jehovah is righteous, loving righteousness. The upright shall behold his face. The companions have discussed this verse, but for Jehovah is righteous, he is righteous and his name is righteous, so loving righteousness. Upright, he is upright, as is said, righteous and upright is he, so all inhabitants of the world shall behold his face, mending their ways to follow the straight path fittingly. When the blessed Holy One judges the world, he does so according to the majority of human beings. When Adam sinned by eating from the tree, he transmogrified that tree into a universal source of death. He caused a defect, separating the woman from her husband. The fault of this defect stood out in the moon, until Israel stood at Mount Sinai, when that defect disappeared from the moon, enabling her to constantly shine. Once Israel sinned with the calf, she relapsed into defectiveness. The evil serpent prevailed and seized her, dragging her to him. When Moses discovered that Israel had sinned and been divested of their supernal, sacred weapons, he knew for sure that the serpent had seized the moon to drag her to him, that she had been tainted. So he brought her outside. Even though Joshua maintained his armored crown, since she was susceptible to turning defective and defect abode in her and she slipped back into the defectiveness caused by Adam's sin, no human being can perdure except for Moses, who controlled her and whose death ensued from another aspect. So she was not empowered to sustain Joshua forever, nor anyone else. Therefore he called her tent of mode, slated time, a tent housing allotted time for the entire world. So the mystery of the word there is right above, there is right below. There is left above, there is left below. Right above in supernal sanctity, right below on the other side. Left above in supernal sanctity, arousing love, linking the moon with a sacred sight to shine. Left below, blocking love from above, preventing her from reflecting the sun and drawing near. This is the side of the evil serpent, for when this lower left arouses, it pulls the moon, separating her from above, so her light darkens and she cleaves to the serpent. Then she draws death for all, distancing herself from the tree of life, inflicting death upon the whole world. Consequently the sanctuary is defiled for a fixed time till the moon is restored and resumes shining. Therefore, tent of mode, slated time. So Joshua died only through the incitement of the serpent, who approached and tainted the dwelling as at first. This is the mystery written. Joshua son of Nun, a lad, although he was a lad below, absorbing light, he would not depart from the tent. As one was defective, so was the other. Even though he possessed the sacred weapon, since he was tainted, he was certainly not singularly saved from that very stain. Similarly, once Adam sinned, the blessed Holy One deprived him of those weapons of sacred sparkling letters with which he was arrayed. Then they were frightened, knowing they had been stripped of them. As is written, they knew that they were naked. At first they were adorned with those precious studded crowns, absolute freedom. Once they sinned, they were stripped of them. Then they knew that death was calling them, that they were stripped of absolute freedom, that they had inflicted death upon themselves and upon the whole world. They sewed together fig leaves. We have already established that they discovered every kind of sorcery and magic, grasping the one below, as has been said. At that moment the erect stature of Adam diminished by 100 cubits. Separation ensued, Adam was arraigned, earth was cursed, as we have established. Rabbi Elazar said, we do not know who divorced. He drove out it ha Adam, Adam not. Written. Whom if the blessed Holy One divorced Adam, or but the word is transposed, he drove out it precisely Yehovah Elohim. Who drove out it? Adam. Adam actually drove out it, consequently it is expelled him from the Garden of Eden. Why did he expel him? Because Adam drove out it, as we have explained. He placed the cherubim, he installed them in this site, he was the cause, closing pathways, inflicting punishment on the world, extending curses from that day on. And a blazing, ever-turning sword, all those projectiles of judgment deployed against the world in the hollow of a sling, turning countless shades to chastise the world, sometimes male, sometimes female, flashing fire, winds unbearable, unfathomable. All this to guard the way to the tree of life so they would commit no further wrong, as before. A blazing sword flashing fiery torment upon the heads of sinners, turning various shades according to human conduct. So, blazing, as is said, the day that is coming shall set them ablaze. Malachi, as has been explained. Sword, the sword of Jehovah, as is said, the sword of Jehovah filled with blood. Rabbi Yehuda said, a blazing sword. Even all those choristers below, constantly transforming, are empowered over the world to harass and accuse sinners violating their Lord's commands. When Adam sinned, he drew upon himself countless maleficent species and wardens of judgment, before all of whom he trembled, overwhelmed. Solomon knew supernal wisdom, was crowned with royalty by the blessed Holy One, feared by the entire world. Yet once he sinned, he drew upon himself countless maleficent species and wardens of judgment, before all of whom he trembled, so they were able to torment him, snatching his possessions. So as a person tends, according to his pursued path, he draws upon himself an appointed power in countering him. Thus Adam attracted another, impure power defiling him and all humanity. When Adam sinned, he drew upon himself an impure power, defiling him and all humanity. This is the evil serpent, impure, defiling the world. For we have learned when he plucks out souls from human beings, the body is left impure, defiling the house and anyone coming near, as is written, whoever touches a corpse once he seizes the soul and defiles the body. Permission is granted to all those impure aspects to hover over it, for that body has been defiled by the aspect of the evil serpent settling upon it. So wherever that serpent prevails, he defiles. When night spreads her wings and all inhabitants of the world lie asleep in bed, they taste a taste of death. Due to this taste, the impure spirit roams the world, defiling the world with its whirlwind, alighting on the hands of a human being, now contaminated. Upon awakening, his soul restored, he defiles whatever his hands draw near because the impure spirit settles upon them. So when dressing, one should not take his clothes from anyone who has not washed his hands, for he thereby draws upon himself that impure spirit and is contaminated. This impure spirit is empowered to settle anywhere it detects a trace of its side. So one should not let his hands be washed by anyone who has not washed his hands, for he draws upon him that impure spirit, received by the one whose hands are being washed, empowered to settle upon him. So one should guard every side against the side of this evil serpent, lest it dominate him. In the world to come the blessed Holy One intends to exterminate him from the world, as is written, I will eliminate the spirit of impurity from earth's area. Then he will swallow up death forever. Rabbi Abba opened, who the man knew Eve his wife knows if the spirit of the sons of men ascends on high and the spirit of a beast descends into earth. This verse bears numerous nuances, as does every word of Torah, each and every one including countless colors, all fitting. So they are, the entire Torah assuming 70 aspects, 70 faces. So it is with every single word of Torah, and whatever emerges from each and every word diverges into numerous nuances in countless directions. When one follows the path of truth, he tends toward the right, drawing upon himself a supernal Holy Spirit from above. This spirit ascends in holy desire to unite above, cleaving to supernal holiness irremovably. But when one follows the path of evil and strays, he draws upon himself an impure spirit of the left side, defiling him, so he becomes defiled, as is said, do not defile yourselves with them, and thus become defiled. If one turns toward defiling himself, he is defiled. When one follows the path of truth, drawing upon himself a supernal, Holy Spirit, cleaving to it, he draws supernal holiness upon the Son he engenders, who issues from him into the world, who is thereby endowed with the holiness of his Lord, as is written, hallow yourselves and you will be holy. But when he follows the left side, drawing upon himself an impure spirit, cleaving to it, he draws an impure spirit upon the Son who issues from him into the world, who is thereby defiled by the impurity of that side. So it is written, who knows if the spirit of the sons of men ascends on high. When he cleaves to the right, she ascends, but when he cleaves to the left, that side of the left, spirit of impurity, descends and possesses him unyieldingly. So whatever son he engenders derives from that impure spirit. Adam cleaved to that impure spirit, while his wife cleaved to it first, receiving, absorbing its slime, from which a son was engendered, son of impure spirit. So there were two sons, one from that impure spirit and one when Adam returned to God, this from the impure side, this from the pure. Rabbi Elazar said, when the serpent injected that slime into Eve, she absorbed it, so when she copulated with Adam she bore two sons, one from that impure side and one from the side of Adam, Cain resembling both the higher image and the lower. So their paths diverged from one another. Cain was certainly son of the impure spirit, and deriving from the side of the angel of death, he killed his brother. Being from his side, from him emerged all evil haunts, goblins, spirits, and demons. Rabbi Yos said, Cain, China, nest, of evil layers materializing from the side of impurity. Afterward they brought an offering, each from his own side, as is written, it came to pass at the end of days that Cain brought an offering to Jehovah from the fruit of the soil, and as for Abel, he, too, brought from the firstlings of his flock, from their fat portions. Rabbi Shimon said, Ve'ai miketz yamim, it came to pass at the end of days. What is miketz yamim? At the end of days, this is end of all flesh. Who is that angel of death? Cain brought an offering precisely from that end of days, for it says miketz yamim, from the end of days, and not miketz yamin, from the end of the right. So of Daniel it is written, as for you, go till the end and take your rest, you will rise for your reward. Leketz ha-yamin. Daniel. He asked, Leketz ha-yamim, at the end of days, or Leketz ha-yamin, at the end of the right? He responded, Leketz ha-yamin, ha-yamim, at the end of the right. Whereas Cain brought miketz, from the end of days. Cain brought from the fruit of the soil, as is said, from the fruit of the tree. Rabbi Elazar said, from the fruit of the soil, as is said, woe to the wicked disaster, what his hands have done shall be done to him. For they shall eat the fruit of their deeds, for they shall eat the fruit of their deeds. Angel of death. They shall eat, for he is drawn to them, clings to them, to kill and defile them. So Cain offered from his side. As for Abel, he brought gamhu, him, to amplifying the meaning to include the supernal side deriving from the side of holiness. So Jehovah gazed upon Abel and his offering with favor, but upon Cain and his offering he gazed not, not accepting them. So Cain was very angry and his face fell, for his face, the facet of his side, was not accepted, whereas Abel was. Consequently it is written, and when they were out in the field, this is a woman, as has been said. If you do right, is there not esiat, uplift, as has been explained, but according to Rabbi Abba, esiat, uplift means you will ascend, not descend. Rabbi Yos said, this word has now been said and is fitting, but I have heard as follows: esiat, he will remove from you, forgive you this clinging of impure spirit. If not, sin crouches at the opening. What is the meaning of at the opening? Supernal judgment, opening of all, as is said, open for me the gates of justice. Sin crouches that side to which you clung, extending toward you, lies in wait for you to punish you, as translated. Rabbi Yitzhak said, as Cain was killing Abel, he did not know how his soul would expire, as the companions have established. At that moment the Blessed Holy One cursed him, and he wandered the world, everywhere rejected, till finally he slapped himself on the head and returned to the presence of his Lord. Then earth admitted him to a stratum below. Rabbi Yos said, earth permitted him to walk on her surface, as is written Yehovah put a mark on Cain. Rabbi Yitzhak said, not so, rather, a certain stratum below her, as is written, for you have banished me today from the face of the earth. He was banished from the face of the earth, but not below. Where did earth admit him to Arka, concerning all of whose denizens is written, they shall perish from the earth, and from under these heavens there he resided, as is written, he settled in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Rabbi Yitzhak said further, from that time on, Adam separated from his wife and bore spirits and demons who roam the world. This should not seem strange to you, for when a man abides in his dream, female spirits approach and titillate him, are inflamed by him, and subsequently give birth to those called blows of the children of Adam Samuel. These transform solely into the image of human beings and have no hair on their heads. So of Solomon is written, I will chastise him with a human rod, with blows of the children of Adam. Similarly, male spirits approach women of the world, who are impregnated by them and bear spirits, all called blows of the children of Adam. After years Adam wrapped himself in jealousy and united with his wife, engendering a son he called Shet, Seth, mystery of consummation of letters engraved in clusters. Rabbi Yehuda said, mystery of vanished spirit, enveloped bodily in the world, as is written, for God Shat, has granted me another seed in place of Abel. He said further, it is written, he engendered in his likeness, according to his image, implying that the other sons were not in his likeness or image, which accords with what Rabbi Shimon said in the name of Rabbi Yisasava. The other sons derived from the clinging of the slime of the serpent to its rider, so they were not in the image of Adam. If you object, but you stated that Abel derived from the other side, so it is, but neither one was in the image below. Rabbi Yos said, look at what is written, Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain. Certainly so it is not written, and he engendered Cain. Even of Abel, it is not written he engendered, but rather she continued bearing his brother, Abel. This is the mystery of the word. But of this one, what is written, he engendered in his likeness, according to his image. Rabbi Shimon said, for years Adam separated from Eve, and throughout that time he engendered spirits and demons in the world through the potency of the slime he had absorbed. Once that slime was eliminated, he returned jealously to his wife and engendered a son, as is written, he engendered in his likeness, according to his image. When a human follows the left side, defiling his ways, he draws upon himself all sorts of impure spirits, clinging to him relentlessly, clinging to him alone, clinging only to those who cling to them. Happy are the righteous who follow the straight path. They are truly righteous, their children eternally righteous. Rabbi Iya said, why is it written the sister of Tuval Cain was Naamah? Naamah, what is the point of scripture specifying her name? Because human beings stray after her, even spirits and demons. Rabbi Yitzhak said, those sons of Elohim, Uzzah and Azael, strayed after her. Rabbi Shimon said, she was the mother of demons, having issued from the side of Cain, and was appointed together with Lilith over children's diphtheria. Rabbi Abba objected, but Master has said she was appointed to titillate humans. He replied, certainly so, she approaches and titillates them, sometimes bearing them spirits in the world. Still now she persists, toying with humans. Rabbi Abba said, but they die like human beings, how can she have survived till now? He replied, so it is, but Lilith, Naamah, and Agrat daughter of Malat who issued from their side all endure until the blessed Holy One exterminates the impure spirit from the world, as is written, I will eliminate the spirit of impurity from earth's Zechariah. Rabbi Shimon said, woe to human beings who do not know, consider, or see. They are all obtuse, unaware how full the world is of strange, invisible creatures, of hidden things. If the eye were empowered to see, humans would be amazed how they themselves can endure. This Naama was mother of demons. From her side issue all those inflamed by human beings, absorbing their spirit of lust, titillating them, turning them into casualties of ejaculation. Since such a casualty derives from the side of impure spirit, he must bathe to purify himself, as established by the companions. Rabbi Yitzhak said, that this is the book of the generations of blessed Holy One, showed Adam images of every generation that would arise in the world, all the wise of the world, and kings of the world destined to dominate Israel. When he caught sight of David, king of Israel, who died at birth, he said, I will lend him some of my own years. So these were deducted from Adam and reserved by the blessed Holy One for David, who sang praise for this. For you have gladdened me by your deed, Jehovah, I sing for joy at your handiwork, who brought me joy in this world. Your deed, Adam, deed of the blessed Holy One, not of flesh and blood, handiwork of the blessed Holy One, not of human beings. So those 70 years were deducted from Adam, from the 1,000 that were his to endure. The blessed Holy One showed him the wise of every single generation until he reached the generation of Rabbi Akiva. Seeing his Torah, he rejoiced; seeing his death, he grieved. He opened, saying, How precious to me are your companions, O God, how mighty their chiefs. This is the book, an actual book, as we have established. When Adam was in the Garden of Eden, the blessed Holy One brought down a book for him by the hand of Raziel, the holy angel appointed over supernal, sacred mysteries. In it were engraved supernal engravings, sacred wisdom. 72 species of wisdom expanded, were expounded into engravings of supernal secrets. In the middle of the book, an engraving of wisdom revealing keys not transmitted to sacred celestial beings, all concealed in the book until it reached Adam. As soon as it did, supernal angels thronged to discover and listen. Then they declared, Be exalted above the heavens, O God, let your glory manifest over all the earth. Just then the holy angel Hadraniel encountered him and exclaimed, Adam, Adam, treasure away the precious glory of your Lord, for permission has not been granted to supernal beings to know it, only to you. So he kept it hidden until he left the Garden of Eden, daily wielding treasures of his Lord, discovering supernal mysteries of which supernal ministers are unaware. As soon as he sinned, violating his Lord's command, that book flew away from him. Adam slapped himself on the head and wept. He entered the waters of Jehannam up to his nape, till the water molded his skin and his luster faded. At that moment the blessed Holy One signaled to Raphael, who returned the book to him. Adam engaged in it and left it to his son Seth, and so to all those generations until it reached Abraham, who thereby discovered how to contemplate the glory of his Lord, as has been said. Similarly a book was given to Enoch, and he contemplated supernal glory. Rabbi Shimon said, supernal secrets are revealed in these 2 verses. Male and female he created them, revealing supernal glory, mystery of faith, for out of this mystery Adam was created. With the secret by which heaven and earth were male and female he created them, Adam was created. Of them is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth. Of Adam is written, this is the book of the generations of Adam. Of them is written, when they were created. Of Adam is written, on the day they were created. Male and female he created them. From here we learn any image not embracing male and female is not fittingly supernal. So we have established in the mystery of our Mishnah. Anywhere male and female are not found as one, the blessed Holy One does not place his abode. Blessings are found solely where male and female are found, as is written, he blessed them and named them Adam. It is not written he blessed him and named him Adam. One is not even called Adam, human, unless male and female are as one. Rabbi Yehuda said, ever since the day the temple was destroyed, blessings are found nowhere in the world, they are lost every day, as is Written, the righteous one loses. What does loses mean? He loses the blessings found within him, as is written, blessings upon the head of the righteous. It is written as well, faith has lost. Similarly, he blessed them, and God blessed them back to Shet, Seth, all generations trace, all truly righteous of the world. Rabbi Yos said, these are the final letters found in Torah. For Adam violated all the letters of Torah, and when he returned to the presence of his Lord he grasped these two, whereupon the letters were restored, though not fully arrayed, until Israel stood at Mount Sinai. Then they were restored consummately, as on the day heaven and earth were created, and the world turned fragrant and firm, erected enduringly. Rabbi Abba said, on the day Adam violated the command of his Lord, heaven and earth sought to uproot themselves. Why? Because they were based solely on the covenant, as is written, were it not for my covenant with day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth. And Adam violated the covenant, as is said, like Adam, they violated the covenant. Hosea, if it had not been revealed to the blessed Holy One that Israel was destined to stand firm at Mount Sinai, affirming this covenant, this world would not have endured. Rabbi Izkiah said, whoever confesses his sin is forgiven and pardoned by the blessed Holy One. When the blessed Holy One created the world, he fashioned this covenant, upon which the world was established. How do we know? As it is written, Bereshit, in the beginning Barashit, created foundation. This is the covenant upon which the world stood firm, a conduit through which blessings flow and gush to the world. Adam violated this covenant, wrenching it from its site. This covenant is intimated by the letter Yod, a tiny letter, root and foundation of the world. When he engendered a son he confessed his sin, naming him Shet, Seth, not enunciating Yod and thereby forming Shit, foundation, for this he had violated. So from here the blessed Holy One sowed the world to hear all generations of the righteous trace. When Israel stood at Mount Sinai, between these two letters entered the mystery of covenant. Who is that Bet, entering between the two surviving letters and transmitted to Israel? When Bet, mystery of covenant, entered between these two letters, Shabbat, Sabbath, entered into being, as is said, the children of Israel shall observe the Sabbath, celebrating the Sabbath throughout their generations as an eternal covenant. As at the beginning of the world all generations stood poised to descend from the two letters, Shin, Tav, so these two remained suspended until the world was perfected and the holy covenant entered between them, consummating, becoming Shabbat, Sabbath. Rabbi Yos said, these two letters were consummated by the letter Bet. When the letters were reversed, from the day Seth was born letters were restored in every single generation until Israel reached Mount Sinai and they were perfectly arrayed. Rabbi Yehuda said, they were restored below, and in every single generation the world was embraced by letters, but they did not settle in their sites. When Torah was transmitted to Israel, all was arrayed. Rabbi Elazar said, in the days of Enosh humans became skilled in the wisdom of sorcery and magic, in the art of blocking heavenly powers. Ever since Adam left the Garden of Eden, taking with him the wisdom of the leaves of the tree, no human had engaged in it, for Adam, his wife, and his descendants until Enosh abandoned it. When Enosh appeared he saw their wisdom transforming upper beings. They engaged, achieving effects, performing sorcery and magic, till that wisdom spread through the generation of the flood, all of whom enacted their acts wickedly. Defying Noah with those forms of wisdom, they asserted that universal justice could not prevail against them, for they were actualizing wisdom to repel all those masters of judgment. So from the time of Enosh they all began to engage in these forms of wisdom. As is written, then the name of Jehovah was invoked profanely. Rabbi Yitzhak said, all the righteous who appeared later among that generation, such as Jud, Methuselah, and Enoch, tried to thwart them but failed, so the wicked proliferated, rebelling against their Lord, exclaiming, "What is Shaddai that we should serve him?" Job, did they really speak such stupidity? Rather, since they knew all those modes of wisdom and all the officials of the world appointed over them, they relied upon them, till finally the blessed Holy One turned the world back into what it had been. For originally it was water intermingled with water, and afterward he returned the world to its original state, though not completely devastated, since he gazed upon it compassionately, as is written, Jehovah sat enthroned at the flood, not Elohim. In the days of Enosh, even children of those days all gazed upon supernal modes of wisdom, contemplating them. Rabbi Yisa said, if so, they were stupid, since they did not know that the blessed Holy One intended to inundate them with waters of the flood, in which they would perish. Rabbi Yitzhak replied, they certainly did know, yet their minds embraced stupidity, for they knew the angel empowered over fire and the one empowered over water, and they knew how to block them, preventing them from executing judgment upon them. But they did not know that the blessed Holy One rules over earth, that from him issues judgment upon the world. Rather, they saw that the world was entrusted to those officials, who controlled all mundane matters, so they failed to contemplate the blessed Holy One or consider his exploits until the earth was destroyed and Holy Spirit proclaimed daily, "Let sinners be consumed from the earth, and the wicked be no more." The blessed Holy One delayed patiently as long as those righteous ones endured in the world. As soon as they departed from the world, he brought judgment upon them and they perished, as is said, they were obliterated from the earth. Rabbi Yos opened, while the king was on his couch, my spikenard spread its fragrance. Enoch walked with God, then he was no more, for God took him. This verse has been discussed, but such are the ways of the blessed Holy One. When a person cleaves to him, so he plants his abode upon him, yet knowing that one day he will decay, he culls his fragrance ahead of time, plucking him from the world, as is written, while the king was on his couch, my spikenard spread its fragrance. While the king, the blessed Holy One, Bimsabo, on his couch, a person cleaving to him, walking in his ways. My spikenard spread its fragrance, good deeds, on account of which he is plucked from the world prematurely. Concerning this King Solomon said, there is futility befalling earth. There are righteous people treated according to the conduct of the wicked, and there are wicked people treated according to the conduct of the righteous. There are righteous people treated according to the conduct of the wicked, as we have established, because of their good deeds. The blessed Holy One removes them from the world prematurely, executing judgment upon them. And there are wicked people treated according to the conduct of the righteous, for the blessed Holy One prolongs their days and postpones his anger, as has all been explained. These, so that they not decay; those, so they turn back to him, or so virtuous children issue from them. Enoch was pure, but the blessed Holy One saw that he would eventually decay, so he gathered him in beforehand, as is written, to gather lilies because of their fragrance. The blessed Holy One gathers them before they decay. Then he was no more, for God took him. Then he was no more, not living as long as other humans. Why? Because the blessed Holy One took him before his time. Rabbi Elazar said, he took him from the earth, raised him to the highest heavens, and transmitted to him all supernal treasures, along with 45 secret engraved keys, wielded by highest angels. All these were handed to him, as we have established. Rabbi Yehuda opened, you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with you. This Jehovah saw that human evil on earth was immense, and every thought devised by their mind was nothing but evil all day. Verse has been discussed and established, but whoever clings to the evil impulse and is drawn after it, defiles himself and is defiled, as has been said. That human evil on earth was immense. They committed all sorts of evil, but their guilt was incomplete until they spilled blood upon the earth fruitlessly. Who wasted their ways upon earth, as is written, nothing but evil all day. Here is written nothing but evil, and there is written evil cannot abide with you, and similarly firstborn of Judah, was evil in the eyes of Jehovah. Rabbi Yos said, isn't evil the same as wicked? He replied, number one is called wicked even if he merely raises his hand against his fellow without harming him at all, but one is only called evil if he wastes his way, defiling himself, defiling the earth, empowering the impure spirit called evil, as is written, nothing but evil all day. He never enters the palace nor gazes upon the face of Shekinah, for on account of this Shekinah withdraws from the world. How do we know from Jacob? For when Shekinah departed from him, he thought there was a blemish in his sons, on account of whom the impure spirit was empowered in the world. The light of the moon diminished, the moon tainted. If you ask, why? Because this defiles the sanctuary, so she withdrew from Jacob. All the more so, one defiling his way and defiling himself empowers the impure spirit, so in becoming defiled he is called evil. When a person defiles himself, he is not visited favorably by the blessed Holy One, but rather visited continually, malevolently by that one called evil, as is written, passing the night in contentment. He will not be visited by evil when he walks on the straight path, he will not be visited by evil. Concerning this is written, nothing but evil all day, and similarly evil cannot abide with you. Such a one is called evil, not wicked. So, too, is written, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. V'yinim Yehovah, Yehovah. Rabbi Yos opened, woe unto them who haul iniquity with cords of chaff, falsehood, and sinners with a cart rope. Woe humankind on earth, and his heart unto them who haul iniquity was saddened. People who sin in the presence of their Lord every day, and in whose eyes those sins appear like cords of chaff, nothingness, the sin they commit like nothing at all, unnoticed by the blessed Holy One, till eventually they make that sin as thick and strong as a cart rope, so strong as to be indestructible. When the blessed Holy One executes judgment upon the wicked, even though they have sinned in his presence, provoking him daily, he does not want to exterminate them from the world. Observing their works, he feels sorry for them, work of his hands, and prolongs them in the world. Since they are the work of his hands, he takes compassion upon them, feels sorry for them, pities them. On the verge of executing judgment upon them, he is saddened, as it were, as is said, no entertainment was brought before him. Daniel, for since they are the work of his hands, he feels sad for them. But it is written, splendor and majesty are before him, power and joy in his place. Chronicles. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, his heart was saddened, his heart, no other place his heart, as is said, who will act according to what is in my heart and in my soul. Samuel. Rabbi Yitzhak said, V'yinim Yehovah, Yehovah renounced, as is said, V'yinim Yehovah was sorry, that he had made renounced, the evil he had intended to bring upon his people. Rabbi Yisa explained it positively, Rabbi Izkiah, negatively. Rabbi Yisa explained it positively, as has been said, that the blessed Holy One feels sorry for those works of his hands, feels compassion for them. He is saddened because they sin in his presence. Rabbi Izkiah explained it negatively, for when the blessed Holy One wants to exterminate the wicked from the world, he is consoled over them, as it were, like one reconciled to a loss. Once he has been consoled, judgment is certainly executed, independent of returning to God. When does it depend on returning? Until he is consoled over them. Once he is, it does not depend on returning at all, and judgment is executed. Then judgment is added to judgment, intensifying that sight of judgment, and he exterminates the wicked from the world. All in the text, as is written, V'yanem Yehovah, Yehovah was comforted, he was consoled. Afterward, his heart was embittered, he empowered. V'yatatz sev el libo. Judgment, to execute judgment. Rabbi Iya said, Yehovah was comforted when he had made Adam on earth. The Blessed Holy One was comforted and overjoyed when he had made Adam on earth, for he resembled the supernal, and upon seeing his supernal image, all the supernal angels praised the Blessed Holy One, saying, "You made him little less than God, adorned him with glory and majesty." Afterward, when Adam sinned, he was saddened, for he provided a rationale to the supernal angels who had exclaimed before him, "What is a human that you are mindful of him, a human being that you take note of him?" Rabbi Yehuda said, his heart was saddened because he had to execute judgment upon them, as is said, going forth before the warriors, exclaiming, "Praise Yehovah, for his love endures forever." Chronicles. And Rabbi Yitzhak has said, "Why is it not written here? For it is good," because he was about to destroy the work of his hands in the presence of Israel. Correspondingly, when Israel was crossing the sea, the celestial angels came that night to sing before him, but the Blessed Holy One said to them, "The work of my hands is drowning in the sea, and you are singing so." One did not approach the other all night long. Similarly, whenever the wicked are being eliminated, sadness hovers over them. Rabbi Abba said, when Adam sinned in the presence of the Blessed Holy One, violating his commands, sadness appeared before him. The Blessed Holy One said to him, "Woe to you, Adam, you have weakened supernal power." That moment one light darkened. He immediately drove him out of the Garden of Eden, saying, "I brought you into the Garden of Eden to bring an offering, but you impaired the altar, so no offering can be brought." From now on, to till the ground, he decreed death upon him. Yet taking pity upon him, as he was about to die, the Blessed Holy One treasured him away close to the garden. What did Adam do? He dug a cave and hid himself inside together with his wife. How did he know? He saw a ray of light glinting on that spot, gleaming from the Garden of Eden, and desired a desire for his grave. Right there is a site bordering the gate of the Garden of Eden. No one departs from the world without first seeing Adam, who asks him why he is leaving the world and how he is exiting. He replies, "Woe to you on account of you, I am leaving the world." He responds, "My son, I violated one command and was punished for it. Look at all your sins, look how many of your Lord's commands you have violated." Rabbi Iya said, "To this day Adam endures, gazing at the patriarchs twice a day, confessing his sins, showing them the site where he dwelled in supernal splendor. He goes to see all the righteous and devout who issued from him, who inherited that supernal splendor in the Garden of Eden. All the patriarchs offer praise, saying, 'How precious is your love, O God!' The children of Adam shelter in the shadow of your wings." Rabbi Yisa said, "At the moment he departs from the world, every inhabitant of the world sees Adam to bear witness that due to his own sins he is departing, not because of Adam except for those three who departed due to the incitement of the primordial serpent, namely, Amram, Levi, and Benjamin, some say also Jesse. They never sinned, no trace of sin could be found upon them to warrant their death, but that incitement of the serpent was brought to bear upon them, as we have said. All generations in the days of Noah exposed their sins to the world brazenly, in sight of all. One day Rabbi Shimon was walking through the gates of Tiberias when he saw some men drawing the bow taut with the shaft of a centaur. He exclaimed, "What such brazen sin!" Provoking their Lord, he cast his eyes upon them. They were hurled into the sea and drowned. Every sin committed openly repels Shekinah from earth, so she removes her abode from the world. These walked haughtily, with head erect, perpetrating their sins brazenly, thrusting Shekinah from the world, till finally the Blessed Holy One thrust them away. Concerning this is written, "Remove the wicked from the presence of the king. Remove the dross from silver." Rabbi Elazar said, when the Blessed Holy One created the world, he fashioned this world too. Yehovah said, "My spirit shall not abide in humanity la'olam, forever, since they, too, are flesh." Perform as above. When the inhabitants of the world are virtuous, walking the straight path, the Blessed Holy One arouses the spirit of life above until that life reaches the site where Jacob abides. From there life flows until the spirit is drawn to this world in which King David abides. From there blessings flow to all those below. Since that supernal spirit is drawn and conducted below, they are able to endure in the world. So, La'olam, forever, without a vav olam, world, of King David, spelled without a vav. For when that spirit flows into this world, from there blessings and life issue to all, to be sustained. Now that humans sinned, all was withdrawn to prevent the spirit of life from reaching this world, benefiting, sustaining those below. Since he, too, is flesh, so spirit would not be poured into this world. Why amplifying the meaning to include the serpent, lowest of rungs, who would thereby be empowered so that Holy Spirit not mingle with impure spirit? Since he, too, is flesh, primordial serpent, who would be blessed. So, he is flesh, as is said, end of all flesh has come before me, concerning which Rabbi Shimon has said, this is the angel of death. Let his days be 120 years duration of banded diadem. Rabbi Yos teaches these are Uzzah and Azael, as has been stated, cast down by the Blessed Holy One from the Nephilim, fallen beings, were on earth in those days supernal sanctity. But how could they survive in this world? Rabbi Ea said, they were among those of whom is written, let birds fly upon the earth, and as explained, these appear to humans in human appearance. If you ask how can they transform, it has been stated they turn countless shades, and as they descend they materialize in the atmosphere, appearing as human beings. These are Uzzah and Azael, who rebelled above, were cast down by the Blessed Holy One, and materialized on earth, abiding on it, unable to strip themselves of it. Subsequently they strayed after earthly women, and to this day they endure, teaching sorcery to human beings. They engendered children, whom they called mighty giants, while the Nephilim themselves are called sons of Elohim, as has been explained. Rabbi Yos opened, for my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways, says Jehovah. Jehovah said, I will exterminate humankind, whom I have created, from the face of the earth. When a person seeks vengeance on another, he keeps silent, saying nothing, for if he lets him know, he will be on guard, invulnerable. Not so the Blessed Holy One. He does not execute judgment upon the world until he proclaims to them once, twice, thrice, for there is no one who can stay his hand or say to him, what are you doing, Daniel? Nor can one guard against him nor withstand him. Jehovah said, I will exterminate humankind, whom I have created, from the face of the earth. He announced it to them through Noah, warning them several times, but they would not listen. After they failed to listen, he brought judgment upon them, eliminating them from the face of the earth. What is written of Noah? He named him Noah, saying, this one Yenamanu will provide us relief from our labor. How did he know when he was born? He saw that he was circumcised, inscribed with the sign of Shekinah. Shekinah he saw cleaving to him. So he named him for what he would later do. At first they did not know how to sow, reap, or plow. Once Noah appeared, he innovated techniques for them along with all the implements required to cultivate the soil to yield fruit. From our labor and from the painful toil of our hands caused by the soil that Jehovah cursed. For he liberated the earth from her curse and was therefore called Ishar Adamah, man of the soil. Rabbi Yehuda said, Ishar Adamah, husband of the soil, as is said Ish Naomi, husband of Naomi Ruth, for he was called righteous, and by bringing an offering he liberated her from her curse. As is written, never again will I curse the soil because of humankind. He was therefore called husband of the soil and named for the future. Rabbi Yehuda opened, come, gaze upon the works of Elohim, how he has brought Shamat, desolation, on earth. If it had been the works of Yod, he, Jehovah, he would have brought existence to earth, but being the works of this name, he brought desolation on earth. Rabbi Ea said, Now this I would not say, for whether it be one name or the other, all is praise, but I say as the companions have aroused he brought names actual shmo, names, he brought to earth. Why so the world would wield them, be sustained by them. Rabbi Yitzhak said, even what Rabbi Yehuda said is fine, for if the world were conducted by the name of compassion, it would endure, but since it was founded on justice and abides by justice, he has brought desolation on earth. This is fine, for otherwise the world could not endure human sin. When Noah was born, he was named for Nema, comfort, so that the name would determine his destiny. Not so, the blessed Holy One No, is the reverse of En, favor, as is said V'eno, but Noah, found En, favor in the eyes of Yehovah. Rabbi Yos said, En, favor, is Noah. Names of the righteous are auspicious, names of the wicked, ominous. Of Noah is written V'eno, but Noah, found En, favor, in the eyes of Yehovah, while the letters of firstborn of Judah, were reversed for evil Ra, evil, in the eyes of Yehovah. When Noah was born he saw the deeds of human beings, sinning in the presence of the blessed Holy One, so he hid himself away, engaging in devotion to his Lord, so as not to follow in their paths. If you ask, in what did he engage that book of Adam and the book of Enoch, engaging in them to worship his Lord? So it was, for how did he know to bring an offering to his Lord? He discovered the wisdom of how the world is sustained and realized it is sustained by offering. Without offering, those above and those below would not endure. Rabbi Shimon was walking on the way together with his son Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Ea. While they were walking, Rabbi Elazar said to his father, The way before us is smooth. We want to hear words of Torah. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Even when a fool walks on the way, libo, his mind, is lacking, and he reveals to everyone that he is a fool. When a person wants to smooth his way before the blessed Holy One, before setting out on the way he should consult him and pray for his way before him, as we have learned, for it is written righteousness goes before him, and he sets out on his way, then Shekinah does not part from him. Concerning one who does not trust his Lord, what is written? Even when a fool walks on the way, libo, his heart, is lacking. Who is his heart? The blessed Holy One, who will not accompany him on the way. So that person lacks his escort, since, not trusting his Lord, he failed to seek his companionship and support before setting out. Even while walking on the way he does not engage in words of Torah, so his heart is lacking, for his Lord does not walk along with him, is absent from his way. And he says to everyone Sakalhu, it is foolish. Even when he hears a word of faith in his Lord, he says it is foolish to engage in it. Like the time someone was asked about the sign of covenant engraved in a man's flesh, and he replied, that's irrelevant to belief. Rabbi Yisasava heard, stared at him, and he turned into a heap of bones. As for us, look, we are being accompanied on the way by the blessed Holy One, so we should speak words of Torah. He opened, saying, Teach me your way, O Yehovah, that I may walk in your truth. Unify my heart to be in awe of your name. This verse presents a difficulty, for we have learned all is in the hand of the blessed Holy One except being virtuous or wicked. So how could David ask this of the blessed Holy One? Rather, this is what David declared, Teach me your way, O Yehovah, that straight, smooth way, opening my eyes so I can know it. Then, I will walk in your truth. I will walk the true way, not deviating right or left. Unify my heart. Who is my heart? As is said, rock of my heart and my portion. All this I request, to be in awe of your name, cleaving to awe, guarding my way fittingly. To be in awe of your name, my allotted sight, where awe strikes awe. Faith abides fittingly with every human being in awe of the blessed Holy One, for such a human consummates the service of his Lord. Faith does not abide with anyone devoid of the awe of his Lord. He is unworthy of sharing the world that is coming. He opened further, saying, "The path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming, for the blessed Holy One desires to glorify them." What is written? The path of the righteous is like gleaming light. What does this mean? Like gleaming light, like that radiant light created by the blessed Holy One in the act of creation, treasured away for the righteous in the world that is coming. Shining ever brighter, for it constantly intensifies, never fading. But of the wicked, what is written? The way of the wicked is like deep darkness. They do not know what will make them stumble. They do not know, don't they know? Rather, the wicked walk this world on a crooked path, not caring to contemplate that the blessed Holy One intends to judge them in that world and cast them into the chastisements of hell, where they scream, "Woe to us that we did not stretch our ears and listen." In that world every day, this woe the blessed Holy One intends to enlighten the righteous in the world that is coming, providing them their due reward, penetrated, perceived by no eye, as is said, "No eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you." Whereas it is written, "They will go out and stare at the corpses of the people who rebelled against me." Similarly, you will trample the wicked, for they will be ashes under the soles of your feet. Malachi. Happy are the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, "The righteous will inherit the land forever." And similarly, surely the righteous will praise your name. The upright will dwell in your presence. Blessed be Jehovah forever. Amen and Amen. Parashat Noah. These are the offspring of Noah. Rabbi Ear opened, "Your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. Happy are Israel who engage in Torah and know her ways, for on account of her they will attain the world that is coming." All of Israel have a share in the world that is coming. Why? Because they uphold the covenant upon which the world is erected, as is said, "Were it not for my covenant day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth." So Israel, who embraced the covenant and uphold it, have a share in the world that is coming. Moreover, they are therefore called righteous. From here we learn that anyone upholding this covenant, upon which the world is erected, is called righteous. How do we know? From Joseph. Because he upheld the covenant of the world, he attained the title righteous. So, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. Rabbi Elazar said, "We have learned that these are always invalidates the preceding. What is written above? A river issues from Eden to water the garden. That river gushes and flows, entering the garden, drenching it with supernal saturation, satisfying it, generating fruit and seed. Then, satisfaction for all, satisfaction for the garden, who satisfies him, as is said, for on it, he rested, and he rested on the seventh day." This is the mystery of the word. This generated offspring, no other. Noah below embodied the covenant, modeled on above, so he was called Ishar Adamah, husband of earth. We have learned a secret. Noah needed the ark to unite with it, to sustain the seed of all, as is written, "To keep seed alive." Who is the ark? Ark of the covenant. Joshua. Noah and the ark followed this paradigm of Noah. Covenant is written, "I will erect my covenant with you." Until the covenant was erected with him, he did not enter the ark, as is written, "I will erect my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark." Then the ark was ark of the covenant, ark of Noah, corresponding consummately above. Since this covenant above generates offspring, similarly Noah generates offspring. So, these are the offspring of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, certainly so, corresponding above, and so it is written, "The righteous one is the foundation of the world. Upon this, earth is established, for it is the pillar on which the world stands." Who is he? Righteous one, and Noah is called righteous below. Mystery of all. Noah walked with Elohim, God, existing on earth as above. a righteous man, foundation of the world, covenant of peace Ezekiel, peace of the world, husband of earth. Indeed so, Noah found favor in the eyes of Jehovah, perfect in his generations. What does this mean? In his generations, those issuing from him perfecting them all, he was more perfect than all of them. Perfect, for he was born circumcised, as is written, walk before me and be perfect. In his generations, not the generations of the world, for from him issued offspring to the world. Since the day the world was created, Noah was destined to be united with the ark, to enter her. Until they joined as one, the world was unfit. Afterward, what is written, from these the whole earth dispersed. What does dispersed mean? As is said, from there it divides. From their division appeared offspring scattered in every direction. All is as one, according to a single paradigm. So, these are the offspring of Noah. These, indeed, for foundation of the world is the one who generates a offspring enduring on earth. Rabbi Abba came and kissed him, saying, a lion in his potency pierces, pulverizes rock. So, indeed so, too, from the measurement of the ark. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, come, gaze upon the works of Elohim, how he has brought desolation on earth. Come, gaze. What does Aju, gaze, mean? As is said, a harsh ajat, vision, has been conveyed to me through the acts of the Blessed Holy One. Supernal prophecy is revealed to human beings. How he has brought Shamat, desolation. Shmo, names, indeed, for the name determines destiny entirely. It is written, he named him Noah, saying this. Why saying? Why this saying implies woman, this righteous one, as the Blessed Holy One named him Noah, Nyara, satisfaction of the earth. What does saying mean? This site named him Noah. Who is that holy land, who said this one Yenamanu, will provide us relief? The Blessed Holy One fashioned him below corresponding above. Here is written this, and there is written this is Jehovah, for whom we have waited. Happy are the righteous, inscribed with the inscription of the royal signet, inscribed with his name. He has brought names to earth fittingly. It is written, he called it Shmo, his name, Noah. Yet it is written, he called Shmo, his name, Jacob. Why is it not written there, another rung here, another rung, as is written, I saw it? Jehovah, not I saw Jehovah, but it Jehovah. Similarly here. He called his name Jacob, his rung, the Blessed Holy One himself, named him Jacob. But here it, encompassing Shekinah. Rabbi Yehuda opened, these are the offspring of Noah. Good man lends graciously and conducts his affairs with justice. A good man, the Blessed Holy One, who is called good, as is written, Jehovah is good to all, lends graciously to the sight, possessing nothing of its own, nourished by him. Conducts his affairs with justice, for that affair is nourished only with justice, as is said, righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Alternatively, a good man, this is righteous one, as is written, say of the righteous one that he is good. Rabbi Yos said, this is Noah, as is written, a righteous man. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this is Sabbath, who opened with good, as is written, it is good to praise Jehovah. Rabbi Iya said, all is one, all have spoken one word. This generates offspring in the world. Who are the offspring of the world? Souls of the righteous, fruit of the handiwork of the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Shimon said, when the Blessed Holy One adorns himself in his crowns, he crowns himself above and below. Above, from the sight. Deepest of all below, with what? With souls of the righteous. Then vitality is lavished above and below, embracing the sight of the sanctuary on all sides. The cistern is filled, the ocean consummated, providing for all. It is written, drink water from your cistern, flowing water from your well. Why first your cistern, then your well? A cistern is empty, unflowing, while a well bubbles with water. Yet all is one sight. The sight embracing the poor is called cistern, possessing nothing of its own, only what is deposited there. Who is that daily? Subsequently it becomes a well, filled from all directions. Who is that he, filled from above, bubbling from below? Filled from above, as we have explained, bubbling from below, from souls of the righteous. Alternatively, drink water from your cistern. This is King David, of whom is written, who will get me a drink of water from the cistern of Bethlehem. Samuel, flowing water. This is Abraham. From the midst of this is Jacob, in the middle. Your well. This is Isaac, called well of living water. Look, in this verse appears the supernal holy chariot, composed of the patriarchs joined by King David. Desire of the female toward the male arouses only when a spirit enters her and she gushes water toward upper, masculine waters. Similarly, assembly of Israel arouses desire toward the blessed Holy One only by the spirit of the righteous entering her. Then waters flow from within her toward waters of the male, all becoming one desire, one cluster, one nexus. Rapture, total rapture ambled by the blessed Holy One with souls of the righteous. All those offspring of the Garden of Eden issue from righteous one only when he enters this ark in a single bond. All are treasured away in her, afterward issuing. Similarly here, Noah, righteous man, did not generate offspring, becoming fruitful in the world. Until he entered the ark, in which all was gathered and treasured, afterward issuing, becoming fruitful in the world, enduring on earth. Had they not issued from the ark, they would not have endured in the world. All corresponding above, issuing from the ark above, issuing from the ark below, corresponding to one another. From here the world was firmly established, not previously, and so it is written, the earth was corrupt before God. Rabbi Yehuda said, since it is written the earth was corrupt, why before God? Because they perpetrated their sins brazenly, in the eyes of all, it is written before God. Rabbi Yos said, I say the opposite. The earth was corrupt before God. At first, before God, for they did not act openly, they acted before God, not before human beings. Eventually they acted brazenly, as is written, and the earth was filled with violence, for nowhere on earth was it unexposed. So the verse conveys two modes. Rabbi Abba said, from these are the offspring of Noah. Day Adam violated the command of his Lord. All children of the world born thereafter are called children of Adam, not admiringly, but as if to say the children of that one who violated his Lord's command. Once Noah appeared, children of the world are named after him, offspring of Noah, for he actualized their existence in the world, not offspring of Adam, who removed them from the world, inflicting death upon them all. Rabbi Yos said, if so, look at what is written later. Yehovah came down to see the city and tower that the children of Adam had built, the children of Adam, not the children of Noah. He replied, because of Adam, who sinned in the presence of his Lord. Better for him had he never been created, so that this verse would not have been written. But what is written, a wise son delights a father. When a son is good, all the inhabitants of the world speak well of his father, but when he is bad, all speak ill of his father. Since Adam sinned, violating the command of his Lord, when rebels arose against their Lord, what is written, that the children of Adam had built children of Adam who rebelled against his Lord, violating the command. So these are the offspring, these, not the earlier ones. These, who emerged from the ark and generated offspring for the world, not the offspring of Adam, who emerged from the Garden of Eden without generating them from there. If Adam had generated offspring from the Garden of Eden, they would never have been destroyed and the light of the moon would never have darkened. They all would have lived forever, and even the supernal angels could not have withstood their radiant luster and wisdom. But since sin compelled him to leave the Garden of Eden and he generated offspring outside, they did not endure in the world and were imperfect. Rabbi Izkiah said, how could they have generated offspring therefore if the evil impulse had not been drawn toward him, enticing him to sin? He would have existed alone in the world, generating no offspring. Similarly, if Israel had not sinned, drawing to themselves the evil impulse, they would never have generated offspring and no other generations would have come into the world. He replied, if Adam had not sinned, he would not have generated offspring like this. For now he generates only from the side of the evil impulse, and since all human offspring derive from that side, they do not endure and are incapable of the other side. But if Adam had not sinned and not been banished from the Garden of Eden, he would have generated offspring from the side of Holy Spirit, holy as supernal angels, enduring forever, corresponding above. Since he sinned and engendered children outside the garden, and was unworthy of generating them from the garden, they did not endure even long enough to take root in the world, until Noah appeared and entered the ark. From the ark issued all generations of the world, dispersing from there to all four directions of the world. God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. Why was it corrupt? For all flesh had corrupted their way, as has been explained. Rabbi Ear opened with a verse, saying, God saw their deeds, how they turned from their evil ways. Jonah. When human beings are virtuous, observing the commandments of Torah, earth is invigorated, pervaded with joy. Why? Because Shekinah hovers over earth. So all delight, above and below. But when human beings corrupt their ways, failing to observe the commandments of Torah, sinning in the presence of their Lord, then, as it were, they thrust Shekinah out of the world, and earth is left ruined. For Shekinah no longer hovers over her, so she is ruined. Why? Because another spirit hovers over her, ruining the world. You might think this applies even to the land of Israel, yet we have learned that no other spirit or official hovers over the land of Israel, only the blessed Holy One. So it is in the land of Israel no official or emissary hovers over her, only the blessed Holy One. But for a moment it does hover to destroy human beings. How do we know? From David, for it is written, David saw the angel of Jehovah standing between earth and heaven, with a drawn sword in his hand extended over Jerusalem. Chronicles, so the land was ruined. Rabbi Elazar said, even that time, it was the blessed Holy One. Here is written angel, and there is written the angel who redeems me, and similarly the angel of Jehovah. Moved whether for good or for ill, the blessed Holy One reigns over her. For good, so that other officials and all inhabitants of earth will be ashamed of their deeds. For ill, so that they will not rejoice in ruling over her. Now you might say, no, look at what is written, for she has seen heathens invade her sanctuary and destroy the house. If those officials were not in charge, the temple would not have been destroyed. It is written, for you have done it, and similarly Jehovah has done what he devised. It is written, God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. Corrupt, indeed, as has been explained. Correspondingly, God saw their deeds, how they turned from their evil ways. For then, earth called above, adorning her face like a woman for a man. So, God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, like a woman rendered impure, hiding her face from her husband. When the sins of humanity abounded brazenly, the face of earth transmogrified into that of a woman totally shameless, as is said, earth was defiled under her inhabitants, so it was corrupt, indeed. Why? For all flesh had corrupted their way upon earth. Rabbi Elazar went to visit Rabbi Yo, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lekaniah, his father-in-law. As soon as he saw him, he set up a canopied carpet with wooden poles, and they sat. His father-in-law asked him, did you happen to hear from your father anything about this verse? Jehovah has done what he devised, he has executed his utterance that he ordained in days of old. He replied, the companions have already established it. He has executed his utterance. He rent his purple raiment. That he ordained in days of old, for he ordained that purple from those supernal, primordial days, and on the day the temple was destroyed, he rent it because this purple robe is his glory and adornment, so he rent it. He said to him, Jehovah has done what he devised. Does a king devise evil against his children before they sin? He replied, this can be compared to a king who possessed a precious vessel. Every day he feared it might be broken, so he gazed upon it constantly, eyeing its perfection. One day the king's son provoked him. The king took that precious vessel and smashed it, as is written what he apprehended. From the day the temple was built, the blessed Holy One would gaze upon it, so precious was it to him. He feared Israel might sin and the temple be destroyed. Whenever he entered, he would don that purple robe. Afterward, when sins prevailed, provoking the king, the temple was destroyed and he rent that purple raiment, as is written. Jehovah has done what he apprehended, he has executed his utterance. This applies to the time when the temple was destroyed, but at other times, nothing delights the blessed Holy One as much as the elimination of the wicked of the world and those who have provoked him, as is written, when the wicked perish, jubilation so in every generation that he punishes the wicked of the world, joyous song resounds in the presence of the blessed Holy One. Now you might say, but we have learned that joy vanishes from the presence of the blessed Holy One when he punishes the wicked. When judgment is executed upon the wicked, joyous song does resound in his presence over their elimination from the world, but only when the extension he patiently granted them has expired and they have still not turned back to him from sinning. If, however, they are punished prematurely with incomplete guilt, as is said, for the guilt of the Amorites is not yet complete, then joy vanishes from his presence due to their perishing. You might ask, if their time has not yet come, why does he punish them? But the blessed Holy One punishes them prematurely only because they interfere with Israel, harassing them. So he punishes them prematurely, eliminating them from the world. This is why he was distressed when he drowned the Egyptians in the sea and when he destroyed the enemies of Israel in the days of Jehoshaphat, and so with all of them, for they were eliminated prematurely on account of Israel. But when the extension he has granted them expires without their having returned to God, then joyous song resounds in his presence over their elimination from the world. Except for the time when the temple was destroyed, for even though their time was up, for they had provoked him, joy vanished from his presence, and ever since that time, there has been no joy above or below. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is the nature of these 40 days and 40 nights? 40, to lash sinners, as is written 40 he. For in another 7 days I will make it rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Is to be struck, no more, corresponding to the 4 directions of the world, 10 in each, because the human being was created from these 4. So, I will obliterate all existing things. 40 were required for lashing, for the world to be obliterated. Rabbi Yitzhak was in the presence of Rabbi Shimon. He asked him, this verse, the earth was corrupt before God, given that humans sinned, but how did earth? He replied, since it is written, for all flesh had corrupted their way upon earth, as has been said. Similarly, the earth was defiled, and I inflicted her punishment upon her. It was human beings who sinned. If you ask how did earth, the answer is human beings constitute the essence of earth. They ruin earth and she is ruined. The verse proves it, as is written, God saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way upon earth. All sins of a human being are entirely his ruination, yet are susceptible to return but the sin of spilling seed, wasting his way, emitting seed upon earth, ruining both himself and earth. Of this is written, stained is your iniquity before me. Similarly, you are not a God who delights in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with you. Similarly, a firstborn of Judah was evil in the eyes of Jehovah. This has already been explained. He asked, why did the blessed Holy One punish the world with water, and not with fire or some other element. He replied, it is a mystery, for they wasted their ways, so that the upper waters and lower waters failed to unite fittingly. Who has ever ruined like this male and female waters? So they were punished with water, just like they sinned. The water was boiling, peeling off their skin, just as they wasted their ways with boiling water. A fitting punishment, as is written, all the springs of the great abyss burst forth lower waters, and the sluices of heaven opened upper waters. Upper and lower waters. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yehuda were walking on the way and reached some huge mountains, in whose ravines they discovered human bones from victims of the flood. They paced 300 paces along one bone. Amazed, they exclaimed, just as our companions have said, they did not fear the judgment of the Blessed Holy One, as is written, they say to God, leave us alone, we have no desire to know your ways. Job. What did they do with their feet? They dammed up the springs of the abyss, but the waters bubbled up boiling, and they could not endure, finally slipping, falling to the ground, and dying. Rabbi Ea said to Rabbi Yehuda, come and I'll tell you a word I heard regarding Noah engendered 3 sons. It can be compared to a man who implants in a female the fruit of her womb simultaneously, 2 or 3 children, diverging from one another in character and conduct, this one virtuous, that one wicked. Here, 2, 3 clusters of spirit roaming, embraced by 3 worlds. The soul emerges, navigating the mountains of separation, and spirit is joined to soul. As it descends, vitality joins spirit, all of them descending, joining one another. Rabbi Yehuda said, vitality and spirit intertwine, while soul abides in one's ways, a hidden abode, her sight unknown. If one strives to purify himself, then he is assisted by a holy soul, purified, sanctified, called holy. If he is unvirtuous, not trying to purify himself, then he has 2 openings, vitality and spirit, but is devoid of the holy soul supernal boost suiting his way. Tosefta, incredible clusters, impregnable castles, Quaristus of Quarista, those of open eyes, open ears, a voice of voices descends from above, pulverizing mountains and boulders. Who are those who see without seeing, ears blocked, eyes shut, neither seeing, nor hearing, nor knowing, through contemplation, the one encompassed by 2 within them, cast away by them. They cling to those 2, while one, artisan of artisans, does not abide within them. They are not inscribed in the books of memory, are erased from the book of life, as is said, may they be erased from the book of life, and not be inscribed among the righteous. Woe to them when they leave this world, woe to their lives. Who will plead for them? They are to be handed over to Duma, burned in blazing fire, from which they cannot escape except on new moons and Sabbaths, as is said, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me, says Jehovah. Afterward a herald in the north proclaims, let the wicked return to Sheol. How many ravaging bands of truculent stingers gather against them in 4 directions. Fire flames in the valley of Ben Hinnom, 3 times a day they are burned. Moreover, when Israel responds aloud, Amen, may his great name be blessed, the Blessed Holy One is filled with compassion and takes pity upon all. He signals to the angel appointed over the gates of hell, Samriel is his name. 3 keys are in his hand, he opens 3 gates on the side of the wilderness, and they see the light of this world. Fiery smoke emerges, choking the ways. Then 3 deputies under his command fan with 3 spades in their hands, chasing the smoke back to its site, providing them relief for an hour and a half, following which they return to their fire. So it is 3 times a day, and whenever Israel recites Amen, may his great name be blessed. Happy are the righteous, whose paths in that world radiate in every direction, as is said, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day. Rabbi Abba said, in hell there are abodes upon abodes, 2nd, 3rd, until 7, as the companions have established. Happy are the righteous who steel themselves against the sins of the wicked, neither following their paths nor becoming defiled through them. Upon reaching that world, whoever has defiled himself descends to hell, where he is sunk to the lowest abode. There are two abodes adjacent to one another, Sheol and Avedon. One who descends to Sheol is judged there, receives his punishment, and is raised to another, higher abode, and so on level after level till they elevate him. But one who descends to Avedon is never raised, which is why it is called Avedon, for he is totally avid, lost. Noah warned his contemporaries, but they would not listen, until finally the Blessed Holy One inflicted upon them the punishment of hell. What is that? Fire and snow, water and fire, one freezing, one boiling. All of them were sentenced to the punishment of hell and eliminated from the world, following which the world fittingly endured. Noah entered the ark, bringing with him every species of the creatures of the world. Truly Noah was a tree bearing fruit, and all species of the world sprang from the ark, corresponding to the manner above. When this tree bearing fruit joins the fruit tree, all those supernal species, living things great and small, countless species, each one unique, as is said, living things small and great. Similarly, Noah in the ark, all of them issuing from the ark, and the world was established, corresponding above. So he is called Noah, husband of earth, Noah, righteous man, as they have already established. Rabbi Ea said, 4 years before the onslaught of the flood, Noah warned them concerning their deeds, but they would not listen to him, till finally the Blessed Holy One completed the span of time he had patiently extended for them, and they were eliminated from the world. What is written above? When humans began to multiply on the face of the earth and daughters were born to them, they walked around naked in sight of all. What is written? The sons of Elohim saw the human daughters. This was the foundation, the root of their persistent sinning, leading finally to their extermination from the world. So they were drawn after the evil impulse, its stem and roots, rejecting holy faith, defiling themselves, as has been explained. God said to Noah, "End of all flesh has come before me." We return to the previous matter. End of all flesh has come before me, indeed, as caused by them. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Yehovah, let me know my end, what is the measure of my days, that I may know how ephemeral I am. David said in the presence of the Blessed Holy One, there are two ends, one on the right and one on the left, these being two paths humans walk to that world. An end on the right, as is written Leketz ha-Yaman, at the end of the right Daniel. An end on the left, as is written He puts an end to darkness, the furthest reaches He explores earth of pitch black. Darkness Job He puts an end to darkness. End angel of death, serpent, end of all flesh. Puts to darkness, for he derives from the side of the smelting of gold. The furthest reaches He explores when judgment looms over the world, He explores, becoming accuser of the world, besmirching creatures' faces. An end on the right, as we have said, for it is written at the end of the right. The Blessed Holy One said to Daniel, as for you, go on till the end, you will rest, and arise. Daniel, he asked, where? I don't know what will happen to me in that world. He replied, you will rest. He asked, when they rise from the dust, will I rise among them or not? He replied, you will arise. He said, I know they will rise in various groups, some genuinely righteous, some the wicked of the world, and I don't know with which of them I will rise. He replied, for your share. He said, you told me, as for you, go on till the end. There is an end on the right and an end on the left. I don't know to which to Ketz Hayamin. The end of the right, or Ketz Hayamim, the end of days. He replied, Leketz Hayaman, at the end of the right. Similarly here, David said to the Blessed Holy One, Yehovah, let me know my end. What is my allotted share? He remained uneasy until he was assured that he would be on the right, as is written, sit on my right. Similarly, the Blessed Holy One said to Noah, "End of all flesh has come before me. Who is that the end who besmirches creatures' faces? End of all flesh has come before me." From here we learn that the wicked of the world anticipate him, attracting him to themselves to besmirch them. As soon as he is authorized, he seizes the soul, yet not until then. So he has come before me to obtain permission to besmirch faces of the inhabitants of the world. Therefore, I am about to destroy them along with the earth, so, make yourself an ark of gopher wood to save yourself, preventing him from overpowering you. We have learned that when death appears in town or anywhere in the world, one should not show himself on the street because the destroyer is empowered to destroy everything. So the Blessed Holy One said to him, "You must hide yourself away, do not show yourself in the presence of the destroyer, so that he will not overpower you." Now you might say, who deployed the destroyer here? It was simply water overwhelming. Judgment never manifests in the world, nor is the world obliterated, without that destroyer surging through the punishments executed upon the world. Similarly here, there was a flood, the destroyer surging through that flood, called by that name. So the Blessed Holy One told Noah to hide himself, not expose himself openly. Now you might say, the ark was exposed in this world, and the destroyer was surging. However, as long as one's face is not visible to the destroyer, he has no power over him. How do we know from Egypt, as is written, none of you shall go out the door of his house until morning? Why? Because the destroyer loomed, ready to destroy, and one must not expose himself in his presence. So Noah together with all his companions were hidden away in the ark, and the destroyer had no power over them. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. They encountered the mountains of Kurdistan, where they saw traces of crevices in the earth dating from the time of the flood. Rabbi Ea said to Rabbi Yos, "These crevices are vestiges of the flood, preserved by the Blessed Holy One ever since, throughout the generations, so that the sins of the wicked not be obliterated from his sight. For such is the way of the Blessed Holy One. He wants the virtuous who do his will to be remembered above and below, their blessed memory unforgotten generation to generation. Similarly he wants the sins of the wicked, who fail to do his will, not to be forgotten, their punishment and evil memory remembered generation to generation, as is written, stained is your iniquity before me." Rabbi Yos opened, saying, "Cry shrilly, O daughter of Golim, listen, les ha o poor Anatheth." This verse has been established by the companions, but it was declared for assembly of Israel. Cry shrilly, O daughter of Golim, daughter of Abraham, so they have established. Daughter of Golim, as is written, a sealed gal, spring Golim waves, streams merging, flowing into her, filling her, as is written, your branches are an orchard of pomegranates. Listen, les ha, as is written, Laish, the lion, perishes for lack of prey. Job Laish is male, les ha, female. Why is she called Laish? Laish either because of the verse, or because of Laish, lion, mighty among beasts. The lion perishes for lack of prey. But she is almighty lion, deriving from upper might. The lion perishes for lack of prey, when those streams disappear, no longer entering her. Then she is called poor, les ha, lioness, perishing for lack of prey, as is written, the lion perishes for lack of prey, and the cubs of the lioness are scattered. Anatheth, poorest of the poor, as is said of the priests who were in Anatheth, and similarly Anatheth, go to your field kings. What is the point? As long as King David was alive, Abiathar rose in wealth and in all ways. Afterward Solomon said to him, Anatheth, go to your field. Why did Solomon call him this? Because he was telling him, in your days father was poor, now, go to your field. Now still the question may be posed, why was Abiathar called Anatheth? If you say he came from Anatheth, look at what is written, one son of Ahimelech son of Ahichub escaped, his name was Abiathar Samuel, so he must have been from Nob, since Nob was the city of the priests. Even though it is claimed that Nob and Anathoth are one and the same, it being called Anathoth only because the city was reduced to poverty and destroyed by Saul, and the priests eliminated, still Anathoth was a village, not identical with Nob. The real reason he called Abiathar Anathoth was, as he said, because Hitanitah, you were afflicted with all the hardships my father endured. Kings, he came from the city of Nob, but because the poverty of David transpired during his lifetime, he was called otherwise. Rabbi Ea said, the world was impoverished ever since the day Adam violated the commands of the Blessed Holy One until Noah arrived and offered an offering, and the world was settled. Rabbi Yos said, the world remained unsettled and earth did not escape the slime of the serpent until Israel stood at Mount Sinai, embracing the tree of life. Then the world was settled. Had Israel not relapsed, sinning before the Blessed Holy One, they would have never died, for they had been purged of the slime of the serpent. Then the original tablets were smashed tablets comprising total freedom, freedom from that serpent end of all flesh. When the Levites rose to deal death, the evil serpent aroused, slithering in front of them, but he could not overpower Israel, for they were all girded with armored belts. Once Moses said, now take off your ornaments, the serpent was empowered to dominate them. What is written, the children of Israel were stripped of their ornaments from Mount Horeb on Vayitnatztsalu. They were stripped. Verse should read Vaynatztsalu, they stripped. But they were stripped by someone else, for the serpent was empowered to rule. Their ornaments from Mount Horeb that they received from Mount Horeb when Torah was given to Israel. Rabbi Ea asked, since Noah was a righteous man, why didn't he abolish death throughout the world? Rabbi Yos replied, because the slime of the world had not yet disappeared. Furthermore, they did not believe in the Blessed Holy One. All of them were grasping the leaves of the tree below and dressing themselves in impure spirit. Further, they later persisted in sinning, clinging to the evil impulse as before, and Torah, tree of life, had not yet been brought down to earth by the Blessed Holy One. As they were walking, they saw a Jew approaching. Rabbi Yos said, this person is a Jew, he looks so. When he reached them, they asked him. He said, I am an envoy for a mitzvah, for we live in the village of Raman, and the time of the festival nears, so we need a fellow species. I'm on my way to pluck them for the mitzvah. They walked on as one. The Jew said to them, these 4 species of the Elulaf and its all of which propitiate for water, have you heard why we need them on the festival? They replied, the companions have already been aroused by this, but if you possess a new word, say it. He said to them, true, the place we live in is small, but everyone there engages in Torah under the guidance of one inflamed by the rabbis, Rabbi Yitzhak son of Yos from Mauza, who each day tells us new words. He said that the festival is the time when all those princes appointed over other nations prevail, blessed from the side of Israel, called by us raging waters, as is said, the raging waters, in order to overpower them. We approach with the mystery of the holy name with those 4 species of the Lulav in order to propitiate the Blessed Holy One to prevail against them through the mystery of the holy name, and to arouse holy water upon us, to pour upon the altar. He further told us that on Rosh Hashanah the first arousal arises in the world. What is the first arousal? Lower court of justice, aroused to judge the world, with the Blessed Holy One sitting in judgment over the world. This court remains in session until Yom Kippur, when her face beams, while the serpent cosmic informer is nowhere to be found, being engrossed in that goat they offer to him, deriving from the side of impure spirit, befitting him. Occupied with that goat, he does not approach the sanctuary. This goat resembles the goat of the new moon, in which he is engrossed, so the face of the sanctuary shines and all of Israel find compassion in the presence of the Blessed Holy One, their guilt eliminated. One secret he told us, but permission has not been granted to reveal it, except to holy, wise devotees. Rabbi Yos asked, "What is it?" He replied, "I haven't examined you yet." They walked on. After a while he said to them, "When the moon approaches the sun, the blessed Holy One arouses the side of north, who grasps her lovingly, drawing her close. South arouses from the other side, and the moon ascends, uniting with east. Then she suckles from two sides, drawing blessings secretly, until the moon is blessed and filled. Here woman approaches her husband. Corresponding to the mysterious image of the smooth members of Adam is the mysterious array of the female. All is elucidated among us. Similarly, below mysterious array of another, lower Adam beneath the moon. Just as the left arm above grasps her, arousing toward her in love, so too, below. This serpent is the left arm, impure spirit her rider grasps her, approaches the moon and draws her, sucking from the trough, and she is defiled. Then Israel below offer up a goat, to which the serpent is drawn, and the moon is purified, ascending, bound above to be blessed. Her face, darkened below, now shines. Similarly here, on Yom Kippur, since that evil serpent is engaged with that goat, the moon breaks away from him, engaging with Israel, and the blessed Holy One blesses them above, forgiving them. Afterward, when Israel arrive at the festival, they arouse the right side above, so that the moon will bind herself there and her face shine fittingly. Then they distribute a share of blessings to all those deputies below, so that they will occupy themselves with their portion and not approach to suck from the side of Israel's share. Similarly below, when the other nations are blessed, they all engage in their inherited share, not meddling with Israel or coveting their share. They therefore convey blessing to all those deputies, so that they will be absorbed with their portion and not interfere with them. When the moon is fittingly filled with blessings above, Israel come and suckle from her all by themselves. Of this is written, on the 8th day you shall have an assembly. What is an assembly? As translated, a gathering. Everything gathered from those supernal blessings is imbibed by no one except Israel. So it is written, you shall hold an assembly, you no other nation, you no other deputy. Therefore they propitiate for water, to provide them a portion of blessings to keep them occupied, so that later they will not interfere in Israel's joy as they suck supernal blessings. Of that day is written, my beloved is mine and I am his, for no other interferes with us. This may be compared to a king who invited his beloved to a sublime feast he was preparing for him on a designated day. Now the king's beloved knows that the king delights in him. The king said, I now want to rejoice with my beloved, but I fear that as we are feasting together, all those appointed choristers will come in and sit down with us at the table, feasting from the feast of joy with my beloved. What did he do? Anticipating, his beloved brought wicked baskets of greens and meat of oxen, offering them these. Afterward the king sits down with his beloved to that feast more sublime than all delicacies of the world. The king rejoices with his beloved alone, with no others interfering between them. Similarly, Israel with the blessed Holy One. So on the 8th day you shall have an assembly. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Ea said, the blessed Holy One has paved the way for us. Happy are they who engage in Torah. They came up and kissed him. Rabbi Yos proclaimed for him, all your children will be taught by Yehovah. When they reached the site of a certain field they sat down. That man asked, why is it written, and Yehovah rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah, whereas in the flood it is everywhere written Elohim, Elohim Yehovah? This because we have learned everywhere it is means he and his court. Elohim, written and unspecified, means judgment alone. Now, at Sodom judgment was executed, yet not destroying the world. So he intermingled with judgment, but in the flood it destroyed the whole world and all those present in the world. Now you might say, but look, Noah and his companions were saved. Noah was hidden from sight, invisible, so everything present in the world it destroyed. Therefore and Jehovah in the open, not destroying all. Elohim one needs concealment and must seek protection, for it destroys all. So Elohim was alone. The secret is, Jehovah sat at the flood. What does sat mean? If the verse were not written, we could not say it. He sat by, alone, not accompanying judgment. Here is written sat, and there is written alone. He will sit all alone. Since Noah was hidden from view, afterward when judgment had been executed, destroying the world, and his rage subsided, what is written? Elohim remembered Noah, for when he destroyed the world, he was not remembered, since he was hidden from sight. I have learned a secret, the blessed Holy One concealed and revealed. Revealed lower court of justice. Concealed sight from which all blessings flow. So blessings settle upon everything kept concealed, whereas everything revealed is occupied by that sight of the court, it being a sight revealed. All within supernal mystery, corresponding above. Rabbi Yos wept, and said, Happy is the generation in which Rabbi Shimon dwells, for here in the mountains his virtue evoked for us words as high as these. Rabbi Yos said, This person appeared in order to reveal these words to us. The blessed Holy One sent him to us. When they reached Rabbi Shimon and arrayed words before him, he said, He spoke well indeed. Rabbi Elazar was sitting one day in the presence of his father, Rabbi Shimon. He asked him, Did that end of all flesh enjoy those offerings offered by Israel on the altar? He replied, All were satisfied as one, above and below. Priests, Levites, and Israel are called Adam, human, through the union of those sacred aspirations ascending from within them. That sheep or lamb or beast that they offer before it is offered upon the altar, one must specify over it all one's sins and evil desires, confessing over it. Then it is called entirely beast within those sins, wrongs, and fantasies. As with the offering of Azazel, of which is written, He shall confess over it all the iniquities of the children of Israel, so too, here. As it ascends upon the altar, a burden of 2 on 1. So this one ascends to its site, and that one to its site. This in the mystery of human, that in the mystery of beast, as is said, Human and beast you deliver, O Jehovah, pancakes and all other meal offerings, to arouse Holy Spirit through the aspiration of priests, the song of Levites, and the prayer of Israel. By that smoke, oil, and flour ascending, all other masters of judgment are saturated and satisfied, unable to execute the judgment delivered to them. All simultaneously. All transpires in the mystery of faith, so that one is satisfied by the other, so that the one who must, ascends to Ein Sof, endless. Rabbi Shimon said, I raise my hands above in prayer when supernal will, above, abides upon the will unknown, totally ungrasped forever, the head concealed extremely above, and that head generated what it generated, unknown radiated what it radiated, all in concealment. The desire of supernal thought is to pursue it, be illumined by it. A single curtain is spread, and from within this curtain, through the pursuit of supernal thought, it touches and does not touch, until that curtain radiates what it radiates. Then thought radiates with nameless radiance unknown even by thought. Then this radiance of unknown thought strikes the radiance of the extended curtain, radiating with that which is unknown, unknowable, unrevealed. So this radiance of unknown thought strikes the radiance of the curtain, and they radiate as one, forming 9 palaces of palaces, neither lights nor spirits nor souls, no one can fathom them. The desire of all 9 lights, all existing in thought, the latter numerically one of them, is to pursue them while existing in thought, but they remain unapprehended, unknown. These fathom neither will nor supernal thought, grasping yet not grasping. In these abide all mysteries of faith, and all those lights from the mystery of supernal thought downward are called Ein Sof, endless. Until here lights extend and do not extend and are unknown. No will here, no thought. When thought illumines from whom is unknown, it is clothed and enveloped in Binah, understanding, illumining whom it illumines, one entering the other, till all merge as one. Through the mystery of the offering, as it ascends, all are bound together, illumining one another. Then all engage in ascent, and thought is crowned in Ein Sof. The radiance from which supernal thought shines, of which it is totally unaware, is called Ayin. Nothingness, whence it comes into being, upon which it stands, illumining whom it illumines. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. This end of all flesh, just as a bond is found above in joy, so too, below, in joyous desire, satisfying all, above and below, with Mother over Israel fittingly. Every single new moon, as the moon is renewed, this end of all flesh is given one portion over and above the offerings, to keep him occupied handling his portion, so that the aspect of Israel is alone to delight with their king. This is the Sa'aya, goat, being the portion of Esau, of whom is written, "Look, my brother Esau is Ish." Sa'aya. A hairy man, so he handles his portion, and Israel theirs. Hence it is written, "For Yah has chosen Jacob for himself, Israel as his own treasure." This end of all flesh desires nothing but flesh constantly, so flesh is arrayed for him constantly, and he is called end of all flesh. When he rules over body, not over soul. Soul ascends to her sight, while flesh is given to this sight. Similarly with an offering, aspiration ascends to one sight, flesh to another. A virtuous human being is an actual offering of atonement, while another is not, for he is defective, as is written, "Not acceptable." So the righteous are an atonement for the world, an offering. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. One said, "It is written, Noah did everything Jehovah commanded him." What is written? Noah was 600 years old. Why is this calculation reckoned? Because if Noah had not been 600 years old, he would not have entered the ark nor united with her. Once completed by years, he joined her. So from the day that the guilt of the world's inhabitants was complete, the blessed Holy One waited patiently for them until Noah was completed by years, his rung fittingly complete, and he became completely righteous. Then he entered the ark, corresponding entirely to the pattern above. Noah was 600 years old, as we have said, so the verse does not read about 600 years old. He opened again, saying, "V'ani, and I am about to bring the flood, waters." Why I am about to, if he already said, "V'ani, and I," because I and I am about to are one and the same. Everywhere Ani becomes a body for the soul, receiving what is above, so it is intimated by the sign of the covenant, as is written, "Behold, Ani, I am my covenant with Uni, I, standing revealed, verging on being known. Ani, I, thrown to what is above the Ani, I, avenging from generation to generation. And I, encompassing male and female as one, afterward designated alone, poised to execute judgment. I am about to bring the flood, waters." Since he said bring the flood, don't we know that it's water? However, it the flood, amplifying the meaning to include the angel of death, for even though there were waters, the destroyer was coursing through the world, devastating with those waters. Ani Yehovah, I, Yehovah we have learned, I will faithfully reward the righteous and punish the wicked. So with punishment in the world that is coming. Ani he promised the righteous their reward, and with Ani he threatened the wicked. To destroy all flesh, as we have established, for this is the destroyer of the world, of whom is written, "He will not allow the destroyer to enter your homes to strike." This is to destroy all flesh, from the aspect of end of all flesh has come before me. For as soon as the time extended for them by the blessed Holy One had expired until Noah completed years, then to destroy all flesh. He said, so we have learned in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, who told us. He opened, saying, I said, I will not see Yah in the land of the living. I will never see Adam, a human, again among the inhabitants of cessation. I said, I will not see Yah. How obtuse are human beings who neither know nor consider words of Torah nor contemplate matters of that world. So the spirit of wisdom fades from their mind, for when a human departs from this world and renders an account to his Lord of all he did in this world while still existing as spirit and body united, he sees what he sees, finally reaching that world, where he meets Adam, sitting by the gate of the Garden of Eden, gazing upon all those who have observed the commands of their Lord, delighting in them. Around Adam stand many of the righteous, those who have refrained from the path of hell and inclined toward the path of the Garden of Eden. These are called inhabitants of Adel, cessation, not written inhabitants of Eld, the world, but rather inhabitants of cessation, for they desisted from the path of hell and overpowered themselves to enter the Garden of Eden. Alternatively, inhabitants of cessation, masters of return who have refrained from sins of the wicked. Since Adam returned to the presence of his Lord, he presides over those who have refrained from their sins, who are children of Adel, cessation, as is said that I may know how Adel, ephemeral, I am, so he sits at the gate of the Garden of Eden, delighting in the righteous who come on that path. What is written, I said, I will not see Yah. Now, who can see Yah? But the conclusion of the verse demonstrates the meaning Yah in the land of the living. When souls ascend to the site of the bundle of life, there they bask in radiance of the resplendent speculum, shining from the highest sight of all. If the soul did not garb herself in the radiance of another garment, then she could not draw near to view that light. The mystery of the matter: just as the soul is given a garment in which to be garbed, to exist in this world, so she is given a garment of supernal radiance in which to exist in that world, to gaze into the speculum that shines from within the land of the living. Moses could not draw near to gaze upon what he gazed until he was garbed in another garment, as is said, Moses entered the cloud and ascended the mountain into the midst of the cloud. He clothed himself in it, as one clothes himself in a garment, and therefore, Moses approached the thick darkness where God was, and Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights, able to gaze upon what he gazed. Similarly, souls of the righteous garb themselves in that world in a garment suiting that world, so they stand gazing at the light radiating into the land of the living. I will never see Adam, a human, again. This is Adam, as has been explained. Why all this? Because he did not generate children, for anyone who does not generate children in this world is banished, when he leaves, from all that we have mentioned and is not allowed to view that radiant light. If this was the case with Hezekiah, who possessed ancestral merit and was himself virtuous, righteous, and devout, all the more so with one who lacks ancestral merit and has sinned in the presence of his Lord. This garment of which we have spoken is what the companions call the shirt worn in that world. Happy is the share of the righteous, for whom the blessed Holy One has treasured away such goodness in that world. Of them is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. Rabbi Yehuda opened, and I am about to bring the flood. These are the waters of waters upon the earth, quarrel, where the children of Israel quarreled with Jehovah, and through which he was hallowed. Didn't the children of Israel quarrel with Jehovah anywhere else? What's different here? That the verse should state these are the waters of quarrel, and no others, but these were really waters of quarrel, potently empowering the masters of judgment. For there are sweet waters and bitter waters, clear waters and turbid waters, waters of peace and waters of strife. So these are the waters of quarrel, where the children of Israel quarreled with Jehovah, attracting to themselves the one they must not, through whom they became defiled, as is written, Vayik Kadesh, Bam, through which he was to boot. Rabbi Izki asked, if so, why Vayik Kadesh? He was to boot. The verse should read Vayik Kadeshu, they were to boot. He replied, the word transcends Vayik Kadesh, the one who must not be tainted was, for the moon was tainted, as it were. V'yikadesh here, implying no praise. And I am about to bring the flood, as we have established, to unleash the destroyer upon them, since through him they had defiled themselves. Rabbi Yos said, Woe to the wicked who, having sinned, refuse to return to the blessed Holy One while still in the world, for when a person returns, regretting his sins, the blessed Holy One forgives him, but all those who cling to their sins, refusing to return to the blessed Holy One, will eventually fall into hell, never to be raised. Since the entire generation of Noah hardened their hearts, desiring to flaunt their sins, the blessed Holy One executed judgment upon them in a similar manner. Rabbi Yitzhak said, even when someone sins in secret, the blessed Holy One exposes him in sight of all. How do we know from the straying wife? Similarly, these wicked ones were obliterated from earth. Obliterated how waters gushed boiling from the abyss, rising and peeling off their skin, then their flesh, leaving nothing but bones, fulfilling the verse, they were obliterated from the earth, all those bones disjointed from one another, no longer together, so they were totally eradicated from the world. Rabbi Elazar said, from here we learn that when the righteous appear in the world, I will establish my covenant with you. The world is established firmly above and below. Rabbi Shimon said, it is a concealed matter, concerning the arousal of a male toward his female when he jealously suspects her. The mystery of the matter: the moment a righteous man appears in the world, Shekinah never leaves him, her desire drawn toward him. Then supernal desire toward her in love, like desire of a male for his female when he jealously suspects her. So, I will erect my covenant with you. Desire arouses because of you. Similarly, my covenant I will erect with Isaac. I will erect my covenant with you so that you signify my covenant in the world, then you will enter the ark. If he had not embodied the covenant, he would not have entered the ark, for only the righteous one unites with the ark. So, enter the ark, as has been explained. Rabbi Elazar said, as long as people hold fast to the covenant, not abandoning it, no nation or language in the world can harm them. Noah held firmly to this covenant, preserving it, so the blessed Holy One preserved him, but all his contemporaries failed to preserve it, so the blessed Holy One eliminated them from the world. As already explained, they were obliterated from the world in the very same manner as the sin they sinned. Rabbi Yehuda was in the presence of Rabbi Shimon, engaging together in this verse. Varup, he healed the wrecked altar of Yehovah. Kings, what does healed mean? All Israel had abandoned the blessed Holy One and abandoned their sealed covenant. When Elijah appeared, he saw that the Israel had abandoned the holy covenant, removing it. Seeing this, he set about repairing the matter. Once he drew the entity to its site, what is written? He healed the wrecked altar of Yehovah, the sealed covenant coming to repair the wrecked altar of abandoned by the world. It is written Elijah took 12 stones, corresponding to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob. This is the repair of the altar of Yehovah. To whom the word of Yehovah, the sealed covenant, came, saying, Israel shall be your name. Indeed, Israel shall be your name, ascending on high, restoring the sealed covenant to its site, corresponding to what is written, for the children of Israel have abandoned your covenant, and thereby torn down your altars. As long as Israel preserve the holy covenant, they erect existence above and below. When they abandon this covenant, existence sags above and below, as is written, were it not for my covenant day and night, I would not have established the laws of heaven and earth. So, he healed the wrecked altar of Yehovah. Now, is that healing? Certainly so, for he sustains the sight on which faith depends. Similarly, Phinehas, when he filled with zeal over the act of Zimri, he repaired this covenant in its sight, and therefore it is written, I hereby grant him my covenant of peace. Now, do you think it was for Phinehas? What quarrel did Phinehas have with this covenant? Rather, here an entity was linked with its place. I hereby grant him my covenant. What will I grant him? Peace, so that each will join its place, so that covenant will join its site. So, I hereby grant him my covenant. What peace? Its site to join. What had been separated from it by their sins, because of him rejoined. So since he arrayed the entity in its place, from now on it shall be for him and for his seed after him a covenant of perpetual priesthood, because he was zealous for his God. Rabbi Shimon said, nothing in the world so provokes the jealousy of the blessed Holy One as the sin of the covenant, as is said, a sword avenging with vengeance of the covenant. The guilt of the generation of the flood remained incomplete until they sinned by ruining their ways upon earth, even though they robbed one another, as is written, the earth was filled with violence. How many deputies on high are appointed over the voices of those invoking heavenly judgment against their fellows for what was done to them? So it is written, for the earth is filled with violence because of them, and therefore, here, I am about to destroy them along with the earth. Rabbi Shimon said, throughout, Elohim, while here. Yehovah said to Noah, come, you and all your household, into the ark. What is different? Yehovah. Hear that it should say. Supernal name of compassion. It is a mystery, for we have learned it is not proper for a woman to receive a guest without her husband's permission. Similarly, here Noah wanted to enter the ark, to unite with her, but it was unseemly until the husband of the ark gave him permission, as is written, come, you and all your household, into the ark. So here he is called Yehovah, husband of the ark. Only then did Noah enter, uniting with her. Similarly, we have learned that a guest is not permitted to enter the house without the consent of the woman's husband, master of the house, as is subsequently written, Noah entered. What is written, for you have I seen as righteous before me in this generation. From here we learn that one should not receive a guest into his home if he seems suspicious, but only if he appears virtuous, beyond all suspicion, as is written, come, you and all your household, into the ark. Why? For you have I seen as righteous before me. We also learn that if he grants permission to him alone, and not to all those accompanying him, he should not bring them into the house, as is written, come, you and all your household, into the ark, permitting them all to enter. From this verse we learn the mystery of manners. Rabbi Yehuda opened, Le David Mizmor, of come, you and all your household, into the ark, and her fullness are Yehovah as David, a psalm. The earth, the world and her inhabitants. Mizmor. We have learned Le David. David. Of David, a psalm. He Le exclaimed a song, then Holy Spirit dwelled upon him. Mizmor, a song. The earth and her fullness are presence of Yehovah. A psalm of David. Holy Spirit dwelled upon him, then he exclaimed Yehovah as. This verse was uttered for the Shekinah, Yehovah, land of Israel, the Holy Land. Her fullness is similarly the presence of Yehovah, as is said for the kings, and male, filled, the house of male, filled, the dwelling. Why male, full, and not male, filled but full, indeed filled with everything, filled by the sun, a moon complete on every side. Male, full, of supernal substance, like a treasure ship filled with all the best of Yehovah as the world. So, the earth and her fullness are the world and her inhabitants, the rest of the world. Alternatively, the earth is Yehovah as the supernal Holy Land, in which the blessed Holy One delights. And her fullness, souls of the righteous, all of whom fill her, by whom she is filled, through the potency of a single pillar upon which the world stands. Now if you say, it stands upon one, what is written, for he founded it upon seas, for he Who is he, the blessed Holy One? As is said, he made us, and similarly he looks to the ends of earth. Job, he founded it upon seas and established it upon rivers, 7 pillars upon which she stands. They fill her, she is filled by them. How when the virtuous abound in the world, this earth yields fruit and is filled with all. When the wicked abound in the world, it is written, waters vanish from the sea, a river dries up and is parched. Job, waters vanish from the sea, the holy land we have mentioned, drenched by supernal saturation. A river dries up and is parched, that single pillar standing above her, by whom she is illumined. A river dries up and is parched, as is said, the righteous one perishes. Rabbi Yehuda said further, when the wicked were annihilated from the world, the blessed Holy One was saddened, seeing no one upon whom it could stand. Now if you say, what about Noah? It was plenty for him to protect himself and to engender generations for the world, as is written, for you have I seen as righteous before me in this generation. In this generation, precisely Rabbi Yos said, in this generation attribute to him, for though living in that wicked generation, he became all this a completely righteous man even in the generation of Moses. But he could not protect the world, because 10 could not be found in the world, as is said. If I find 10 there, and they could not be found here, too, 10 could not be found, just he and his 3 sons and their wives, not totaling 10. Rabbi Elazar asked his father, Rabbi Shimon, we have learned that when the world is pervaded by the sins of humanity, and judgment breaks out, woe to the virtuous one found in the world, for he is snared first for the sins of the wicked. How was Noah saved? Not seized for their sins, he replied. The blessed Holy One desired to engender from him generations for the world, from out of the ark. Further, judgment could not overpower him because he was hidden away in the ark, concealed from sight. What is written? Seek righteousness, seek humility, perhaps you will be hidden on the day of Jehovah's wrath. Zephaniah. Noah sought righteousness and entered her, becoming hidden on the day of Jehovah's wrath, so judgment could not overpower or denounce him. Here is a hint for holy ones of the Most High, to discover the mystery of supernal letters, reversal of letters, 22, to obliterate the wicked. Therefore it is written, they were obliterated from the earth, and come into the ark. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, who sent his glorious arm to be at Moses' right hand, splitting the waters before them to make himself an everlasting name. The difference between Moses and other inhabitants of the world, when the blessed Holy One said to Moses, now, leave me alone, that my wrath may blaze against them and I may consume them, and I will make of you a great nation. Moses immediately said, should I abandon Israel's cause simply for my own advantage? Now all inhabitants of the world will claim that I killed Israel, as Noah did. For when the blessed Holy One told him to save himself in the ark, as is written, as for me, I am about to bring the flood waters upon the earth, and I will obliterate all existing things that I have made. But with you I will establish my covenant, and you will enter the ark. When he told him that he and his sons would be saved, he did not plead for compassion for the world, and it perished. Because of this the waters of the flood are named after him, as is said, for this is like the waters of Noah to me, as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again cover the earth. Moses said, now the inhabitants of the world will claim that I killed them because he told me, I will make of you a great nation. Better, then, that I die and Israel not be destroyed. Immediately, Moses sweetened the face of Jehovah his God, pleading for compassion for them, arousing compassion for the world. Rabbi Yitzhak said further, how did he begin pleading for compassion? Why, Jehovah, should your wrath blaze against your people? How could Moses speak this word? Why, they had worshipped strange gods, as is said, they have made themselves a molten calf, bowed to it, and sacrificed to it. And Moses said, why, but so we have learned, one who appeases another should not magnify the wrong, but rather minimize it before him. Afterward he should maximize it before the other, as is written, you have sinned a great sin. He did not leave the Blessed Holy One alone until offering to die, as is written, now, if you would only bear their sin, if not, please obliterate me from your book. Then the Blessed Holy One forgave them, as is written, Jehovah renounced the evil, but Noah did not act so. He just wanted to save himself, abandoning the entire world. Whenever judgment looms over the world, Holy Spirit exclaims, alas, there is no one like Moses to be found. Where is he who brought them up from the sea? As is written, Jehovah said to Moses, why are you crying out to me? Which shows that by prayer he raised them from the sea. Where is he who placed within them his Holy Spirit? This is Moses, who ensconced Shekinah among Israel. Who led them through the depths, when the waters were split, and they walked through the depths on dry land, the water having congealed. All this is ascribed to Moses because he risked his life for Israel. Rabbi Yehuda said, although Noah was virtuous, he was not worthy enough for the Blessed Holy One to protect the world for his sake. Moses did not depend on his own merit, but rather on the merit of the ancient patriarchs. Noah, however, had no one upon whose merit he could depend. Rabbi Yitzhak said, even so, once the Blessed Holy One said to him, I will erect my covenant with you. He should have pleaded for compassion, and the sacrifice he offered afterward he should have offered before, so that the wrath threatening the world would abate. Rabbi Yehuda said, the wicked of the world were provoking him, and he should offer a sacrifice. He must have feared for his life, lest death befall him among the wicked of the world, whose deeds he witnessed every day, their provocation of the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Elazar said, whenever wicked of the world abound, a righteous one found among them is seized first, as is written, begin me Mikdashi, at my sanctuary. Ezekiel, do not read me Mikdashi, at my sanctuary, but rather me Mekadashai, with my saintly ones. So here, how was he saved by the Blessed Holy One among all those wicked? It was in order for the Blessed Holy One to engender generations through him for the world, since he was fittingly righteous. Furthermore, he warned them every single day, but they disregarded him. So he himself fulfilled the verse that is written, yet if you warn the wicked you will have saved your life. From here we learn that whoever warns a sinner, even though his warning is rejected, saves himself, while that sinner is snared in his sin. For how long this has been established by the companions. Rabbi Yosef frequented the presence of Rabbi Shimon. One day he asked him, why did the Blessed Holy One see fit to annihilate all the beasts of the field and the birds of heaven along with the wicked? If humans sinned, how did animals, birds, and other creatures? He replied, because it is written, for all flesh had corrupted their way upon earth, all of them ruined their ways, abandoning their species, cleaving to another species. The wicked of the world brought this upon all creatures, seeking to contravene the act of creation, causing all creatures to ruin their ways, as they did themselves. The Blessed Holy One said, do you seek to deny the work of my hands? I will fulfill your desire. I will obliterate all existing things that I have made. I will return the world to water, as it originally was, water intermingled with water, as has been said. From now on, I will form other, more fitting creatures in the world. Rabbi ear opened, if a man hides in secret places, do I not see him? Says Jehovah. Noah entered, with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives, into the ark. How obtuse are human beings, totally unaware of the glory of their Lord, of whom is written, do I not fill heaven and earth? How can humans seek to hide from their sins, saying, who sees us, who knows us? It is written, their deeds are in darkness, but where can they hide from his presence? This may be compared to a king who built a palace, constructing secret subterranean tunnels. Subsequently the courtiers rebelled against the king. He stormed them with his troops. What did they do? They hid themselves within the recesses of those tunnels. The king said, I constructed them, and you want to hide from me? As is written, if a man hides in secret places, do I not see him? Says Jehovah. It is I who made those hollow tunnels, who fashioned darkness and light, and you can hide from me when a person sins in the presence of his Lord and obscures himself, concealing himself. The blessed Holy One executes judgment upon him openly. But when a person purifies himself, the blessed Holy One wants to hide him so that he will be invisible on the day of the wrath of Jehovah. For one should certainly not be visible to the destroyer looming over the world, lest he gaze at him, since he is authorized to destroy all those visible to him. This accords with the remark of Rabbi Shimon: whoever possesses an evil eye comes under the spell of the destroyer's eye and is called destroyer of the world. One must be on guard against him, not come near him, so as not to be injured by him. It is forbidden to approach him in the open. So what is written of Balaam, oracle of the man whose eye is open? For he possessed an evil eye, and everywhere he gazed he channeled the spirit of the destroyer. So he sought to gaze upon Israel in order to destroy wherever his eye gazed. What is written? Balaam lifted up his eyes, raising one eye and lowering one eye, to gaze upon Israel with an evil eye. What is written? He saw Israel shaken, encamped, tribe by tribe he saw Shekinah, sheltering them, brooding them, adorned by 12 tribes beneath her, and his eye could not overpower them. He said, how can I prevail against them? For look, supernal Holy Spirit broods them, sheltering them with her wings, as is written, he crouches, lies down like a lion, like a lioness. Who can rouse him? Who can raise him from them, so that they will be exposed and the eye will overpower them? Therefore the blessed Holy One sought to shield Noah, to hide him from the eye, so that the impure spirit would not overpower him, destroying him, as has already been said. Noah entered, as has been said, to hide himself from the eye, because of the waters of the flood, for the waters forced him. Rabbi Yos said, he saw the angel of death coming, so he entered the ark and hid himself there for 12 months. Why 12 months? Because that is the punishment of the wicked. Rabbi Yehuda said, for 6 months they are suspended in water, and for 6 in fire. But here there was only water, so why 12 months? Rabbi Yos replied, they were inflicted with both punishments of hell, with water and fire. With water from above, with fire water gushing from below, boiling hot as fire. So they were inflicted with the punishment of hell, with fire and water for 12 months, as Rabbi Elazar said, the punishment of the wicked in hell lasts for 12 months, as has been established. So all those wicked of the world were inflicted with both these punishments, water and fire, until they were exterminated from the world. Meanwhile, Noah hid himself in the ark, concealing himself from the eye, so the destroyer could not come near him, and it floated on the face of the waters. As is said, the waters increased and lifted the ark, and it rose above the earth. For 40 days they were lashed, as is written, the flood continued 40 days upon the earth, and for the rest of the time they were obliterated from the world, as is written, they were obliterated from the earth. Woe to those wicked ones, for they will not rise from the dead to stand at judgment, as is written, they were obliterated, and similarly you have obliterated their name forever and ever, for they will not rise even to stand at judgment. They lifted the ark, and it rose above the earth. Rabbi Abba opened, rise, O God, above the heavens, let your glory be above all the earth. Woe to the wicked who sin and Shekinah provoke their Lord every day, who through their sins repel from earth, making her disappear from the world. What is written? They lifted the ark, for they thrust her out, and she rose above the earth, for she no longer abides on earth but ascends. When she withdraws from the world, there is no one to watch over the world, and judgment dominates it. Then the wicked of the world are removed, obliterated, and Shekinah restores her abode to the world. Rabbi Yisra asked him, if so, then what about the land of Israel? The wicked living at that time were obliterated, so why didn't Shekinah return to her sight? As before, he replied, because the remnant of the righteous of the world did not remain there. But wherever they went she descended, placing her abode among them. If she did not part from them in another, foreign land, all the more so if they had remained in the Holy Land. As has been said, by all sins of sinners of the world, Shekinah is repelled. One of them is wasting one's way on earth, as we have explained, because of which one does not see the face of Shekinah nor enter the palace. So of these is written they were obliterated from the earth, obliterated entirely. When the time comes for the blessed Holy One to revive the dead, he will create suitable bodies for all those located outside in other, foreign lands. For a single bone surviving in a human being underground will become like leaven in dough, upon which the blessed Holy One will build an entire body. But he will provide them with souls only in the land of Israel, as is written, when I open your graves and raise you from your graves, O my people, and bring you to your land Ezekiel, for they will roll underground. What is written next? I will put my spirit within you and you shall live. Look, only in the land of Israel will all inhabitants of the world receive souls, excluding those who defiled themselves and defiled the earth, of whom is written they were obliterated from the earth, precisely, although the ancients disputed this and differed. They were obliterated, as is said, may they be obliterated from the book of life. Rabbi Shimon said to him, they certainly have no share in the world to come, as is written they were obliterated from the earth, and conversely they will inherit the earth forever. However, they will rise for judgment, and of them is written many of those who sleep in the dust of earth will awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt. Daniel. Rabbi Abba said, encompassing all those empowered rulers, appointed over earth. This is existing things over the face of the. He obliterated it all existing things over the face of the earth. For when the blessed Holy One executes judgment upon the world, he first removes those rulers appointed over them, and afterward those abiding beneath their wings, as is written, Jehovah will punish the host of the high heavens on high, and afterward the kings of the earth upon the earth. How are they removed from his presence? He removes them with blazing fire, as is written, for Jehovah your God is a consuming fire, a fire consuming fire. Those existing above them with fire, those dwelling beneath them with water. So, he obliterated all existing things over the face of the earth, and afterward both humans and animals, crawling things and birds of the sky, they were obliterated from the earth, all those below. Only Noah remained limiting, for nothing was left in the world except for Noah and those with him in the ark. Rabbi Yos said, he was lame, for a lion bit him, as they have established. Rabbi ear opened, a prudent person sees evil and hides this. God remembered Noah and all the beasts and all the cattle that were with him in the ark. Verse was spoken for Noah, who entered the ark, hiding himself inside, entering the ark when the waters forced him. As has been said, before entering the ark he saw the angel of death walking among them, encircling them. As soon as he saw him, he entered, hiding himself within, as is written, a prudent person sees evil and hides evil, the angel of death, and hides from his presence, as is written, because of the waters of the flood. Rabbi Yos said, a prudent person sees evil v'inista, and is hidden. It is written v'yisata, and hides himself, referring back to what has been said, when death looms over the world, a wise person hides himself, not standing outside, not making himself visible to the destroyer, who, having been empowered, will destroy anyone found in his presence, anyone passing before him openly. The verse concludes, but the simple pass and are punished, they pass before him, are seen by him, and are punished. Alternatively, they pass, they transgressed this command and were punished. Alternatively, a prudent person sees evil and hides, this is Noah. But the simple pass and are punished, these are his contemporaries. When he had hidden himself and stayed there all that time, finally, God remembered Noah. Rabbi Shimon said, God remembered Noah. When judgment is being executed, Zechirah, remembering, is not recorded. Once judgment has been executed and the wicked of the world have been removed, then remembering is recorded. For when judgment looms over the world, unification vanishes and the destroyer prevails. Once judgment has been executed and wrath subsides, all returns to its site. So here is written God remembered Noah, for Zachor, remember, inheres in him, as is written Noah was a righteous man, it is written you rule the raging of the sea. When its waves surge, you still them, when the sea leaps with its rollers, abysses billowing and plunging, the blessed Holy One transmits a single ray, pulling its waves, assuaging its rage, unknown to anyone. Jonah descended into the sea and encountered that destined fish, who swallowed him. Why did his soul not depart and immediately fly away? Because the blessed Holy One rules the raging of the sea, and that raging is a single ray swelling the sea, by which it swells. Were it not for the ray reaching it from the right side, it would never swell, for as soon as the ray descends to the sea, grasping it, rollers arouse, roaring to tear prey, until the blessed Holy One turns them back and they return to their place, as is written when its waves surge, Teshabim, you still those waves of the sea. You still them, breaking them, restoring them to their place. Alternatively, Teshabim, you praise them, literally it is their praise, since they ascend in desire to see. From here we learn that whoever yearns to gaze and know, even if incapable, is to be praised. All praise him. Rabbi Yehuda said, when Noah was in the ark, he feared that the blessed Holy One would never remember him. Once judgment had been executed and the wicked of the world removed, what is written? God remembered Noah. Rabbi Elazar said, when judgment looms over the world, one's name should not be mentioned on high, for if it is, his sins will be mentioned and he will be scrutinized. How do we know? From the Shunammite, for that day was the festival of Rosh Hashanah, when the blessed Holy One judges the world. Then Elisha asked her, can we speak on your behalf to the King? Kings, this is the blessed Holy One, who is then called King, Holy King, King of Judgment. She replied, I dwell among my own people, I do not want to be mentioned or observed except among my own people. Whoever yokes with his own people will not be scrutinized and judged harshly by anyone. So she said, among my own people. When wrath prevailed in the world, Noah was not recalled. As soon as judgment had been executed, what is written? God remembered Noah. Now his name was recalled. Alternatively, God remembered Noah, corresponding to what is said, I have remembered my covenant. Rabbi Izkiah was walking from Cappadocia to Lya. He met Rabbi Yisa, who said to him, I am surprised that you are all alone, for we have learned that one should not set out alone on a journey. He replied, a child is walking with me, he's following behind. He said, I am surprised by that. How can you be accompanied by someone with whom you cannot discuss words of Torah? For whoever walks on the way unaccompanied by words of Torah endangers his life. He replied, certainly so. Meanwhile the child arrived. Rabbi Yisa asked him, my son, where are you from? He answered, from the town of Lya. When I heard that this wise man was going there, I offered to serve and accompany him. He asked, do you know any Torah? He answered, I do, because father used to teach me the section of sacrifices, and I inclined my ear when he spoke with my brother, who is older than me. Rabbi Yisa said to him, my son, tell me. He opened, saying, Noah built an altar to Jehovah, and took of every pure animal and of every pure bird, and offered ascent offerings on the altar. Noah built an altar, the same altar on which Adam sacrificed. Why did he bring an ascent offering, since that is offered only for sinful imagining? How did Noah sin by imagining? Look, the blessed Holy One decreed the destruction of the world. Perhaps because he saved me, all my merit has been expended and none is left. Immediately, Noah built an altar to Jehovah, the same one on which Adam sacrificed. If it was the same, why built? Because the wicked of the world dislodged it from its site. When Noah appeared, of him is written built. And offered up olat, ascent offerings spelled olat, ascent offering, 1. It is written he is Ola, an ascent offering, a fire offering, an aroma pleasing to Jehovah. Ascent offering always ascends as male, not female, as is written let him offer it male, unblemished. Why is it written ish, fire offering, since ish, fire, must be present there? Because even though ascent offering is offered as male, offered to his sight, female must not part from him. Rather he is offered together with her, uniting one with the other, so female ascends toward male, uniting as one, even though ish, fire offering, is intended for Ishim, angelic personages. Noah had to offer an ascent offering, for the blessed Holy One cast him in the sphere of the male, to join and enter the ark, so he offered an ascent offering. He is an ascent offering, ish, a fire offering, ish fire. He, for left unites with female, every female deriving from the left side cleaving to one another. So female is called Ish-Shah, woman Ish-Shah, cluster of love, grasped by the left to raise her above, to be bound as one. So, he is an ascent offering. Ish, nexus of male and female intertwined. Jehovah smelled the pleasing aroma, and it is written a fire offering, a pleasing aroma, a fire offering. So I have heard smoke and fire, joined as one, for there is no smoke without fire, as is written Mount Sinai was all in smoke, for Jehovah had descended upon it in fire. Fire issues from within, and is tenuous, grasped by another substance, without, less tenuous they are grasped by one another. Then smoke ascends. Why? Because fire is grasped by sensate substance. Your symbol for this is the nose, through which issues smoke out of fire. Of this is written, they shall place incense in your nostril, for fire returns to its site, and through that aroma the nose contracts inward, till all is embraced, returning to its site, all drawn in toward thought, becoming a single desire. Then, Rianio, a pleasing aroma, for Rothna, subsides, yielding Nyara, tranquility, for smoke is absorbed, condensed in fire, fire grasping smoke, both entering within, until wrath subsides. When all intermingles and wrath subsides, then tranquility, a single nexus named tranquility, tranquility of spirit, joy of all as one, radiance of sparkling lamps, radiance of faces. So it is written. Jehovah smelled the pleasing aroma, like one inhaling, drawing everything into its sight. Rabbi Yisa came and kissed him, saying, all this goodness in your hand, and I was unaware. I will turn around so we can join as one. They went on. Rabbi Izkiah said, let us walk on this way together with Shekinah, for it is paved for us. They grasped the child's hands, and they went on. They said to him, tell us one of those verses your father told you. He opened, saying, oh, that he would kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. This is supernal desire, for passion issues from the mouth, not from the nose, as does fire. For look, when a mouth merges by kissing, fire issues passionately, in radiant faces, total joy, blissful cleaving. So, for your caresses are fine, deriving from the wine that delights and brightens the face, sparkling the eyes, arousing passion, not from the wine that intoxicates, arousing rage, darkening the face, inflaming the eyes, wine of rage. So, because this good wine brightens the face, delights the eyes, and arouses passionate love, it is offered every day upon the altar in a quantity satiating and delighting one who drinks it, as is written, its wine libation is a quarter of a hin. So, for your caresses are fine, deriving from that wine arousing love and desire. Entirely as below, love arouses above. 2 lamps, the light of the upper one extinguished by the smoke ascending from the one below, the one above is rekindled. Rabbi Izkiah said, certainly so, for the upper world depends upon the lower, and the lower upon the upper. Ever since the day the temple was destroyed, blessings are not to be found above or below, demonstrating that each depends on the other. Rabbi Yisa said, blessings are not to be found, curses are for the sucking of all issues to the world from that side, and blessings do not issue. Why? Because Israel does not dwell in the land and does not perform the vital service kindling sparkling lamps so that blessings appear. So they disappear above and below, and the worlds remain unfulfilled, unstable. Rabbi Izkiah said, what is the meaning of Lo Osif? I will never again curse the earth because of Har Adam, humankind. Rabbi Yisa replied, I have heard as follows from Rabbi Shimon: as long as fire above Osif continues, blazing, smoke judgment below rages fiercely, consuming all. For when fire issues, it does not cease until judgment has been completed. When judgment below Lo Osif is no longer intensified by judgment above, it executes judgment intermittently, consuming incompletely. So it is written, Lo Osif, I will never give Tosfe an increase, intensifying judgment below. The child said, I have heard that it derives from the verse, cursed is the earth because of you, for when the earth was cursed through Adam's sin, she was subjugated to that evil serpent, cosmic destroyer, exterminator of humanity. From the day that Noah offered a sacrifice and the blessed Holy One smelled it, earth was empowered to escape that serpent, escape defilement. So Israel offers a sacrifice to the blessed Holy One to brighten the face of the earth. Rabbi Izkiah said, correct, but this remained suspended until Israel stood at Mount Sinai. Rabbi Yisa said, the blessed Holy One had diminished the moon and that serpent prevailed, but because of Adam's sin she was cursed, to curse the world. Ever since that day, earth has escaped the curse, while the moon remains defective except when an offering appears in the world and Israel dwells in their land. Rabbi Yisa asked that child, what is your name? He replied, Abba. He said, you will be Abba, Father, in everything, in wisdom and in years. He proclaimed this verse for him, your father and mother will be glad, she who bore you will rejoice. Rabbi Izkiah said, one day the blessed Holy One will eliminate the impure spirit from the world, as has been said, for it is written, I will eliminate the spirit of impurity from earth's area. Similarly it is written, he will swallow up death forever. Yehovah Elohim will wipe away tears from all faces and remove the disgrace of his people. One day the blessed Holy One will illumine the moon, delivering her from the darkness caused by that evil serpent, as is written, the light of the moon shall be like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, like the light of the 7 days which light the light hidden by the blessed Holy One in the act of creation. Rabbi Abba opened the blessing. Yehovah Elohim blessed Noah and his sons. Of Yehovah she enriches, and he adds no is Shekinah pain to her, the blessing of appointed over blessings of the world, from whom blessings issue for all. What is written at first, Yehovah said to Noah, come, you and all your household, into the ark, as has been said. The master of the house gave him permission to enter, while afterward the woman told him to leave. Initially, he entered with the permission of her husband. Finally, he emerged with the permission of the wife. From here we learn that the master of the house should bring in and the woman send out, as is written, Elohim said to Noah, go out of the ark, for she was empowered to send him out, though not to bring him in. Having emerged, he gave her presents, for she is the house, and the house is in her hands. Those presents he gave her were intended to intensify her husband's love for her. From here we learn how a guest should behave. So once he had given her presents, she blessed him, as is written, Elohim blessed Noah. Therefore, the blessing of Jehovah she enriches, indeed, as has been said. And he adds no pain to her mystery of what is written, by painful toil you will eat of it, painful toil, pain and anguish, a face lacking radiance, when the moon darkens and blessings are nowhere to be found. By painful toil side of the other spirit, depriving the world of blessings. So, Velo. Joseph. He adds no pain to her mystery of what is written, lo earth. Osif. I will never again curse the fear and dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth from now on, human images, for at first, there were no human images. At first, it is written, in the image of God he made the human being, and similarly he created him in the image of God. As soon as they sinned, their image mutated from that supernal image and they turned into being frightened by the beasts of the field. At first, all creatures of the world would raise their eyes, see the supernal, sacred image, and be overcome by fear and trembling. Once they sinned, their image transformed in their eyes into another image, and on the contrary, human beings fear and tremble in the presence of other creatures. All humans who do not sin in the presence of their Lord and do not transgress the words of Torah, their image never wavers from the appearance of the supernal image, so every creature of the world fears and trembles before them. But when humans transgress the words of Torah, their image changes, so they all fear and tremble before other creatures because the supernal image has been exchanged, removed from them. Then beasts of the field dominate them, since they no longer see that worthy image. So now that the world was renewed, as originally, he bestowed this blessing upon them, granting them dominion over all, as is said, and all the fish of the sea are given into your hand, even the fish of the sea. Rabbi Ea said, were given into your hand, previously, for when the blessed Holy One created the world, he delivered everything into their hands, as is written, have dominion over the fish of the sea and the birds of the sky. Rabbi Isaiah opened, of David. Maskil. Happy is one whose transgression is lifted, whose sin is covered. This verse has been established, yet it was spoken in the mystery of wisdom. For we have learned with 10 varieties of praise. David praised the blessed Holy One, one of which is Maskil, one of those 10 rungs. David attuned himself before this rung settled upon him. Happy is one whose transgression is lifted. For when the blessed Holy One weighs the sins and merits of human beings, the scale on the side of sins ascends, while in the other, merits tip the scale. This is whose transgression is lifted, whose sin is covered, when judgment prevails in the world, so that he will be protected, so the destroyer will not overpower him. As with Noah, concealed by the blessed Holy One from that sin Adam channeled to him and to the world. For since Adam conveyed this sin to the world, other creatures dominate, humans fear them, and the world lies in disarray. So when Noah emerged from the ark, the blessed Holy One blessed him, as is written, God blessed Noah and his sons. And as for you, be fruitful and multiply. In these blessings females are not to be found, just Noah and his sons. The verse does not mention females. Rabbi Shimon said, V'yatim, and as for you entirety of males and females as one. So, and as for you, be fruitful and multiply, generating offspring. From here on, team on earth, here the blessed Holy One gave them 7 commandments of Torah, for them and all succeeding them, until Israel stood at Mount Sinai and were given all the commandments of Torah as one. God said to Noah, this is the sign of the covenant I set between me and you. I have set my bow in the cloud, I have set previously. Rabbi Shimon opened, above the expanse over their heads, appearance of sapphire, semblance of a throne. Ezekiel, what is written above, I heard the sound of their wings like the sound of mighty waters, like the sound of Shaddai. As they moved, these are 4 magnificent, supernal, sacred creatures, above whom that expanse is arrayed, all their wings spread, joined to one another, to cover their bodies. As they spread their wings, the sound of all those wings is heard singing a song, as is written like the sound of Shaddai, never subsiding, as is written so that glory may sing to you and not be silent. What do they exclaim? Jehovah has manifested his salvation, he has revealed his righteousness in the sight of the nations. A sound of tumult like the sound of an army camp. Ezekiel, like the sound of a holy camp, all supernal hosts gathering above. What do they exclaim? Holy, holy, holy is Jehovah of hosts, the whole earth is full of his glory. Turning south, they sing holy. Turning north, they sing holy. Turning east, they sing holy. Turning west, they sing blessed. The expanse lies above their heads. Wherever it moves, it turns faces in that direction, faces encompassed in it. Faces turn to four corners, each revolving within its square, engraved with four faces: face of a lion, face of an eagle, face of an ox, face of a human, engraved with them all. Human face of a lion, human face of an eagle, human face of an ox, all coalescing in him. So it is written, semblance of their face, a human face. Ezekiel, in this quadrisected expanse, all colors are included, four colors seen within, engraved quadruply, higher and lower secrecies inscribed in four engravings. When the colors of these four scatter, they total 12: green, red, white, and a color blended of all colors, as is written, like the appearance of the bow in the cloud on a rainy day, so was the appearance of the surrounding radiance, the appearance of the semblance of the glory of Jehovah, appearance of the colors of all. So, I have set my bow in the cloud. What is my bow? As is said of Joseph, his bow remained firm, for Joseph is called righteous, so his bow is covenant of the bow, contained in righteous one, covenant linking one with the other. Since Noah was righteous, his covenant was a bow. The arms of his hands, v'yafozu, stayed agile. What is v'yafozu? They sparkled most desirably of all, as is said, more desirable than gold, even much pas, pure gold. They sparkled in supernal radiance when he kept the covenant, so he was called Joseph the righteous. Therefore the rainbow is called covenant, embracing one another. Luster of supernal glory, vision of all visions, vision resembling hidden vision, hidden colors, revealed colors. It is forbidden to gaze at the rainbow appearing in the world, lest shame be exposed in Shekinah. Furthermore, colors of the rainbow appear as dross clinging to the appearance of supernal glory. Not to gaze once earth sees this rainbow, the holy covenant is firmly erected. So, it will be a sign of the covenant between God and the earth. As to what we have said concerning these colors, 3 colors and one blended of them all comprise one mystery, within the cloud ascending to manifest. Above the expanse over their heads an appearance of sapphire stone. Ezekiel, this is the foundation stone, centric point of the entire universe, upon which stands the Holy of Holies. This is the supernal sacred throne, appointed over these 4. Semblance of a throne with 4 legs, oral Torah. Upon the semblance of a throne, semblance of the appearance of a man, written Torah. From here we learn that written Torah is placed upon oral Torah, for one is the throne of the other. Appearance of a man, image of Jacob, enthroned upon her. Rabbi Yehuda rose one night to ply Torah at an inn in the town of Meshiah. There in the house was a certain Jew who arrived with 2 ragged saddlebags. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, "This stone that I have set up as a pillar will become the house of God. This is the foundation stone, upon which the world was planted, upon which the temple was built." That Jew raised his head and said, "How can that be? The foundation stone existed before the world was created, from it the world was sown. Yet you cite this stone that I have set up as a pillar, which implies that Jacob set it up now, as is written, he took the stone that he had placed under his head." Furthermore, Jacob was in Bethel, while this stone was in Jerusalem. Without turning his head toward him, Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, "Prepare to meet your God, O Israel." Amos similarly, "Be silent and listen, O Israel." Words of Torah require intention. Words of Torah must be arranged with body and will as one. The Jew arose and dressed himself. He sat beside Rabbi Yehuda and said, "Happy are you righteous, engaging in Torah day and night." Rabbi Yehuda replied, "Now that you have prepared yourself, say your word, so that we may join as one, for words of Torah require arraying the body and arraying the mind. Otherwise, I would have lain in bed, expressing words in my mind. But we have learned that even a single person sitting and studying Torah is joined by Shekinah. Now, if Shekinah is here, how can I lie in bed? Furthermore, they require thirsting clarity. Moreover, when anyone rises to ply Torah at midnight, as the north wind arouses, the blessed Holy One comes to delight in the righteous in the Garden of Eden, and he together with all the righteous in the garden listen to him, listening to those words issuing from his mouth. Now, if the blessed Holy One and all the righteous revel in hearing words of Torah at this moment, how can I lie in my bed?" He said to him, "Now say your word." He said, "I asked about what you said concerning the verse, 'This stone that I have set up as a pillar will become the house of God.' This is the foundation stone. How can that be? The foundation stone existed before the world was created. From it the whole world was sown. Yet you cite that I have set up, which implies that Jacob set it up. Now, as is written, he took the stone that he had placed under his head. Furthermore, Jacob was in Bethel, while this stone was in Jerusalem." He replied, "He rolled up the whole land of Israel beneath him, so that stone lay underneath him." He said to him, "It is written that he had placed, and similarly this stone that I have placed." He replied, "If you know something, say it." He opened, saying, "As for me, I will behold your face in righteousness. I will be satisfied, when I awake, with your likeness." King David loved and cleaved to this stone, of which he said, "The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." When he desired to gaze at the sight of the glory of his Lord, he first took this stone in his hand and then entered, for whoever desires to appear before his Lord can enter only through this, as is written, "Through this shall Aaron enter the sanctuary." David praises himself, saying, "As for me, I will behold your face in righteousness." All David's striving focused on appearing fittingly in this stone, facing above. Abraham innovated morning prayer, revealing the goodness of his Lord to the world, arraying that hour fittingly, as is written, "Abraham arose early in the morning." Isaac innovated afternoon prayer, revealing to the world that there is judgment and a judge, capable of saving or condemning the world. Jacob innovated evening prayer, and having arrayed through this prayer what no human had ever fittingly arrayed, he praised himself, saying, "This stone that I have set up as a pillar," for until then no one else had set her as he had. So, he took the stone that he had placed under his head and set her up as a pillar. What does pillar mean? That she was fallen and he raised her. And he poured oil upon her head, for it depended on Jacob to accomplish more than anyone in the world. Rabbi Yehuda came and kissed him, saying, "All this you know, then why do you exert yourself in trade, neglecting eternal life?" He replied, "Times are stressful, and I have 2 sons attending school every day. I am exerting myself to provide them food and tuition, so that they can exert themselves in Torah." He opened, saying, "Solomon sat upon the throne of his father David, and his kingdom was firmly established." Kings. What is so great about that? It implies, however, that he arrayed the foundation stone, setting upon it the Holy of Holies, so then his kingdom was firmly established. It is written, "I will see her," to remember the everlasting covenant, for the desire of the blessed Holy One focuses constantly on her, and whoever does not appear in her does not enter the presence of his Lord. So it is written, "I will see her," to remember the everlasting covenant. What does "I will see her" mean? It is a mystery, as is written, "Make a mark, Ezekiel, clearly visible." Some say this is the impress of the sacred insignia in the flesh. Rabbi Yehuda said, certainly it is all. However, the rainbow appearing in the world abides in supernal mystery. When Israel emerges from exile, this rainbow is destined to be adorned in its colors, like a bride adorning herself for her husband. The Jew said to him, this is what my father told me as he was departing the world. Do not expect the footsteps of Messiah until this rainbow appears in the world, adorned in radiant colors, the world resplendent. Then expect Messiah. How do we know? For it is written, I will see her, to remember the everlasting covenant. Now when she appears in dim colors, and to remember means so that the flood will not return. But at that time she will appear in radiant colors, adorned in her finery. Then, to remember the everlasting covenant, the blessed Holy One will remember this covenant who lies in exile and raise her from the dust, as is written, they will seek Jehovah their God and David their king. Hosea, and similarly they will serve Jehovah their God and David their king, whom I will raise for them, whom I will raise from the dust, as is said, I will raise the fallen tabernacle of David. Amos. So, I will see her, to remember the everlasting covenant, to raise her from the dust. And Father said this, therefore the redemption of Israel and her remembrance are mentioned here in the Torah, as is written, as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again cover the earth, so I swear not to be angry with you or rebuke you. Rabbi Elazar said, since it is written the sons of Noah, why coming out of the ark did he have other sons? Who? The sons of Noah coming out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Didn't come out of the ark? Rabbi Abba replied, yes, for later his sons engendered sons, as is written, these are the generations of Shem, and they did not come out of the ark. So it is written, coming out of the ark Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Rabbi Shimon said, if I had been present in the world when the blessed Holy One issued the book of Enoch to the world and the book of Adam, I would have objected to the presence of human beings, because all the wise did not contemplate them carefully and strayed in strange words, abandoning the supernal domain for the other domain. But now the wise of the world know words and conceal them, invigorating themselves in the service of their Lord. I have found this verse in Mystery of Mysteries, when delight of all delights arouses concealed, sealed, cause of causes tenuous radiance radiates, delight of all delights, lustering right in supernal anointing oil, lustering left in delightfully fine wine, lustering medially in delightful purple. Spirit arouses, spirit rises, rendered to spirit, cleaving to one another. 3 enter 3. Out of 3 issues one covenant cleaving to covenant. Spirit ascending conceives, conceiving from him. When she is placed between 2 sides, spirit cleaves to spirit, and she conceives 3 sons. From Noah and the ark issued 3, corresponding to the supernal 3, namely, those emerging from the ark Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem on the right, Ham on the left. Japheth, purple, blending both. Ham is father of Canaan, scoria of gold underneath slag, arousal of impure spirit, primordial serpent. So the verse designates Ham is father of Canaan, who brought curses upon the world, that Canaan who was cursed, that Canaan who besmirched creatures' faces. So of them all, only this one diverges from them all, as is written, Ham is father of Canaan, the one who besmirched the world, whereas of the others is not written Shem is father of so-and-so, or Japheth is father of so-and-so. Rather, the verse suddenly skips Ham is father of Canaan. Indeed, so when Abraham arrived, what is written, Abram passed through the land, and the Canaanite was then in the land, for the patriarchs were still unfulfilled and the seed of Israel had not issued into the world, so that this name leave and the supernal name enter. When Israel proved virtuous, the land was called by this name, Land of Israel. When they did not, the land was called by another name, Land of Canaan. So it is written, Cursed be Canaan, for he brought curses upon the world. What is written of the serpent, Cursed are you among all animals, corresponding to what is written, slave of slaves. Therefore it is written, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. These are the three sons of Noah coming out of the ark, as we have explained. These three are the sons of Noah establishing the world, establishing supernal mystery. From these the whole world dispersed mystery of three supernal colors. For when that flowing, gushing river waters the garden, through the potency of these three supernal ones from their colors scattering below, each absorbs its companion, showing how the glory of the blessed Holy One extends above and below, how he is one above and below. Rabbi Elazar said, these three colors pervade all that derives from the side of holiness, and through reflection they disperse to all those deriving from the side of the other spirit. When you contemplate the mystery of rungs, you will discover how colors scatter in every direction, finally filtering below through the mystery of 27 conduits, sockets of doors covering the abysses. All is known to the supernal wise. Happy is the share of the righteous whom the blessed Holy One delights to honor, to whom he reveals supernal secrets of wisdom. Of them is written, the secret of Jehovah is for those in awe of him. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, Jehovah, you are my God, I will exalt you, I will praise your name. For you have done wonders, plans of long ago, faithful and true. How intensely human beings should contemplate the glory of the blessed Holy One, praising his glory. For if one knows how to praise his Lord fittingly, the blessed Holy One fulfills his desire. Further, he multiplies blessings above and below. So one who knows how to praise his Lord and unify his name is beloved above and desirable below. The blessed Holy One prides himself on him. Of him is written, he said to me, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I will be glorified. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yos. One said, it was banished from the Garden of Eden, and he planted it here. The other said, it was in the earth and he uprooted it. Then transplanted. Noah, a man of the soil, was the first to plant a vineyard. It that same day it yielded fruit, blossoming into grapes. He squeezed them, drank of the wine and became drunk. Rabbi Shimon said, there is a mystery here in this verse. When he sought to probe the sin probed by Adam, not to cling but to know, to mend the world, he was incapable. He squeezed grapes to probe that vineyard, but as soon as he arrived, he became drunk and exposed himself, and was powerless to rise. So, he exposed himself, exposing the breach of the world that had been closed. Inside Ohala, his tent spelled with a he. Inside Ohala, her tent, the tent of that vineyard. Similarly, the sons of Aaron, for we have learned that they were drunk on wine. Now, who would give them wine to drink at that sight? Can you conceive of them being so impudent as to quaff wine like this? Rather, they were actually saturated with that other wine, as is written, they offered strange fire in the presence of Jehovah. Here is written strange fire, and there is written to protect you from a strange woman, all one and the same. Similarly, he drank of the wine and became drunk, and exposed himself. So Ham, father of Canaan, aroused, as has been explained, and scope was provided to Canaan to prevail. Whereas he had been righteous, in the mystery of covenant, he castrated him, for we have learned that he removed that covenant from him. Therefore, he said, cursed be Canaan, for curse is aroused, as at first. Slave of slaves he shall be, as is said, cursed are you among all animals and among all beasts of the field. All will be restored in the time to come, but he will not. All will be liberated, but he will not. This is a mystery intended for those who know the ways and paths of Torah. He opened, saying, for I know my transgressions, my sin confronts me constantly. How carefully humans should guard themselves from sinning in the presence of the blessed Holy One, for once one has sinned, his sin is inscribed above, inexpugnable except through extreme exertion, as is said, though you wash yourself with natron and use an abundance of lye, your iniquity is stained before me. When a human being sins once in the presence of the blessed Holy One, it leaves a mark, If he repeats, that mark is deepened. If he repeats again, that stain spreads from one side to the other, then your iniquity is stained before me. When King David sinned in the presence of the Blessed Holy One in the affair of Bathsheba, he thought the sin was marked on him forever. What is written, Jehovah has removed your sin, you shall not die. Samuel, he removed that mark from his presence. Rabbi Abba said to him, Look, we have learned that Bathsheba was destined for King David since the day the world was created, so why did the Blessed Holy One give her first to Uriah the Hittite? He replied, Such are the ways of the Blessed Holy One. Even though a woman is destined for a certain man, another anticipating marries her before the time of this other one arrives. As soon as his time arrives, the one who had married her is thrust away in favor of this other one coming later, and he departs the world. It is difficult for the Blessed Holy One to remove him from the world before his time arrives, in favor of this other one. This mystery of Bathsheba, who was given first to Uriah the Hittite, go search and you will discover why the Holy Land was given to Canaan before Israel arrived. You will discover it is all one mystery. Even though David confessed his sin and returned, his heart and mind did not depart from those sins he sinned or from that sin regarding Bathsheba, for he feared them constantly, lest one of them prevail and accuse him in time of danger. So he did not obliterate them from his mind. Alternatively, for I know my transgressions, I know all those rungs from which human sins suspend. My sin confronts me constantly. Defect of the moon, who did not escape impurity until Solomon appeared and she lusted in fullness. Then the world turned firm and fragrant, so Israel dwelled securely. As is written, everyone in Israel dwelled under his vine and under his fig tree. Kings, nevertheless, my sin confronts me constantly and will not be eradicated from the world until King Messiah arrives in the time to come. As is said, I will eliminate the spirit of impurity from earth. Zechariah. He was a mighty man, garbed in the garments of Adam, through. He was a mighty hunter before Jehovah, hence the saying, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before Jehovah, which he discovered how to hunt creatures. Rabbi Elazar said, Nimrod used to entice creatures into worshipping idols. In those garments he prevailed, conquering the inhabitants of the world. He proclaimed himself ruler of the world, and humanity worshipped him. Why was he called Nimrod? Nimrod because he married, rebelled against the supernal king on high, rebelling against those on high, rebelling against those below. In those garments he ruled all inhabitants of the world, reigning over them, rebelling against his Lord, proclaiming himself ruler of the world. He enticed creatures, finally luring humans to abandon the worship of the Lord of the world. Rabbi Shimon said, concerning these garments, the companions know a supernal mystery. Rabbi Shimon opened, the house, in its being built, was built of stone dressed at the quarry, so no hammer, axe, or our Mishnah. The whole earth was of one language and of identical words. Any iron tool was heard. Kings, the house, in its being built. Didn't Solomon build it along with all those artisans who were there? Why, in its being built, but so it was, as is written, of hammered work shall the lampstand be made. If it was hammered work, then why shall it be made but indeed, entirely by miracle, made by itself? As soon as they began working, the work taught them how to create what they never knew before. Why? Because the blessing of the Blessed Holy One inhabited their hands. So it is written, in its being built it was built by itself, for it taught the artisans how to commence creating, and the actual design of that creation did not vanish from their sight. Contemplating it, they kept working till the entire house was built. Was built even Shalema, of stone dressed, at the quarry spelled Shalema, missing the yod, stone of Shaloma, Solomon, indeed. Massa, quarry, journey transported, coming and resting upon them, so the work was accomplished. Massa moving their hands to create unconsciously, Here is written Massa, and there is written and for Massa, journeying, the camps. So no hammer, axe, or any iron tool was heard for Shamir. Split all soundlessly, so they needed no other tools to work, all miraculously. Rabbi Shimon said, how beloved are words of Torah, happy is the share of one engaged in them, knowing how to walk the path of truth. The house, in its being built, when it arose in the will of the blessed Holy One to fashion glory for its glory, from the midst of thought a desire arose to expand, expanding from the sight of concealed thought, unknown, expanding and settling in the larynx, a sight continuously gushing in the mystery of the spirit of life. When thought expanded and settled in this sight, that thought was called Elohim. Elohim. Living God, He is living God. It sought to expand and reveal itself further, thence issued fire, air, and water, merging as one. Jacob emerged, consummate man, a single voice issuing audibly. Hence, thought, having been concealed in silence, was heard revealing itself. Thought expanded further, revealing itself, and this voice struck against lips. Then speech issued, consummating all, revealing all. It is perceived that all is concealed thought, having been within, and all is one. Once this expansion ripened, generating speech through the potency of that voice, then the house, in its being built. The verse does not read when it was built, but rather in its being built, every single time. Of stone dressed, as has been said. And it is written, the crown with which his mother crowned him. Massa, quarry, journey issuing from within, dwelling, journeying outside, issuing from above, dwelling, journeying below. No hammer, axe, or any iron tool was heard, other, lower rungs, all dependent upon it, neither heard nor admitted within when she ascends to unite above, to suckle from there. This is in its being built. Then as she suckles, they all abide in joy, suckling, being filled with blessings. Then all worlds abide in single mystery, in single union, with no division. After each and every one receives his share, they all disperse in their directions, to their appointments. The whole earth was of one language and of identical words. What is written next? When they journeyed from Kedim, the east, from Kadmah, primordial one, of the world. They found Beqa, a valley, in the land of Shinar, for from there they disperse in all directions, it being the first kingdom to scatter. Now if you say, look at what is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden, and from there it divides, certainly so, for once they journey from there, division ensues. When they gather there to suckle, no division; when they journey, division, as is written, when they journeyed from Kedim, they found a valley, as has been said. The whole earth was of one language and of identical words. For then the world shared a single essential root, a united faith in the blessed Holy One. What is written? When they journeyed from Kedim, from Kadmah, primordial one, root of the world, faith of all. They found a valley, they found a find by which they forsook supernal faith. What is written of Nimrod? The beginning of his kingdom was Babylon. From there he journeyed to embrace the other dominion. Similarly here, they found a valley in the land of Shinar. From there they drifted in their hearts, abandoning supernal dominion for the other. Rabbi ear opened, they said, come, let us build ourselves a city, and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves. Wicked are like the banished sea that cannot be still. Now is there such a thing as a banished sea? Yes, for when the sea escapes its normal array, surging out of control, then it is banished, expelled from its sight. Like one who is drunk on wine, agitated, heaving up and down. Why? Because it cannot be still, and its waters toss up mire and mud, casting up all that mud of the sea, all the muck, onto the shore. Similarly, those wicked who abandon the paved path, staggering like incoherent drunkards, abandoning the straight path for the crooked. Why? Because they cannot be still. The crookedness of their path causes them to walk aimlessly, restlessly. Furthermore, all their rage as they snarl words from their mouths, each word mire and mud, all spewing abhorrent filth from their mouths until they defile themselves and are defiled. They said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city." The expression "come" denotes mere preparation. Let us build ourselves a city, and a tower with its top in the heavens. They all followed bad advice, rebelling against the blessed Holy One. They proceeded foolishly, stupidly. Rabbi Abba said, they admitted stupidity into their minds but proceeded with evil wisdom, abandoning supernal dominion for the other, exchanging his glory for alien glory. Everywhere lies a mystery of supernal wisdom. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower. When they reached this valley, the alien domain, and the site of its dominion was revealed to them, plunged in the midst of the fish of the sea, they said, "Here is a place to settle, to harden the heart, and for lower beings to indulge." Immediately, come, let us build ourselves a city, let us establish on this site a city and a tower. And let us make a name for ourselves. This site will be our deity, no other. For this site let us build a city and a tower. Why ascend any higher, whence we cannot derive pleasure? Here is a perfect place. Let us make a name for ourselves, a deity to worship. Lest we be scattered to other rungs, in all directions. Jehovah came down to see the city and the tower. This is one of the 10 times that Shekinah descended to earth. Why to see? Didn't he already know? Rather, to see, to scrutinize in judgment, as is said, "May Jehovah see you and judge the city and the tower." Here one should contemplate, for the verse does not read to see the human beings, but rather to see the city and the tower. Why? Because when the blessed Holy One gazes in judgment, at first he gazes at the rung above, then at the rung below, at first at those above, then at those below. Since this matter impinged above, gazing above preceded, as is written, the city and the tower that Bnei Adam, the humans, had built. What is the meaning of Bnei Adam? The children of Adam who rebelled against his Lord, inflicting death upon the world. That the humans had built, producing an actual building, striving to build above. Rabbi Shimon opened, "Thus says Jehovah, the gate of the inner court facing east shall be shut on the 6 working days, but on the Sabbath it shall be opened, and on the day of the new moon it shall be opened." Ezekiel. This verse calls for contemplation, for it is a mystery, as has been explained. It shall be shut on the 6 working days. Why shall it be shut all those 6 working days? Because these are secular days when this gate should be shut, so secular, not exploit sacred. But on the Sabbath it shall be opened, and on the day of the new moon it shall be opened, for then performance of sacred with sacred, then the moon is illumined to unite with the sun. This gate is not opened on those 6 secular days, because on those days the lower world is nourished, and those 6 secular days rule the world, except for the land of Israel. They rule because this gate is shut, but on the Sabbath and on the day of the new moon they are all removed and rule no more, for this gate is open and the world is joyous, nourished from there, not handed over to the other dominion. Now if you say those 6 days rule entirely on their own, facing Kadim, east, before they rise to rule, it gazes constantly upon the world, though it is not opened for the world to be nourished from the sacred except on Sabbath and the new moon. All those days cleave to Sabbath, whence they are nourished, for on Sabbath all those gates are opened and tranquility manifests for all, those above and those below. V'yot Yehovah, Jehovah came down, to see, descending from sacred to secular, with reeded, a veil, spread, to inspect what they had built, the edifice they had erected to provoke the world to worship them. Rabbi Yitzhak was sitting in the presence of Rabbi Shimon and asked him, "How could these people have been so foolish to rebel against the blessed Holy One, unanimously adopting the same plan. He replied, "This has already been explained when they journeyed from the east, journeying from above to below, journeying from the land of Israel and descending to Babel. They said, 'Here is a site to embrace. Let us make a name for ourselves, then sustenance from below will adhere to this site. For when judgment looms over the world, this site will resist. From here the world will derive pleasure and nourishment, since above is too remote. Further, we will ascend to heaven and wage battle, so that no flood will pour down upon the world as before.' Jehovah said, 'Look, they are one people with one language for them all. Since they are all united as one, they will succeed in their project. Let all rungs disperse, each in its own direction, so that all these below disperse. What is written? Jehovah scattered them from there.' If you ask, why was their language scattered and scrambled? It is because they were all speaking the holy tongue, and that language aided them, for the act of enunciation is essential to attaining one's intention. Thereby they supported the place they sought to erect. So their language was confounded to prevent them from empowering their desire in the holy tongue. As soon as their language mutated, they failed in the project, since the powers above know and recognize only the holy tongue. Once language was scrambled, their power weakened and fractured. A word spoken by lower creatures in the holy tongue is comprehended by all the powers of heaven, who are thereby invigorated, but any other language they neither comprehend nor recognize. So as soon as their language was scrambled, they stopped building the city, for their power fractured, and despite their desire they could not accomplish anything. Blessed be the name of the blessed Holy One forever and ever, for wisdom and power are his. Daniel. Because the blessed Holy One brought secrets of wisdom down to the world, humanity was corrupted by it and sought to attack him. He gave supernal wisdom to Adam, and through that revealed wisdom he discovered rungs and clung to the evil impulse until the springs of wisdom vanished. Afterward he returned to the presence of his Lord, and some was revealed, though not as before. Later, through that book of his, he discovered wisdoms, but then people appeared and provoked him. He gave wisdom to Noah, who thereby served the blessed Holy One. Afterward, what is written, he drank of the wine and became drunk, and exposed himself, as has been explained. He gave wisdom to Abraham, who thereby served the blessed Holy One. Afterward Ishmael issued from him, who provoked the blessed Holy One. Similarly Isaac, from whom issued Esau. Jacob married 2 sisters. He gave wisdom to Moses. What is written of him? Throughout my house he is faithful. There was none as faithful as Moses. He performed on all those rungs, yet his heart did not stray into desiring any of them. Rather, he stood firm in supernal faith fittingly. He gave supernal wisdom to King Solomon. Afterward, what is written of him? Of Solomon an oracle. The man spoke Laitl, to Ithiel Veukhal, and Ucal. Solomon said, Itiakhal, El. God is with me. Wisdom is his. Jehovah. And I can do what I desire. Later, stirred up Satan, an adversary, against Solomon. Kings with fragments of wisdom discovered by these people from wisdom of the ancients, they antagonized the blessed Holy One, built a tower, and perpetrated all they did until they were scattered over the face of the earth, lacking the wisdom to accomplish anything. But in the time to come the blessed Holy One will arouse wisdom in the world, with which he will be served, as is written, I will put my spirit within you and cause you not like the ancients who ruined the world with it, but rather cause you to follow my laws and carefully observe my rules. Ezekiel. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Ea were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Ea, let us open with Torah and say a word. Rabbi Yos opened, saying, for Jehovah your God walks about amid your camp to save you and deliver your enemies to you. Your camps are to be holy, so that he not see among you anything indecent and turn away from you, for Jehovah your God Midalik walks about. the verse should read Meholech, walks. But as is said, walking about in the garden in the breeze of the day, this is the tree from which Adam ate. Mithilik female, Meholech male. This is who walked in front of Israel when they were walking in the desert, as is written, and Jehovah walks before them by day. This is who walks in front of a person when he is walking on the way, as is written, righteousness goes before him, and he sets out on his way. This is who walks in front of a person when he is virtuous. Why? To save you and deliver your enemies to you, so that one is saved on the way, not overpowered by the other. So one should guard himself against his sins and purify himself. What is written? Your camps are to be holy. Why Kadesh, holy? The verse should read Kedesh Shem, holy. However, your camps are to be Kadesh, holy, smooth members of the body, composing, arraying the body. So, your camps are to be Kadesh, so that he not see among you anything indecent. What is anything indecent? Indecency of indecencies, despised by the blessed Holy One more than anything. Since the verse states so that he not see among you avat, indecent, why deva, anything? Because this signifies the wicked of the world who before and defile themselves with the word issuing from their mouths. This is avat deva, indecency of word. Why to such an extreme? Because he is walking in front of you, and if you act like this, he will immediately turn away from you, no longer walking with you but turning away. As for us, look, we are walking on the way, so let us engage in words of Torah, for Torah crowns a person's head, so Shekinah never departs from him. Rabbi ear opened, saying, Jehovah said, look, they are one people with one language for them all. What is written when they journeyed Mekedim, from the east? What is Mekedim? Mekad mono, from primordial one, of the world. They found a valley in the land of Shinar. The verse should read they saw. Why they found a find there from mysteries of wisdom of the ancients, deposited there by victims of the flood, with which they tried to perpetrate their deed, rebelling against the blessed Holy One. They vocalized and perpetrated the act. See what is written, look, they are one people with one language for them all. Since they share a single mind, a single will, and speak the holy tongue, now nothing that they scheme to do will be barred to them. No one can thwart their act. What will I do? I will derange the rungs above and their language below, so their action will be thwarted. Now since they shared a single will and mind, and spoke the holy tongue, it is written, nothing that they scheme to do will be barred to them. Supernal judgment is powerless against them. All the more so, we companions who engage in Torah, sharing a single mind and will. Rabbi Yos said, from here we learn that quarrelers do not endure. For as long as these inhabitants of the world shared a single will and mind, even though they rebelled against the blessed Holy One, supernal judgment could not prevail against them. As soon as they differed, immediately Jehovah scattered them from there over the face of all the earth. Rabbi Ear said, by implication, all depends on the word of the mouth. For as soon as it was scrambled, immediately Jehovah scattered them from there. But of the time to come, what is written, then I will transform the language of the peoples into a pure one, so they may all call upon the name of Jehovah and serve him shoulder to shoulder. Zephaniah. Similarly, Jehovah will be king over all the earth. On that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Zechariah.